Hello and welcome to the final day of action at the BUCS Indoor Athletics Championships here in Sheffield. And well, we've all been building towards this excitement. So many medals to be decided. Just having a look back at the action from yesterday, there was absolute relay carnage. And we have had a reinstatement of Brunel, and they were disqualified initially in their heat. I believe it was starting outside the takeover zone. There's the Brunel relay team, and that has quite a few ramifications. First of all, Brunel could be gold medal contenders. They would have a stronger team that they would have for this final, but it also knocks the team out, of course. There are only 6 spaces in the final, and as a result of that, it means that Warwick are knocked out. But Warwick themselves were impeded when Loughborough, again, would have been a gold medal contender. Loughborough dropped the baton in the heat yesterday. They are out for sure, but Warwick were knocked out, having been impeded. Warwick still finished the race and won their heat, but they're 7th fastest, only 6 spaces in the final. So as a result of that, Warwick of this morning protested, and Warwick will have a runoff by themselves in order to make it in. And so they'll be trying to target the 6th fastest time from yesterday, which is 1:31.78. And they'll do that at 11:30. So that's in addition to the timetable that's just been made. But the action that's expected, that we knew about, semi-finals all the way through 400 and 200 until the Mascot races, so that'll be interesting to follow as always, and then finals from there on in until around 4:30 with those relays. This is what's happening in the field. That kicks off first, and then, as you can see, a couple more qualifications to be decided. Pole vault split into A and B finals, with the medals most likely to come from that A final. And then, yeah, mostly jumping all the way through. Women's shot put will end the day around 3:30 to 4 o'clock. We will know all our field medalists thereabouts. So that is what's to come. Hopefully you can join us for the full day, or even if you're going out and about, of course you can take YouTube with you on your phone. You can also check the Roster Athletics website and app. So first action, as you would have seen there, women's shot put. This is the first pool of qualification, and women's triple jump is a final. So obviously the emphasis would be on following this final, but we will endeavour to show some of the other action that will be happening. But the main thing will be the final. They are just ready to get going. So again, you can have a look at this on Roster. It's an app that you can download from your relevant app store, and then there is a website as well. So, looking here at a women's shot put qualification, the men had 2 rounds yesterday. The gold was won by Zach Davis of Loughborough. That was a good battle. There were a few changes of leads. Jacob Matthews of Birmingham leading at one point, but then ending up outside the medal places. Women's triple jump for the last few years has taken place on Sunday morning and meant that we've been able to see these battles firsthand. So Michelle Yalekwe going a moment before, and then this is Latifa Agbaremi. of King's College. Agba Amy, the silver medalist outdoors last year behind Lily Holland, who's now in the United States. I think she's at Virginia. Doesn't appear that that's been measured there. This is Amy Ware. She was the silver medalist indoors last year. Personal best of 13.01. Ware, who has 4 top 5 finishes from her debut season at BUCS, because she was also in those positions in the long jump. Indoor 5th and outdoor 4th.
12:51 in the triple jump final for Tifa.
And let's see what she can do here. It's another red flag though, unfortunately, so your first thing in the morning, well, not that early necessarily, but it's a Sunday for students. Don't forget how early you would have needed to been here and warming up, going through the call room, and just generally getting started to get from a hotel. Some athletes haven't necessarily stayed at a hotel, they've taken a bus or from their university for some of the closer ones. Or some maybe from home. Georgie Ford-Wells though coming in as the favourite, 55 centimetres further she's jumped than anyone else. Let's have a look. Another red flag though, unfortunately. You can see that she lost momentum in the middle of that jump slightly, but red flag. So Ford-Wells has represented Great Britain at the European Team Championships. Wouldn't have been much in that, I wouldn't have thought. So she's had some great battles over the last few years with Lily Holland, former Loughborough teammate. Of course, has graduated now. Holland winning the title on 3 occasions. Indoors in 2022 and 2024. Wells winning in 2023. And then outdoors last year, Holland and Ford-Wells both doing the long jump. And that's where Georgie Ford-Wells' other BUCS medal comes from, the long jump. It was her first competition in a while after a broken ankle. And she's a multiple medalist, sorry. And title 2 years ago here. 15th on the GB all-time list. So slow start to this triple jump final. This then is Reese Robinson of Cambridge. Robinson, bronze medal 2 years ago outdoors and 4th that year as well. 12:43 at best. So hopefully someone is going to get a white flag. Yes, Robinson does. Let's see if she can start off with a good mark here.
Reese Robinson there in the triple jump.
12 metres 39. And that is a very strong start for the Cambridge student. 4 centimetres shy of her personal best.
12:47 as well. Medalled at the Outdoor Championships in Manchester last year. She took bronze and she was 4th here at the Indoor Championships.
Ruth Ann Otaruo of Sheffield, another red flag for the multiple BUCS finalist. 12:30 personal best. She was 6th here last year. And there's the booth of Loughborough. Booth, personal best of 12:48. Greater Manchester County champion. Okay, another white flag. Again, starts with 12 metres and 5.
Twelve metres 05 there from Melissa Booth.
So that concludes, I believe, the first round.
Back in 2019 by Liverpool University's Alex Russell. It stands at 13 metres 39.
Championship record 13:39, set by Alexandra Russell in winning for Liverpool in 2019, certainly within reach of Georgie Ford-Wells, but difficult because it's quite early in the season. Favour Akpan here of Nottingham, 11:85, her personal best this year, set at the Steel Cup here where she was 3rd. She's improved by 76 centimetres since 2023. PB had been 11:09 at the end of the 2023 season. But I think the medal's going to be over 12 metres needed. And that could be a target, at least to get over 12 metres for the first time. Favour Akpan, 11:41. So Yelekwe, Ford-Wells and Otaruo all with no mark for this first round. This is Silva Nwabuza of Glasgow, 12:42 this year. She's only done one of these competitions since 2020, and personal best had been 11:95. So hence the big improvement for the Scottish triple jump champion. This year she's won the Scottish student title over 200 and the triple jump.
Amy Kennedy has gone out to 13 metres 37.
12 metres exactly for Nwabuza. Amelia Gray of Bath. Ranked 4th coming into this, 12.61 personal best, Southern Indoor bronze medalist. She was 4th in this she was 8th in this competition last year. Former English schools champion, that's where she set her personal best in 2023. So driving hard down this runway, looks for good foot placement and goes through the 3 phases of the jump and gets the white flag.
Amelia Gray there, 12 metres 15 in the opening round of this women's triple jump. Southern Indoor bronze medalist this year.
12 metres 15. So Reese Robinson 12.39, the best jump so far. Lauren Hill of Cardiff.
Full final, the B final about to get underway. Competitors are ready, field officials are ready.
Takes a while, but eventually shown as a valid measurement. .11.68. Four athletes over 12 metres so far. Robinson 12.39, Gray 12.15, Silva Nwabuza 12 metres, 11.68 for Lauren Hill. We will see some big improvements on those initial standings. Olivia Rea of Leeds Beckett.
Olivia Rea there, Leeds Beckett.
Leeds Beckett with big medal hopes today, particularly in the 200 metres.
The first round to a conclusion. Number of no marks in the opening round.
David Chapman in that particular event. They'll have the semi-finals at 1:10
Into round 2 now of this women's triple jump. Just a reminder, all competitors get.
So this takes us into the second round.
Officials will identify the top 8, who will get a further 3 jumps.
Quick update on the women's shot put. That's just qualification. We'll show their final later. And Amy Kennedy, best of all, 13.37, way over the 12.50 automatic qualification mark. 12.52 for Keris Abogi. So she's also over 12.50. And this is just the first group of qualification at the moment. There are 5 athletes over 5 athletes close to 11 metres, 4 over 11 metres and 6 over 10 metres, but I'm sure that will change.
So the end of the first round.
But quite often in the shot put there's been one standout athlete to follow really. Adele Nicol in the past, then Serena Vincent, and potentially now Amy Kennedy. So that dominance may continue.
In second with 12.39 and Amelia Gray.
Michelle Yolekwe of Brunel, 12.57 personal best.
With her second round jump.
12.23, so moves up into second place.
this year, the indoor bronze medalist last year.
Agbaremi, former silver medalist here. Hop, step and jump. And then out of the sandpit. She was a finalist at the UK Championships as well last year. She was 5th outdoors in Sport City. .12.68 for Agbaremi. So, into the lead. Close to her personal best. Amy Ware. That was very close on the board. But the Brunel student gets the white flag. So Amy with a silver medal last year behind Lily Hulland. And then she was 5th outdoors when Hulland also won gold. Georgie Ford-Wells, 2023 UK outdoor champion.
And that's a very useful 13 metres 01 there.
13.01 for Amy Ware, equals her personal best. And the lead changes hands again. Agbaremi down to 3rd. What can Ford-Wells do? So now a measurement over 13 metres will keep her honest.
Agbaremi in 2nd place with 12.68 and Reece Robinson in 3rd with 12.39.
So Ford-Wells accelerating here up high and carries momentum through. But I think just a little bit short of what she would have wanted there.
Equals Amy Ware's PB, which was set this year. So she came into the competition in excellent form. We'll also see her later on.
Lucas Javila supporting as coach here. Will be measured.
Right, Georgie Ford-Wells.
12.55. So puts Reece Robinson out of the medals.
12.55 in his 2nd round to move into the bronze medal position. The BUCS outdoor bronze medalist in Manchester and twice silver medalist outdoors.
So as things stand, Amy Ware 13.01, Latifa Agbaremi 12.68, Georgie Ford-Wells 12.55. Robinson tries to respond. It's good spring off that board.
4th place.
Ruth Ann Otaruo.
12.28 there for Reece Robinson.
No improvement for Robinson, 12.28, but still pretty consistent. 2 jumps within 11 centimetres.
39.
Otaruo trying to get a valid measurement on the board. She was 6th here indoors last year. Otaruo now stays in control throughout all of the phases. Second attempt here. So first track action at 11:30 with the
twice the sum.
Rerun for Warwick, try and get into the final of the relay. And then 12 o'clock for the women's 400 metre semi-finals, as we focus on the story of this triple jump final. 11.96 for Otaruo. Knocking on the door of 12 metres. 8 athletes already over 12, so might need more in order to make it through to the second half of this final. Melissa Booth. Melissa Booth.
Favour Akpan, Nottingham University, next to jump in this women's triple jump final. 11.41 in the first round. Amelia Gray, Bath University on the runway. Currently in 6th place with 12 meters 15. My apologies, Amelia Gray was still on the runway. That was Glasgow University's silver Omobuso. Took the Scottish students title.
So in the second round here of this triple jump final.
Best of 12.42 set this year. And 12.24 takes her into 5th place.
12.24 for Nwabuza. So she's up into 5th place.
The ambulance men's and women's long jumps just started. Captain's meeting 11 o'clock.
Okay, so Amelia Gray has 12.15. She's just been pushed down by that improvement from Nwabuza of Glasgow. Gray, 2023 English Schools champion. 11.97, so no improvement for her. Still a couple of second round efforts to go. Lauren Hill. Ninth here last year. On the approach, well, carried good momentum in, but you can see wasn't able to execute second and third phases there. Personal best of 11.65, 11.41 this year, so would need some improvement in order to make it through past the top 8 and into the 4th round therefore. So results now starting to come through. There was a bit of a delay initially. So getting underway at 11 o'clock, ambulant long jump alongside the triple jump. Olivia Rhea. Again, this will be measured. So let's have a look. This first time she's seen the white flag.
England's para bronze medalist at the Indoor Championships here in the ISC January.
So this is over 12 metres, 12.16.
Olivia Rhea, 12 metres 16 in the second round of the triple jump.
So moves her up into second place. Sorry, 7th place.
12.28 at the Steel Cup here, where she finished second, and she's already
showing as an equal PB, but she has since recently improved that to 12.28. So some of the personal bests on roster showing as PBs because it was the PBs when they entered the competition. Into the 3rd round with Michelle Yalekwe. Tell you, by the way, that Amy Kennedy and Karisabagi are those two athletes that got the automatic mark to make it through to the women's shot put final later, and we'll wait and see who else can do that. The second group of athletes go underway at 12. In the ambulant long jump, we've got 4 women: Rebecca Scott, Maddie Down, the Commonwealth Youth Games gold medalist, Freya Howgate and India Oates, all of whom we saw in the 60 metres. Yalekwe, 3rd round. So accelerating here, hopes to place right, good contact. But a red flag frustratingly for her. Had 1 clean jump so far, 12.23, 6th place.
In the women's ambulant long jump, Freya Howgate went out to 2.56.
In the men's ambulant long jump, this is Will Bishop. Also have Sean Delaney, Travis Anderson, John Mattox, and Freddie John Wallace, who is a guest like Maddie Down.
So the triple jump, women, Amy Ware still leads with that equal PB of 13.01.
Latifa Agbarami, 3rd round.
Georgie Ford-Wells, 12.55.
So she remains in 2nd place, ahead of Georgie Ford-Wells for the time being. In the women's ambulant long jump final, they will go through very quickly because there are only a few of them. So I can see Rebecca Scott 4.83, Maddie Down 4.50, the Paralympian, and Freya Howgate 2.56. So again, that's a result they'll be calculating on point scores by virtue of the different classifications. 12.43, the latest jump there for Agbarami, no improvement. Amy Ware. But still, she's been fairly consistent as well. The women, in the women's amulet long jump then, they are still in the first round, but moving into the second. Same situation for the men. This is Travis Anderson, T20 athlete and F20. So it looks like in the first round, Will Bishop 4:05, Travis Anderson 3:88, Sean Delaney 2:08. No mark for Joel Mattox. Nothing showing for Freddie Wallace. So that competition will progress quite rapidly.
Georgie Ford-Wells, Loughborough. .12.55 in the second round. Just waiting for her third round jump.
Freddie Wallace, Northern Irishman F12 athlete. So these two long jump finals alongside one another. We do have a men's and women's long jump later also. Women's at 1 o'clock, which will be a good battle between Molly Palmer and Cleo Martin-Evans. And then the men's at 3.
And Georgie Ford-Wells goes into the lead in the third
Georgie
round.
Ford-Wells going into the lead of the triple jump in the third round with 13:12.
So can she repeat what she did in...
So that lead 11 centimetres. Reese Robinson.
And take the BUCS indoor title.
So we get to the end of this third round and then it's just the top 8 that will remain and the order reset 8 to first. Robinson had been in the top 3, 12:39, no improvement since the first round. Let's see what she can do. Looked like she got the red flag there, unfortunately. Still comfortably inside the top 8 though. Ruth Ann Otterua, she's in 10th and she needs at least 12:15 in order to continue. No, runs straight through, I'm afraid. Everyone's got a valid mark in at this point.
And in men's amulet long jump, we have a guest in both the
Maddie down there, who still 17 years of age, represented Great Britain at the Paralympics last year. Hales Owen Club athlete.
Just an under 17 from the City of Lisbon club, Freddie Wallace. The 2024
Melissa Booth of Loughborough in 9th place, needs a 10 centimetre improvement to continue.
22.
So starting to get towards the business end here.
He has a best of 5:40.
So driving down this runway here in Sheffield, looked to hit the board fairly well, but didn't execute the jump properly. Just ran out of momentum.
Competition director looked a bit concerned there.
So there is Maddie Down here as a guest. She has 4:50 thus far from the first round.
Very, very good competition. Georgie Ford-Wells 13-12.
So 17-year-old looking strong there. Let's have a look at this effort being measured now.
68, and that puts her at the moment in third place.
.439, no improvement. Rebecca Scott sealed best with 4.83, and she's yet to have her second go. Freddie Wallace, 5.22, that jump we saw, he leads the men's event. This is Favour Akpan sitting in 12th, 11.41 so far, needs 12.15.
Second round of the ambulance long jump.
Favour Akpan, I'm afraid that was a clear red flag.
Will Bishop, second, 4.05. He's first of the first in the BUCS competition, but remember that this will be decided on RASA points related to their disability classification. William Bishop, 4.05. Travis Anderson, 3.88.
So getting towards the end of the third round in the women's triple jump final. In this long jump, Rebecca Scott, no measurement in the second round. Freya Howgate in third place. 2.56. Both of the first and second round. So Freddie Wallace is a guest who leads the way. So as a result, Will Bishop leads the BUCS competition with 4.05. Sean Delaney with 2 meters and 8 so far. So there's been an increase in ambulant events over the last few years. Was initially just the track sprint events, and yeah, we've had wheelchair events outdoors. As well as field events. That was Amelia Gray of Bath, and she's probably quite happy that no one has eclipsed her 12.15, which was looking vulnerable. 12.23, she's up to 6th. Only a couple of athletes left to jump here. Will Bishop leading the BUCS competition, but in second place overall. Now Lauren Hill needs 12.16. She's the only athlete who can potentially push Olivia Ria out of this final. Looking very closely there, but confirm that this will be measured. So now we wait and see whether Hill has improved on 11.68. 11.45. So still a decent showing from her. A personal best of 11.68 by 3 centimetres. Back to this men's final. Travis Anderson in third place, 3.88. Still Rebecca Scott, 4.83, and then Freddie Wallace, 4.22 for the men, our leaders. And they're both coming towards the end of the second round. Joel Mattox doesn't have a measurement yet. Can he do something about that? You can see great acceleration, good contact on the board, and long into the pit. So this could be interesting to see. Joel Mattox, surely that's going to take the lead. Been a prolific BUCS medalist over the last few years.
Has a PB actually of 6:23 from 2023.
6:23 his personal best, 5:05 this year, Loughborough Indoor Open.
Actually here at the England Para.
It's also part of the 60 metres.
Second, and his mark
So
coming up of 5.
Let's have a look here. 5:61, yes, does take the lead by 39 centimetres.
That is the furthest jump, but I stress the positions will be decided on RASA points.
So competition calculated on RASA point scores by virtue of the different classifications, but we know we have a new leader, Joel Mattox. So a bit of a break now in the women's triple jump final as they reset with just the 8 continuing. And we've just seen in the last few moments the jumps of Booth, Otarua, Hill and Akpan, unfortunately, who are out. Rhea just holding on to that 8th place. Georgie Fordwell still our leader, 13:12 from 13:01. Amy Ware, equal personal best. Latifa Agbarami in 3rd, 12:68. And then a gap of 29 centimetres to Reece Robinson in 4th. India Oates is in 4th place. .527, the latest measurement for Freddie Wallace in the men's competition, and so he remains in 2nd place. It means Joel Mattox leading the BUCS competition and leading overall, with Wallace being a guest.
And you can actually see that Freddie Wallace's jump has come up on the large screen in the centre of the arena. This is an innovation this year. It's the first time they've actually used at a championship. There have been 1 or 2 tech problems, but you need to use them at the championship to find that out sometimes. You can test all you like away from a championship.
Maddie Down, 4:50. Her best jump so far.
Maddie down there, did her 2nd round jump. First round of 4:50.
So this is the final day of action here, and you can keep up to date with the schedule and all the results on the Roster Athletics website and app as we watch these 3 finals. Chance to mention that you can join the conversation online by using the hashtag BUCSNationals and get information about the daily schedules and records broken over the course of the weekend. Tag at BUCS Sport in all your posts on Instagram and Twitter. It's also a reminder about the Milk Every Moment campaign. Did you know there are 7.2 grams of protein per 200 millilitres of milk? Protein supports the growth and maintenance of muscles, which makes milk the natural choice after sport. Visit milkeverymoment.co.uk to find out more.
Glasses of milk for everyone all around afterwards, I think, and you should be milking every moment, and that's what we're going to introduce. Milk Every Moment, a new campaign to help students understand the benefit of milk on their sporting performance. An affordable, natural, versatile and widely available choice after exercise. Milk provides a whole host of nutrients, vitamins and minerals to help fuel your workouts. A great option if you are on a budget.
What's your favourite recipe to make using milk?
Mac and cheese. I can go with strawberry milk. Pancakes.
Yeah, nice.
With that in mind, let's talk about milk, and BUCS being proud to promote the Milk Every Moment campaign.
Milk provides high quality protein which helps support muscle growth and repair, and B vitamins to assist with energy release. A glass of milk is great for refueling and repairing those tired muscles after a physical match.
Let's have a look at what's coming up then. And main track action from 12 o'clock. Women's 400 metre semi-finals, 200 semis, and then finals all the way through. We'll do our best to keep track of what on earth will happen during the Mascot races. But yeah, you can't really have more carnage than those reloads last night. Obviously you don't want to see anyone get injured, but yes, added to the drama. And drop baton for Loughborough. Brunel initially DQ'd and then reinstated. And also the somersault after the changeover. And I was watching it back yesterday, I just kept saying the word somersault in various amounts of high pitch and disbelief, but it really was quite ridiculous. And overnight I see in the USA that Michael Johnson, MJ, obviously, you know, legend of athletics, has actually shared the footage of that, which is nice, yeah, for BUCS Nationals to reach out to him and go somewhat viral. So just shows you sometimes you can have a great gold medal winning moment, but it's the silliness that often catches people's attention. So early stages of the B final in the men's pole vault, the A final coming up later, expecting to see Owen Hurd. And Loughborough, this is often a very strong event for them. And that A final, where the medals most likely to come from, of course, certainly the gold, will be at 2 o'clock. Joel Mattox leading the men's ambulant long jump. Come back to the pole vault in a second, at least in terms of talking about it. Mattox 561, red flag here. So yes, as I was saying, we've got Jefferson Kong of Liverpool, Exeter's George Mackenzie, Dan Richardson of Sheffield, Sam LeCount of Sheffield Hallam, and the athlete we just saw there, Leo Woolger Golds of Manchester Met. So that's pole vault B final. And as ever with the pole vault, it can be quite unpredictable at this sort of level. Athletes sometimes entering a little later on when everyone else is out. But the information on roster has been quite good in terms of feeding us what's going on. Freddie Wallace, 5:27 in the second round. This is the third. So this ambulant competition is going to be a little bit different in terms of, you know, there's no top 8 and reset. Everyone will get 6 rounds, all 5 athletes. But I would imagine the order will change after the third round, and that adds to the drama. Winner goes last, or leader goes last, sorry. A chance sometimes to respond to what someone else has done in the last round. So many times we've seen it. in the field in major championships. Someone improves at the end of the competition, and then it puts the leader under pressure with the last go to try and have the final say. Joel Mattox, 561, best of the lot. In the men's competition, Rebecca Scott, 486 in the women's. So the women's triple jump fourth round soon to get going. Still Georgie Ford-Wells, of course, 13-12 leading, looking for another BUCS title.
$5.16 there for Freddie Wallace. He's best to date, 5.27.
Ford-Wells looking for a 6th BUCS medal. Just checking I don't lose count there. Amy Ware in second, 13.01. Latifa Agbarami, 12.68. That's what's required for a medal. Amelia Gray improving in the third round to 12.23. So here on the approach, hop, step, jump. Carried good height there, you can see, just able to lift up those knees, keep them nice and high. Get that extra few centimetres. And Maddie down here. Also landing nicely. This could be a similar measurement to what she's already achieved with the 450 that's put her in second. A 36 gap between the top two in terms of centimetres.
11.91. So 12.23.
No improvement for Gray, 11.91.
Third round.
Sylvan Wabuza, Glasgow. Seventh in the UK this year so far, 12.42. Just behind Yelekwe, Ford-Wells and Ware. And just looking at it, Georgie Ford-Wells, 13.12. Puts her second in the UK so far this year. Wabuza, red flag though. Our leader Scott. The women's ambulant long jump final. Maddie down, 4.46, no improvement. 3 jumps within 11 centimetres of one another. Scott, similar situation, 4.72 there. She has 3 jumps within 14 centimetres. India Oates has elected to pass the 4th and 5th rounds, interestingly, maybe carrying an injury there. Freya Howgate's done the same. I think maybe what they've decided is, I wonder if they have the shot put that they want to prepare for later, and they've decided there's a couple of metres between them and the top two. Certainly Maddie Dan is just a guest, so yeah, big gap to Rebecca Scott. So they've got a mark in, they've got their points on the board. Again, could be other reasons, but just trying to come up with a potential explanation there. So it means just 2 athletes will go in the 5th round of the women's competition. The men's about to go into the 4th.
To see if they can achieve a place in the final. This runoff follows the outcome, the successful outcome, of a protest against disqualification yesterday. They are running in the same lane as they were yesterday.
Now, what's happening here? The answer is Brunel disqualified initially from their 4x200 metre relay heat. That was for starting too early outside the takeover zone. As you can see, Warwick warming up on the outside of the track. So Warwick about to have a runoff because although they won their heat, they were impeded by Loughborough, who had a man on the ground as they dropped the baton, Loughborough. And Warwick, they got up and won the race, or continued to win the race, but had to avoid that stricken Loughborough athletes. So as a result, Warwick were initially in, they initially did enough, but Brunel's reinstatement put them back out. So yeah, quite normal that you would protest that and get an opportunity. It just so happens that Brunel's reinstatement came late, so Warwick's protest as a result came late. But yeah, all makes sense to me. Well, we haven't had a proper look necessarily at what actually happened to Brunel. It was difficult to spot at the time, but we do know now that Warwick are going for a target time based on the top 6. There's only 6 lanes, of course, and so few spaces in the final compared to 8 outdoors, but Leeds Beckett ran 1:31.78, and that is what this Warwick team are trying to achieve here. So their 4 athletes will go again. They'll be in the same lane, so trying to use the same conditions, and that changeover was quite late there. So difficult. There's not too many people in the stadium at this point, but trying to push them round.
Lost his shoe, but he's still going.
He's lost a shoe there. Oh, wow. This is so dramatic. Wanted something like 45.9, maybe just a little outside this. It's going to be close. I know Leeds Beckett were watching on because David Chapman, they've got a very fast runner who would like to contend for the relay final. He's the favourite for the individual 200. But watch out for Warwick here. Need something like 68.84. Oh, it's going to be very touch and go. They might just be ahead of what they need. So on to this final leg, hugging the inside, motoring down the back straight now. And I guess the beauty of one athlete only having 1 shoe is that he hands over to someone who has 2 shoes, the norm. Have a look here. They have done it. 1:31.07, 7/10 faster than what they needed. So Leeds Beckett will consider that unfortunate, but still have those individual 200-metre hopes. Warwick, this will be big for them. Don't see too many athletes from Warwick making finals, so have to be pleased for them. And you have to consider the fact that as well, had they not been impeded, they probably would have been half a second or so faster than they had been yesterday. Of course, you never know that for certain. Warwick into the final with Sheffield Hallam, Cardiff Met, Brunel, Exeter and Stirling. Ford Wells in this 4th round. This is crucial to see if she can extend her lead that is currently 11 centimetres. Looking a little nervy there, a little serious.
What has she done in the 4th round?
Waiting to see whether the gap will have grown to Amy Ware.
Oh, hang on a moment.
Let's have a look. 13.46 for Georgie Ford Wells.
In 2019.
So that is a championship record.
At 13 metres 39, give it up for Loughborough's Georgie Ford Wells.
So it overtakes what was done in 2019 by Alexandra Russell. There we are. 13.46 championship record, and certainly does extend her lead.
To be delighted with that is that it is just 10 centimetres shy of her 2023 PB 13.56.
So 10 centimetres off her personal best as well.
And I presume that she'll be at the UK Championships next weekend. So a performance like that is a good springboard for those championships. Well done, Georgie, and well done to you, coach.
So then that makes it quite difficult for Amy Ware if Georgie Ford-Wells so close to her personal best. Ware would need a big PB given that she's already equalled hers at 13:01. Olivia Rea was in 8th place, has moved up to 6th though in the 4th round with 12:24. 12:24, which is a 4 centimetres shy of her personal best. Better than anything she jumped before this season. Madeline Down, red flag. I think they're also in the 5th round. So only 2 athletes still jumping currently, so they'll move through quite quickly those rounds. Going into the 5th round in the men's competition, no change there. Mattox 561 on top. Amelia Gray in 8th place. Penultimate jump for her. Only needs 1 centimetre to improve. 3 athletes separated by 1 centimetre. So quite packed together from 6th to 8th place. Reese Robinson in 5th, 12:39. Michelle Yelekwe, 12:43 in 4th, and she's 25 centimetres off a medal. So that could change, but then bigger gaps between Ware and Agbaremi, 2nd and 3rd. 33 centimetres, and between 1st and 2nd, Ford-Wells and Ware, 45 centimetres. You're watching live coverage, the 3rd day of action of the BUCS Indoor Athletics Championships here in Sheffield. Silva Nwabuza, the Scottish triple jump champion. Title that's been won in the past by Zara Asante, another former BUCS champion. So that will be our 3rd championship record of the weekend, I make it, unless I've lost count. Of course, in the sprint hurdles and also the 60 metres. Abigail Paula and Joy Eze respectively, 8:11, 7:19. Looks like they're warming up there, the 2nd group of shot putters. So they are going to be in qualification from 12, and if they make it, then a final from 3. Michelle Yelekwe in the 5th round. So she's in 4th place, as I was saying, 25 centimetres off the medals here. 5th round, let's go. .12:43 so far. Oh, just losing a bit of height through the phases, unfortunately. England under-20 indoor champion here last year. So for a medal, she would need a personal best of 11 centimetres. Still quite possible, you would have thought. Travis Anderson remains in 3rd place. We haven't seen much improvement in the last 10 minutes or so. Sean Delaney 2:41 in 5th. Other than that, everyone's setting their best attempts in the second round. Joel Mattox still leads 5:61. Rebecca Scott leads 4:86 in the ambulant long jump finals. Reese Robinson 31 centimetres off a medal in 5th place. Would require a personal best of 25 centimetres to do it. Can she? Better energy as she travelled through the hop, step and jump. Bronze medalist outdoors last year, of course. Behind Georgie Ford-Wells and Adelaide Amitawaju, the UK leader this year indoors. Amitawaju not involved this year, might well have graduated. Mattox with, can't tell if that's a rueful smile. Probably is. Red flag. Agbarami holding on to that medal, but still potential for it to change, even though those athletes behind her would need to jump further than they ever have done.
The chaos that is the Mascot races at 13:40. I believe
Agbarami, that foot placement over the line.
on time. I'm reliably informed that Milk for the moment will be represented. And I do hope Bucks Rory the Lion does not repeat his performance from last year, which ended up with him badly damaging his wrist.
Amy Ware in 2nd place. That was also over the line. She's a bit frustrated by that. She wants to improve on her personal best, even if that's quite a big gap to someone who's previously won a UK senior title. The jumpers always want more, and track athletes always want to run faster. Madeline Down, the Paralympian. Well, she's been extremely consistent so far. Just wonder whether that's any further. T38 athlete, Commonwealth Youth Games gold medalist, both the 60, so both the 100 and the long jump. They were the first set of para-athletes ever to take part at those games, which were in Trinidad and Tobago in the autumn of 2023.
In the intro earlier
Scott,
this morning,
final round, down no improvement, 4:27. Ooh, Rebecca Scott, hope she's okay there. Just landed awkwardly. And obviously when an athlete's injured, don't like to show that, but she, I can tell you, is receiving medical attention.
I think possibly their performance was outdone on the track by the Sheffield men's 4x200 team, where on the second handover we had a forward roll in the correct lane, and their second leg athlete continues.
Olivia Rea. So really we're looking for personal best here for athletes outside of the medals. Quite often in a similar situation where mid 1250 is a good standard at this level, and over 13 metres is really, really strong. Naomi, well, better now, Naomi Metzger, previous winner of BUCS titles, now over 14 metres indeed, which puts her third on the British all-time list. Georgie Ford-Wells in 15th place on that list. And Amy Ware just inside the top 50, just to give you an idea. Amelia Gray, already with a medal at the Southern Indoor Championships this year, a bronze. In 8th place. On 12.23, but only needs 12.24 to go up. Well, that's interesting. The measurement for Olivia Rea, I thought that she'd just lost a bit of momentum on the final phase, but coming up as 12.73 personal best, which puts her up into third. I'll assume that that measurement is correct. 12.29 comes up for Gray, so that also elevates her. She's ahead of Nobuza now. So Rebecca Scott, our leader in the long jump, had an awkward fall there for obvious reasons. We won't show that replay, but just being taken away there to receive further attention. Nobuza does run straight through. So the top three, Georgie Ford-Wells with a championship record of 13.46, Amy Ware of 13.01, and 12.73 Olivia Rea. And that is a big personal best, because her PB was 12.16 before this season, and she's improved by half a metre nearly in this competition, 45 centimetres. Sean Delaney here, 5th place. In the men's ambulant long jump final. So track action resumes from 12. When there's also women's shot put qualification, and also men's high jump starting to get going at the very early opening heights. So this is obviously really important to concentrate on the triple jump final round. So it's now a slightly higher target for Yelekwe, 12.73, but again, should be possible.
Final round jump, Michelle Yeleku.
Will Bishop was leading the BUCS competition, now down into 4th place. 4.18 he has. This is his last go. Yelekwe, can she get herself on the podium here? Really good height initially, but it is a red flag. You can understand her frustration.
Yes, that jump of Olivia Rea in the 3rd round has just been corrected on my pad.
Okay, interesting. I thought this was the case, but there's been a correction to the jump of Olivia Rea. It was actually 10.73. So Baremi remains in the bronze medal position. Now, there was that women's 200 metre heat yesterday, which had it been correct, was something like 19 seconds, so it would have been a world record. Sometimes you're not sure whether to trust it. That was realistic enough that thought maybe we could trust it. Sometimes you get on the UK leaderboard on the Power of 10 website, you get like something like a 15-year-old running a British record or a British lead time, and then you realise it was like half the distance or something like that. No measurement there for Yelekwe or Norbuza. We know that Amelia Gray has improved to 12.29, up to 6th, 1 place and 10 centimetres behind Robinson.
12 metres.
Well, Yelekwe was initially given the red flag, but it's now been measured. So I think she had a look at the screen there and maybe argued over it. 12.85, it's a big personal best. So she is up into the bronze medal position, we believe. A 12.68, Agbaremi pushed down. Yelekwe, personal best by nearly 30 centimetres. Reese Robinson, bigger target now of that 12.85. So fantastic for Yelekwe. It could well be her second ever BUCS medal, having got one here last year. Joel Mattox.
Joel Mattox there, 6th final round on the ambulance men's long jump.
So we know that he's leading the competition with that 5.61. This takes us into the 6th round, I believe. I'm not sure whether they have actually reset the order. I think they've just continued all the way through. Well, this is crucial. Agbaremi, just a couple of jumps left after this. So the King's College student here needs 12.85. I think she took off very early there, so would have lost a bit of distance in that regard. Personal best is 12.77, so this is still within her capability. We'll just have to wait and see now. Obviously there's no markers along the sandpit there, so it's really difficult to tell just by watching. Okay, the numbers are being put in. It starts with a 12.68, which is what she already had in the second round. So, yeah, really brave effort, but it's Yelekwe, if that jump's correct, who has snatched that bronze medal. Amy Ware, can she get the personal best outright that she is craving now? Looks like being a good year for her, maybe. She, let's say, comes in 3rd in the UK this year, but Ford Wells has moved above her now and would have a chance of doing well at the UK indoors potentially next weekend. PB in the long jump as well, 6.07. Expecting to see her in that final later as well. I think she'd like to be a double medalist. 13.21. So adds to her personal best by 20 centimetres, having initially equalled it. That is fantastic. And it leaves us with just the one jump remaining, of course.
And of course, her first season jumping 13 metres or better.
So it is her second silver medal in successive years, and her 5th top 5 finish. She'll hope to make it 6 later. Wasn't too far off a double podium last year. It was triple jump silver, long jump 5th. Long jump competition a little tougher maybe. I think here she's stronger. Georgie Ford-Wells has passed her final 2 rounds, so the triple jump competition has concluded. Ford-Wells of Loughborough, gold medal, championship record 13.46, Amy Ware 13.21, personal best by 20 centimetres. Michelle Yelekwe in the final round 12.85. Really glad we could bring you that final in full.
Saturday's Ben Pitts, player 193.
You can see the results on the Roster Athletics website and app.
Glasses of milk for everyone all around afterwards, I think, and you should be milking every moment, and that's what we're going to introduce. Milk Every Moment, a new campaign to help students understand the benefit of milk on their sporting performance. An affordable, natural, versatile and widely available choice after exercise. Milk provides a whole host of nutrients, vitamins and minerals to help fuel your workouts. A great option if you are on a budget.
What's your favourite recipe to make using milk?
Mac and cheese. I was gonna go with strawberry milk. Pancakes.
Yeah. Nice.
With that in mind, let's talk about milk, and BUCS being proud to promote the Milk Every Moment campaign.
Milk provides high quality protein which helps support muscle growth and repair, and B vitamins to assist with energy release. A glass of milk is great for refueling and repairing those tired muscles after a physical match.
The sun is shining, the grass is green, the water is calm and still here at the National Water Sports Centre in Nottingham. Welcome to BUCS Regatta 2024.
Praying hands to the Father, oh, way too good to be bothered, oh, living life then be better, yes, tell me this is forever, yeah, summer days they're getting hotter, shit getting up out the water, baby it's beautiful, so that's the future is wavy, colors are crazy, I'm living on the bright side, looking for that good life, everything is alright, riding on that golden wave, swimming in the fresh blue, glossy feeling brand new, sun is about to break through, ooh, I love the world today. I'm living on the bright side. 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 I'm living on the bright side.
You're watching live coverage of the final day of action here. BUCS Indoor Athletics. Georgie Ford-Wells, championship record, 13.46 in the women's triple jump for gold. Amy Ware-Brunel, 13.21. Michelle Yelekwe Behind her, Brunel teammates' personal best also got a PB to get the bronze medal in the last round. The track action proper, certainly the expected track action, begins now. Women's 400 metre semi-finals on the way. So we'll keep it lively, and hopefully you can join us whatever you're doing this Sunday. What could be more important? We've also got the swimming live stream, don't forget, and I believe karate gets underway today, joining that live stream family. BUCS YouTube is the place, but you're probably already there. Now, women's 400 metre semi-finals, and what was really interesting, we had Alex Houchin, the reigning 400 metre indoor champion for a few more hours at least. He was joining us, and we were noticing how a number of athletes really want to push out hard in those heats to get a good lane draw. Obviously, there were some situations where it was a close battle because they were closely matched on times, but the athletes of real quality above the rest were seeded well and won their heats. And I include in that Stephanie Okoro, the Commonwealth Youth Games champion and European under-18 medalist. So she goes in this semi-final. It's been a bit of a redraw of lanes, so just looking for the latest. Yes, so Okoro go on the outside there. Full lineup with Eva Tyler of Cardiff Met, Anna Babis of Cardiff, Layla Zoul of Stirling, Angelique Aberley, the Mauritius international of Sheffield Hallam there, Rachel Callan of Strathclyde, and then Okoro on the outside. So athletes are in their blocks. I think there was just an announcement in the warm-up area. That was a distraction in terms of noise. All good now though, right. Okoro obviously the favourite here. The qualifying conditions, just the winner going through and then just 2 time qualifiers. That is extremely tough. We're going to have a lot of good athletes knocked out in these semi-finals, I'm afraid. So now we do get going. Okoro right on the outside, and she's running blind here, but as we were saying yesterday in the heats, you can go up high off this bend and then push back down again, and making that 50 nice and easy. We've seen gold won from the outside in the 200 indeed, but this will be 2 laps of the track. Aberley, the Mauritius international, represented the World Juniors last year, 25.63 at the bell. This is very strong from Steph Okoro. Can she maintain this pace? Obviously she needs to win to be guaranteed of a place in the final. 2.5 hours break she'll have until final time. She's going to be there. Aberley in 2nd place, and Callan, former relay gold medalist, in 3rd. So they still have a chance of qualifying, but we know Okoro will be there. 55.69 on the clock, so able to ease down over that 2nd lap, which she would have been hugging the inside. That is a really, really fast opening lap. Always a test to see what you can maintain over the second one. 55.71 is the official time.
To the tunnel. You got it, thank you. And shortly I will have to slip. She does.
So having another look here. Steph Okoro, yes, someone coming in, haven't necessarily seen her with this quality before at BUCS, but no Emily Newnham, who's won the title the last 2 years, and she is not necessarily looking like the favourite, but looking very, very strong. We'll see whether anyone can live with her pace, and she will have the longest rest time also.
Women's 400 in lane 1, representing Oxford University, Julia Johnson. In lane 2, representing Birmingham, just testing up rockets out there, Annabelle Howells. 3, Warwick University's Olivia Boachi. In 4, representing Strathclyde University, a Scottish senior, British Universities and Scottish Universities 400 metre hurdles champion, and the Scottish indoor champion on 3 occasions, Mary Patience. In lane 5, we're representing Leeds Beckett. We have Frances Hogg, and completing the lineup from Canterbury, Christchurch. She's made the final of the BUCS Outdoor and Indoor Championships. The Southern Indoor silver medalist this year, Asha Root.
Okay, second semi-final soon to get going in the women's 400 metres. And I think this is where we're building the story towards these finals. We've already seen a great run there from Steph Okoro. Let's have a look at this lineup. Julia Johnson of Oxford, Birmingham's Annabelle Howells, Olivia Boachi of Warwick, Strathclyde's Mari Patience, Leeds Beckett's Frances Hogg, Asha Root of Canterbury Christchurch. So Asha Root, the fastest athlete in this, goes on the outside once again, so interesting to see that seeding continue. Mari Patience, a former 400 metre hurdles champion back in 2017. She has made indoor finals over the flat in the past. Asha Root here, down the outside. This one's going to be closer though. Root, formerly of Newcastle, now Canterbury Christchurch, hits the bell. It's still really quick. So, continuing now with Root in first place. Hogg of Leeds Beckett, more of an 800 metre runner, stepping down here to the 400 metres. Will she have good speed endurance? Patience in third behind. Only the winner going through. Really tough qualification here. Asha Root is going to be in this final. 55.41, so even faster, 3/10 faster than Okoro. Sophie Warden has joined me here. It's your final BUCS indoors. You are here very much representing Edge Hill in many ways at these championships and soaking everything in.
Yeah, absolutely. It's like you said, it's my final year after 7 years. And I've managed to not cry this weekend, which is very good. I came into the weekend and everybody's been teasing me, going, "You're saying goodbye to BUCS. Is it going to be emotional?" So I've held it together.
Sorry about that. That's no, it's not nice, isn't it? But I think within that, they're showing just how much emotionally this is a roller coaster, and you feel like your heart is full. Do you know what I mean?
Absolutely, and especially with seeing how much our particular team has developed over the last 7 years, that we're now at a point where we've got athletes that are challenging for semi-finals and finals, and we've got a couple of athletes that would have been pushing for medals. Obviously we had Steph Jones that unfortunately had to bow out of the long jump yesterday with injury, but it's looking like a really bright future for Edge Hill. So even though I'm leaving, I'm quite happy that it's being left in good hands and that the team's going to continue to progress.
Did you get a personal best?
I did, yeah. So I've only come back to triple jump in the last year, and so my PB had stood for 10 years until yesterday, Friday. So I was
for 10 years?
10 years, yeah. I set my PB when I was 17, and then unfortunately due to injury had to stop doing triple jump for quite a while, and so I've only just come back to it. So yeah, quite a big day for me. So even though the distance wasn't perhaps good enough to get me into the final, though I loved watching the final this morning, I was very, very happy with the distances that I got.
It was a really good final, yeah. I mean, to have a championship record, to have a medal won in the last round, that was really good, wasn't it? And it was nice that it's given the time in the morning when it's just that.
Absolutely. I know as a field eventer we often get a little bit disparaged when we're not on the live streams and we don't get to see the amazing performances and the amazing stories that do go on in the field competition. So yeah, it was fantastic to be able to watch that this morning, and that championship best was really something.
Yeah, that's one way of doing it, certainly, to give that time. I would have liked to see more field medals decided on the previous days, just to give more of those opportunities.
Yeah.
We're seeing these 400-metre semi-finals going on there. It's really tough, though, when only the winner's going through, isn't it?
It is, yeah, but I actually quite like it. I think it makes them all slightly more dynamic to watch. Certainly did with the men's races yesterday.
So we'll also keep an eye on the men's high jump, but it is really frantic stuff, chopping and changing between. A shame to see a DNS here, where we got Amy Gregg, Eleni Radopoulou, leads Beckett and City respectively. The DNS is in lane 3. No Izzy Skelton. Unfortunately, she would have been definitely a contender here to make it through. Holly Pater of Sheffield, Etty Sisson of Nottingham, Indian King of Loughborough.
Oh, and there's an athlete pulled
also,
up.
yes. So Etty Sisson leading the way here. A World Under-20 bronze medalist. Wow, not much chopping and changing, but Sisson, she's someone who's shown quality at international level. Not the fastest split that we've seen so far, but doesn't matter too much. There's only 3 athletes now in this. Really good opportunity for someone. Sisson here for Nottingham. Down the back straight, she's also been a fabulous 300-metre runner at international level, at that lowest under-18 level where she won gold in 2022. But trying to establish herself individually. Looks like Amy Gregg in second place, 56.49. Well, that was extraordinary because didn't actually quite catch who pulled up, but only 3 athletes remaining. I think there might have been 2 DNSs in the end from the 2 fastest athletes.
Yeah, I think it was the Sheffield athlete that pulled up within the first 50
Holly
metres once she
Pater,
got onto
yeah.
the straight. So I hope she's okay.
Yeah, certainly. We saw certain big drama in the relay with a couple of injuries there. One, there's a kind of misfortune of where the injury happens, but it was coming down this home straight, just managed to push through the pain to get through the line, another round the top bend. And did you see the somersault that happened?
I did. That was rather spectacular. Yes. And then the rerun with Warwick today when the athlete lost his shoe, so the relays are definitely going to be dramatic as they always are.
Yeah, I'm not sure who's writing the script of those, but that was beyond crazy. Aren't really words for it. We've got one more semi-final to come, but it does change the picture of the competition, given that a couple of the contenders are out. One of them, Indian King, training partner Keely Hodgkinson, and an 800-metre champion from last year, Isabel Skelton, a former relay gold medalist. Let's have another look here then. I'm not going to, put you in the seat of analysing 400 metres, but you pretty much do every event, so...
Yeah, I formally... we actually just watched the video back of me from 6 years ago when I did the 400, but yeah, we can see the Sheffield athlete pulling up here.
Yeah, Etty Sisson continues around the outside. Yeah, you've pretty much done every event. And yeah, Mari Patience, she won the gold medal 8 years ago, so maybe just before you were starting, but I think she was still around that period for Strathclyde, so just shows you some people try and continue those BUCS careers as long as possible, like yourself.
Absolutely, and I always think it's really good with the 400 seeing the 4 hurdlers transition to doing the 400 indoors. They always seem to have a really strong finish, and so they may not have the same PBs as some of the 4 specialists, but they should never be discounted, especially over that last 100 metres.
One more semi-final to come. Tamsin Fowley of Edinburgh, Nottingham's Mia Oldfield, Gabriella Sutton of Sheffield Hallam, Natalie Groves of Oxford, Catherine Reynolds of Sheffield, and Jess Astle of Loughborough. So, yeah, hopefully they're all there. Jess Astle then, I think, becomes quite a big contender. Another person with a World Under-20 bronze medal in the relay. So when you've had those experiences, it becomes quite important. But we're seeing actually athletes who won English schools titles, even though they haven't got BUCS experience. So that gives them a real good chance of hitting the ground running at BUCS.
Absolutely. It's good to see those younger generations coming through and continuing it through into university. And it's good to see a wide range of universities excelling at different events. Obviously, Loughborough have still got a lot of the dominance that they've had for a lot of years, but it's good to see the other unis also bringing some really strong contenders and starting to make Loughborough have to work for those titles. They're not getting them easily.
No, I think, and we'll find out how that unfolds today as well. But I think, yeah, there's some noise from Loughborough that they're not as strong as they would be ordinarily. They were pushed extremely hard 2 years ago by Birmingham. It came almost down to the relays. Unfortunately, Birmingham had a few pull-outs. They weren't able to put a men's relay team in. They had a 60-metre finalist who pulled up injury in that 60 final.
That's
Looking here at the high jump, so the bar's at 196. We're going through third attempt. I think once we get to 2 metres, we'll see who's left in there. Kimani Jack will be one of the contenders for the gold medal. So this last of the semi-finals, just the winner going through. I think it's incredibly tough. You think it's exciting? Probably somewhere between the two.
Yeah, I think being the athlete on the start line, you certainly don't have excitement as the predominant emotion.
That's right, yeah. So here we also have a DNS no athlete in lane 1. Oldfield, Sutton, Groves, Reynolds and Astle. Well, Kat Reynolds has got her team brilliantly into the relay final later. Now her individual campaign continues. She'll hope. Did manage to get into the final last year. Jess Astle, yeah, another of those with GB representation. What can she do? Again, decent at the bell, 26-22, but this could be a good battle between the top two. And I'm sure Kat Reynolds, like she did in the relay last night, will be capable of chasing this down. So, Astle, focused on her own race out front. Reynolds in second place. Bit of a gap behind to the Oxford student Groves in third. Astle, I'm sure she's saved something down this home straight. Yes, she has. It comes through here. Has to be pushed quite hard. 55.3 seconds. Oh, that was brilliant. She had a real quality athlete chasing her down there with a personal best of 55.3. So, yeah, Reynolds would have had to PB'd to actually match Astle there. That was a great race.
But she made her work for it. She said, you're not going to have this win easily. I'm going to push you all the way. And the Loughborough athlete will have felt her behind and will known that she needed to keep pushing all the way to the line, which is the positives of having it be only the first place goes through.
Oh, yeah, we get great semi-finals as a result, and that's Absolutely. What we want to see, yeah. Because there's just so many heats, 60 and 200, it made it long, didn't it? But, yes, Astle through to the final. I think the second place there, Reynolds, her time would likely be faster than all the other heat winners. So say with relative confidence.
It's going to be a very exciting final with those qualification times from the first place runners. It's going to be, because all of them had to give it all out, so it gives you a better representation of what that final is going to look like, and they are all fairly evenly matched.
Yeah, so Frances Hogg and Catherine Reynolds do make it through. 55.82, 55.96. Murray Patience just out 56 seconds exactly. So also in the field, men's triple jump. I think they may be warming up still here. Not scheduled to get underway until 12:30. Men's high jump actually. So we look here, it was just caught out by where he was running up from. I'm not seeing the full angle here.
That's a very nice first time clearance at 199 for the Loughborough athlete there.
So these men's finals have produced some great battles and some really good athletes as well. I mentioned Kimani Jack, Kelechi Agwacha in the past, Tom Quisser, Harry Wiley. And here is Harry Wiley at 199.
Just collided with the upright there. I hope he's okay.
Well, we've spoken before, Sophie, at BUCS Outdoors. How is this indoors different for you just as a whole event?
I always feel like the atmosphere is much more intense at indoors. And maybe it's just because there's a roof over the place and everybody's a little bit closer together, but I always feel like the athletes that are really focusing in, especially for the shot putters. We get to see a lot more of the shot put with it being on the infield this year. But the indoors,
sometimes it's behind a curtain.
Yeah, sometimes it's behind the curtain or it's over in part of the warm-up area, and we miss out on some of those fantastic performances. And the same as when it's outdoors, often it's over on the other side of the infield, and we miss out on some of the fantastic field performances that do go on. But BUCS Indoors is always going to have a special place for me. It's one of the most exciting indoor events of the season.
Yeah, 100%. I'll say when I go up the steps at the start of the year on a Friday, it feels like the start of the year.
Absolutely. It's certainly a little bit of a kick for those athletes that are sort of contemplating whether or not they want to come and compete. Maybe they've done things like the Steel Cup or some of the other inter-university matches that a lot of the universities put on that are fantastic quality matches, and then they come to BUCS Indoors, and a lot of them are quite nervous because the standard of competition is so high, but the atmosphere and the way that all of the teams support their athletes creates something that is really truly special that you don't really get anywhere else.
So Bart stays at 199. We're going through first attempts. Toby Cherry this is of Birmingham, so obviously cleared at 196. Maybe results taking a little bit of time to come in, but looks like 5 athletes have done that so far. As I was saying, once we get up to 203, 206, we'll have a clearer picture of how things are shaping up. The men's pole vault B final is underway. We're hoping to see Owen Hurd in the A final later from 2 o'clock. What else are you looking out for generally, looking forward to?
So our main focus for today is we've had Holly Benson, our athlete who went in the first of the women's shot put qualifications this morning. She threw a season's best. Despite having a wrist injury at the moment, she pulled out an absolutely phenomenal throw. And at the moment, based on how qualification's going with the second group, she is sitting in 8th position. So we are very much keeping our fingers crossed that Holly is going to make the final. It is her last year with the team as well, so we are all really behind her. But also the Mascot race. That is always the highlight of BUCS Indoors.
Into that?
No, it's somebody else's turn to be Edge Hill Bill this year, but that is always one of the best parts of BUCS Indoors.
Yeah, it is, and it has a good cause behind it as well. So we'll talk more about that later because it's coming up in about an hour and a half's time. I'm sure that will fly by. First semi-final then of the men's 400 metres. Obviously, again, plenty of heats yesterday. There was really high participation in the 400 metres. Yeah, we're used to seeing, more than 10 heats of 60 and 200, but I think 400 metres, maybe there have been some very persuasive coaches who have pushed people to take on the long distance. Yeah,
there seems to have been a resurgence in both the men's and the women's 400s. That I don't know if it's athletes that are stepping down from the 8s or athletes that are stepping up from the 2s, but yeah, it's really good to see because I always think that certainly the 4s and also the 800s are some of the most exciting races to watch.
Yeah, definitely, particularly 800s I think here, because you don't normally see 6 people in an 800 final. You tend to get everyone being a real contender and they go from front to back to front. Jamie Webb's done that in the past. And just on the last lap, when you think, they were lagging behind and then they make their move, have to go the long way around. It's difficult to know, gosh, who am I looking at here? Everyone's led the race at some point. Absolutely. And that is amazing. So looking forward to some of that. Hopefully, not too many acrobatics because, as I say, it's difficult to find the words for those. Let's have a look at the first semi-final of the men's 400 metres. Isaac Ogunlade, he was second in his heat yesterday. Khalid Ali, Ben Sinclair, Delwood Chauhan, Joe Wheeler, Nathaniel Dias. So we're continuing to see fastest athlete right on the outside there. They can focus on their own race. Wheeler's going to try and stick to Dias for as long as possible here in the maroon of Cardiff Met. Ogunlade, he did very well just managing that gap and staying in second place yesterday, but this is going to be tougher for him to try and make it through to the final. This time it's 5 semis, so we see 22.75 at the bell, 5 semi-finals, so just the winner and then one-time qualifier from all 5 semi-finals.
That is tough qualifying.
But it's exciting.
Yes.
So Dias here of Manchester Met trying to get them through to a final. They don't make too many finals, so there'll be a lot of eyes on this, including Steve Green, their coach here, Jamaican record holder over 1,500 metres, 48.75.
that has certainly set the standard for all of the semi-finals to follow.
Yeah, absolutely. And Alex Cooper, potentially the favourite, a winner here in the past. He'll go in the third semi-final. And then Robin Snedden, I think he's going to be part of both the 200 and the 400 semis, and they are, well, back-to-back in terms of event groups. So I reckon he will have maybe an hour.
That is a tight turnaround. I mean, it's a brave athlete that tries to do both of those in one day.
Absolutely, yeah, but sometimes that's how it falls. I mean, especially as today's a shorter day, the semi-finals were never going to be too far apart, but it doesn't really suit doublers at all. We haven't seen many.
No. You could just see as the Manchester Met athlete was coming around the bend there, he chose to take the wider line, which isn't always the smart thing to do in a 400, but he made that choice to let the Cardiff athlete know that he was there and let him know that you've not got away from me, I'm going to sit on you and put the pressure on. And that's a real statement of intent to go wide on that bend. And say, it's fine, I can take the wider line. I know that I've got you down the finish.
Yeah, I think he'll be quite bullish about going for a medal here. He was 5th in the past, has been a finalist indoors and outdoors, but hasn't quite made it onto the podium. But the likes of Ben Higgins, Ellis Greatrex moved on. And well, unfortunately in the case of Ben Higgins, as we were saying yesterday, retiring for medical reasons. Really sad to see that. But, you know, here, Alex Cooper, maybe the main contender. Dyer's certainly capable of challenging. Well, the outdoor championships will come up quickly, so you know that'll be your last BUCS. What are you going to do to kind of slow time before then?
Well, we've got a couple of other inter-university competitions that will be happening before then. We're competing at the University of Leeds Griffin Cup and also at the Manchester Cup that's being held at Bury this year. So we've got a couple of other competitions before then, but yeah, it's, I'm trying very much to hold on to every little memory of the next couple of months.
Harry Wiley holding on place in this final because he's cleared 199 there at the third time of asking. Brilliant jump, and he remains a contender for Nottingham Trent. His teammate Wone, I think that is, watching on. So this high jump final developing nicely. We're going through these third attempts at 199. That was one of the Strathclyde athletes. I think it might have been Cameron Forbes. So Bart now will move up and over 2 metres. Look at this, there's no field time here. Straight on with his second semi-final with Oladokan of UCL, Hallam's Whitaker, Matusiak of Birmingham City, who looked good yesterday, Lenoir of Birmingham, who I believe was replacement, Snedden of Edinburgh, and Ben Heron of Strathclyde. I'm not sure he's there, DNS. So Snedden in the first of his 2 semi-finals today. Matusiak looking strong through the middle for BCU. Well, let's see when they hit the bell who have the lead. It will be Snedden then. Really tough for him because he wants to win this race, and then maybe, you know, he'll just focus on the 400 metres and see how things go. This is a big lead there. He's really pushing. Matusiak actually about to be overtaken by Rehan Lenoir of Birmingham and by Oladokan as well. And Snedden looking so impressive, and he's done all of the hard work here. 49.57. Oh, that is incredibly strong. And just going to check indeed that he is in those 200 metre semi-finals for sure. Yes, he is. He's in the first of those semi-finals, and that is in 45 minutes time.
My goodness, the seeding gods have not been kind to him today, have they?
Yes, then you'd hope for a bit of common sense there, but that's not. Yeah, but look, he might say, I'll focus on the 400 final now.
I certainly, if it was me, I would be making that decision. Certainly with that commanding run that he's just done there, I would be making the decision to possibly withdraw from the 200. But
I mean,
hey,
would that allow someone else to come in? I'm not sure it would. So
no, I'm not sure that it would. That's always been a thing that I've thought with semi-finals and finals, that if somebody does DNS, I personally think there should be a reserves list, that somebody should be able to warm up and try, because it's certainly at this sort of level that we've had it several times where somebody's missed out by tenths or thousandths of a second, and then somebody's not turned up for the final, and there's been an athlete sat there in the stands wanting to go and race and wanting to be able to show what they can do, and it's just a shame sometimes.
Yeah, definitely. And obviously indoors, we've seen people seated on the inside lane who have withdrawn, not necessarily at this level, but it's happened at the Northern Championships, for example. It's happened at international championships.
Absolutely.
Definitely when the 200 was part of those. Samuel Davis here. So the bar has gone up to 2:02 as expected. Davis, Ball, Forbes, Awona all appear to have cleared at this height. And Harry Wiley, we saw clear at the third attempt.
Oh, and a beautiful clearance there.
So Kimani Jack, see, only just entering the competition here. Last to enter, that's a sign of confidence.
Well, when you're jumping like that, you can afford to come in and be that confident with it, because he was well clear of that bar then.
Sam Davis of Loughborough. So bar coming off quite early there. Unfortunately didn't achieve the height that he needed.
Also worth noting that the second round qualification for the women's shot put has concluded, and I'm going to shameless plug here, our athlete Holly Benson has made it through to the final, which we are very excited to be watching her when that goes off at, I think it's 3 o'clock this afternoon.
Yes, it is. Yes, it's the last of the field event finals to get underway. Harry Wiley here of Trent. You can see took off fairly close to the bar, but still made it count.
And that's a first-time clearance for him as well, which he'll, at this sort of height will definitely count well on his scorecard.
Yes, so he and Kimani Jack showing us over at this height, but maybe results taking a little bit of time just to catch up. Quite a few still left in, but it's this sort of height where the field now does narrow. Right, Alex Cooper in this, potentially narrowly a gold medal favourite. Also Will Parkinson of Cardiff, Archie Sloan of Nottingham, Sugden of Bath, Fox of Hull and Marlowe of Birmingham. So Cooper, champion outdoors last year, and 2022 indoors he was a silver medalist 2 years ago outdoors. And then opening this gap really nicely then, really quick. It's opening 200 metres for Alex Cooper, but that's exactly what you would have expected him to do. Looks like Robert Marlowe of Birmingham, one of those heat winners who's in second place, but we know the competition and the temperature ramps up here in these semi-finals. He's being challenged by Fox of Hull in the white vest, but Cooper away and clear, 47.77 for a semi-final. That's a terrific performance, and actually, you know, who can challenge that?
Yeah, it looked like he changed down a gear as well as he went into the second 200 metres. He looked like he just relaxed his shoulders, opened up his stride range and just started to pull away from the rest of the group. So yeah, if he can pull out performances like that without going full out, that final is his for the taking.
I wonder how they'll see people in terms of lane draw, whether that lane 6 might be the lane that's given to the fastest or not, because that's been the case obviously in the first 2 of the semi-finals, but then Cooper given 5 here.
It's certainly not the lane that I would have preferred as a 400 athlete when I was doing 400s. I always preferred to be lane 3 or lane 4, and then you've got people outside you, you know what pace everybody else is doing, you've got somebody to chase, but you're also aware of where the rest of the pack is. It gives you a good situational awareness, especially with indoors when you've got that break point as well.
Okay, back to Sam Davis here. We saw the bar come down with that previous attempt at 2:02. This time he does go clear. So much better for the Loughborough athlete. And this could be another good battle between Loughborough and Birmingham. Kimani Jack already over. I think the results are actually coming through wrongly, because they're showing passes at heights where we've seen athletes attempt. We've seen definitely Davis fail at the first attempt at 2:02, and it's showing here first time clearance. Sometimes things are wrong but believable, do you know what I mean? So a 19-second women's 200 metre heat is definitely wrong. You know, no offence really, but don't think anyone would be taken. But there was a PB in the women's triple jump at 12.73. It was actually 10.73, but that was believable enough.
Yeah, I certainly would have been very pleased if I was that athlete.
Yeah.
An extra 2 meters would have been very nice.
Certainly, yeah. Lionel Awona, this is a Nottingham Trent, attempting 2:02. Second attempt with this long run up. The tall, rangy athlete here tries to use his athleticism, doesn't achieve the height that was needed though.
And he did take 2 attempts to actually take that second attempt. He went round, didn't feel comfortable with his run up, so went back, restarted. So hopefully he can figure out whatever's going on and then clear it on the third time of asking.
So, men's high jump final, this is. They are warming up for the women's long jump final and the men's triple jump. And then the semi-finals of the 400 metres. We've got information here, as you can see, for spectators, which is tremendously helpful as to what's going on, you know, as well as results. So we are improving.
Absolutely. Certainly from a spectator's point of view, it's been much easier to follow the field action and much easier to follow the stories of what's going on.
George Wincup of Liverpool, Cole Sinnott of Kent, James Shaw of Newcastle, Harriet Watts, Evan Wilson, Thomas Abbott of Sheffield and Jacob Lambol of Cardiff Met. This is one of the easier semi-finals, but as well as that, I think it will be one of the closest. Lambol, Shaw and Sinnott, all personal bests between 48.4 and 48.8. So let's see how it plays out. Lambol in the maroon of Cardiff Met, Abbott in the black of Sheffield. And then Sinnott of Kent there on the inside, actually with a lot of work to do at this point.
The Newcastle athlete's gone very, very strong over that first 200 metres there.
Yeah, James Shaw, so fourth at the Northern Championships outdoors last year, 48.8 at best. Lambol, our leader here, only the winner going through to remind you. And look at Shaw here, is really pushing, really working those arms hard. Is Lambol going to have enough down the home straight? Yes, he is. So 48.75, the same time, at least unofficially, as Dias in the first heat. We're wondering actually if an athlete achieves the same semi-final time, you know, this exact, let's say to the thousandth of a second, how do they decide who gets the better lane draw?
That is a very, very good point. I don't know. Sometimes the seeding really makes sense, and sometimes I look at it and go, you know, the fastest athletes today have all been out in lane 6, which, as I said, wouldn't be my personal preference. Some athletes love it, but yeah, I'm sure that there is a logic behind it, but I'm not particularly privy to it.
Yeah, I think there's obviously been someone decided somewhere. I know that gold has been won from lane 6 on a couple of occasions, definitely in the 200 metres. Alex Houchin was saying, yeah, you know, sometimes you enjoy going up high in order to come down and really push off that bend.
Yeah, you get a sort of slingshot effect as you're coming off, that it does help from those outer lanes, and also you tend to be slightly more clear when you get to that break point in the 400 as well, just because of the stagger. So that does tend to help with avoiding any acrobatics or collisions like we've seen in some of the other races.
Absolutely. Right, Kimani Jack. This isn't necessarily his gold medal to lose, and certainly not at this stage, but you would expect him to put in a very strong showing here.
Just takes a moment to compose himself before going for this first attempt at 2:05.
Yeah, so Jack 2:18 in Hustapetche, the famous high jump meeting. Another great indoor atmosphere, but even more intimate. Crowd really packed in. So let's try and get this jump in. Kimani Jack attempting this bar at 2:05. Unfortunately, not yet, so first time he's failed.
2 meters 05 now in the men's high jump.
So Samuel Davis of Loughborough now at 2:05. Can he do what Kimani Jack could not? Attempting this bar from the other side. Bar comes down once again. So he's just starting to stutter a little bit, but sometimes you see a real quality athlete figure out what they're doing wrong and just manage to patch everything up together. So leaves us with one more semi-final of the men's 400 metres.
So lane 1 we've got Finn Whiteman, we've got Henry Stewart of Warwick in lane 2, Peters of Stirling in lane 3, Turner of Leeds Beckett in 4, Onyeka Oko of Loughborough in lane 5 and Bradley Francis of Aberdeen in lane 6. Now again, we've got the fastest two athletes out in lanes 5 and 6 here. Onyeka with the fastest PB, so this could be quite a close race between those two. But we mustn't discount Henry Stewart of Warwick in lane 2. He also has a very similar PB to Onyeka. As they're coming onto the bend, it is the Leeds Beckett athlete who seems to be running quite well. Oh, sorry, I misspoke there. It's the Aberdeen athlete that is actually going to take it at the 200 metre mark. 22.39 as they go through 200 metres. And Onyeka is chasing down the Bradley Francis of Aberdeen. Is he going to be able to do something? Remember, it is only the first athlete that is going to qualify and is one fastest loser, so they really do have to be pushing it. I'm not entirely sure if Onyeka is going to be able to do enough here to catch the Aberdeen athlete. It is going to be Bradley Francis, the Aberdeen athlete, that takes the win. I'm not entirely sure if the clock was correct there, so we are somewhat in the dark as to whether or not that is going to be enough for Onyeka to go through as the fastest loser. But that was quite a run from the athlete out in lane 6 there.
Yeah, Aberdeen a bit unfortunate in the relay. Maybe some of men's Francis is trying to make individually. They had a lane infringement there. Onyeka, you can see there down. But yeah, Francis winning that 48.95, his personal best. Not sure what the time was there, but he's already won the Scottish Universities title, and that tends to be a great warm-up for some of these athletes coming in. 48.37 there.
So that is the second fastest of our semi-finals. I'm not entirely sure if it's going to be enough for Onyeka, the Loughborough athlete, to go through there. But it was also good to see Finn Whiteman going in lane 1 for Sheffield after the acrobatics that he had in the relay yesterday. That rather spectacular somersault that is going somewhat viral online at the moment.
Yeah, it's extraordinary. I know that Michael Johnson has shared it as well. So.
Fantastic. But here you can see that the Aberdeen athlete had quite a commanding lead, and Onyeka is really trying to chase him down, but the rest of the pack was coming through quite strong as well. But the Aberdeen athlete, that was a real statement of intention, that he went out there and made everybody had to work for it and has got that automatic qualifying spot.
Yeah, just waiting for this result to come through, in fact, so we'll come back to it in a moment. So Davis, second attempt at 2:05. Can he correct? Oh, he was so much closer there. Really unfortunate for the Loughborough man.
I think he knows it as well. There was a little pause afterwards where he knew that he was so close to clearing that.
And he'll know that it's within his grasp as well now.
There's a real adjustment with the high jump once you get up to around the 2 metre mark, that a lot of the athletes tend to adjust their run up slightly because of that extra little bit of height.
Yeah, basically it's taller than you often, to put it in layman's terms now, once you get well beyond 2 metres. Harry Wiley accelerates towards the bar, takes off nicely, beautiful. I hope you won't mind me saying he's not one of the tallest jumpers, but he does use his speed really well, always approaches strongly, and you can see even that previous appearance took off fairly close to the bar, but kept that angle of travel over it consistent throughout, and that's what some of the more diminutive, I never like using that word, but that's what some of those athletes do quite well, because whereas you kind of you hope for that spring in your step for someone like a Kelechi Agawatcha, Wiley, you could see, uses that acceleration, transfers the energy, and then that angle is consistent.
It's often easier for the shorter athletes as well, because they've not got as long of a limbs to control once they're in the air, so they're less likely, I always think, to knock it off with their feet, because everything is more compact, for want of a better phrase. So the Loughborough athlete going for the third and final attempt here at 2:05.
Those four will be joined by the two fastest non-automatic qualifiers across the four semi-finals.
He does make it over at the third attempt at 2:05. Well, brilliant. Just use a bit of experience there, a bit of know-how. Just correct everything from previous. We knew that it was within his grasp from what we'd seen with that second failure there.
Absolutely, and I think he knew that was capable. Also, just before this race gets off, just want to give a little shout out to some of the officials. The official on the screen there was actually the dad of one of our athletes. We've got a couple of officials that are parents of some of our athletes, and the officials really are part of the fundamentals of what make competitions like this work.
Well, it's been good to chat to you. Keep you here for a couple more minutes. I know you've got plenty of other duties to do. And then Leeds Beckett, we're going to have a guest appearance from Bailey Lawton and them. They've got a gold medal chance in the men's 200 metres. So first semi-final then of the women's 200 with Zoe Dake, Millicent Russells, Matilda Perry, Christina Poulsen, Charlotte Bevan and Brooke Ironside. So defending champion here, Ironside, the Health Sciences University. Let's have a look. Again, on the outside, 23.90 comes through here. 23.11 is her personal best. Set outdoors last year. Often those times aren't quite comparable. But hoping to defend her title and in a good position to do so.
Absolutely. She's one of those technicians that her running action is phenomenal to watch. She has a beautiful knee drive and her arms are really fantastic and dynamic as she's running. She's one of those ones that I use to show to my younger athletes if this is the technique that we're after, that she just seems to have a real command, especially as she's coming off that final bend, that she maintains her form beautifully.
Yes, I forget you have so many other strings to your bow, don't you, as well?
Yeah, so I actually coach the University of Central Lancashire as well as who are our varsity rivals, so it is something of a conflict of interest, but unfortunately they don't have any athletes present at these championships. At this point we are working towards outdoors. Unfortunately we've been plagued with injury with things like that.
So in the field, Kimani Jack at 2:08, first attempt. So let's hear, he's got a PB of 2:18. And this, having looked back at what happened during that semi-final, gave that bar a real rattle, but makes it over. No display of emotion from him.
And that first time clearance puts pressure on the Loughborough athlete to do the same.
Yeah, taking off quite close to that bar there. Sometimes we still see a great result, nonetheless.
But importantly, the athlete from Birmingham has got a cleaner card, so if it does come down to a countback, then he's really putting the pressure on by going clear at these heights first time of asking and making the Loughborough athlete really have to work for it, which I love to see. Not that I'm supposed to be biased at all.
Well, absolutely. I mean, I did a sort of a call out for some of the best BUCS moments over the last few years. You know, I realised that people seeing moments from 2019, often they don't remember. That's too early. Alex Houchin was saying, he got into BUCS when he got into watching it anyway, and he was like 14. And I was mentioning the start of the pandemic. He's like, yeah, that was it. I was like, you were 14 at the start of the pandemic? That's mad. Anyway, I'm glad I can see the reaction on your face is like also just as shocked as I were.
Absolutely.
So you're bringing some sort of realism here. But yeah, any case. So I think this might be Luke Ball as we continue with the high jump attempts. Yeah, Luke Ball of Bath at 2:05. Again, he was really close there. Bar coming off late on. Won't mind too much though. Still got a couple more attempts to come at this.
And just in case you are following along with the results on roster, the men's triple jump competition has begun. The women's long jump looks to be warming up. Interesting to see a lot of crossover of athletes competing in both the women's triple jump and the women's long jump. It's not often that you see athletes competing in both, especially with the finals being on the same day.
Yeah, Amy Ware, who was in the top 5 last year, indoors and out of both competitions. Sometimes it just depends on the talent of the athlete and whether it's a relevant thing to them to do. Molly Palmer's all right there. She's just sitting down there with a paramedic. It might just be that she fancies to sit down.
She's got a smile on her
Davis,
face, which is a good sign. Definitely a good sign.
So second attempt 2:08. He pushed it off himself there. Well, Sophie, great to chat to you as always. You came straight up and you know, chatted. But what are you most looking forward to then, just this year, out of all of the various guises that you're in athletics?
I'm really looking forward to this year, actually for once, for just being the athlete myself, and I'm looking forward to going and doing that final competition at outdoors. I'm pushing for the 11-metre mark, so for once I'm actually going to have the focus as being myself for a change.
Harry Wiley over at 2:08.
That was a very confident jump.
And he's just building momentum in this competition, which is great to see. It would be really good for Nottingham Trent to get on a podium here. Not too many contenders. Luke Ball at 2:08. Also, he's going to try and do this. And look, Kimani Jack in the background, stone cold faced.
You've got to keep yourself in the zone with these field events. You've got to ignore what everybody else is doing and just focus on yourself.
He's got just the one ambition to win gold, I'm sure. Be the same for Molly Palmer. Hopefully we'll catch some of that long jump. Could be a good battle with Cleo Martin-Evans of BCU. Ball here, second attempt, and he does it as well. So I told you that this high jump competition would really take shape now at these heights over 2 meters, and it's doing just that. Well, Sophie, I'll let you get on with the rest of your day. It's been great to have you chat here.
Thank you for having me.
So, second semi-final of the women's 200 metres here. We've already seen Brooke Ironside, defending champion, charge down this lap and win. We've got Scarlett Thomas right here on the outside. Stephanie Brooks on her inside. Izzy Tustin, Tasmin Fowley, Amber Richardson, Helen Pretorius. You can see here, very, very close battle. Oh, Brooks falls just as she was closing on Thomas Wright, who wins this second semi in 24:12. So Bailey Lawton from Leeds Beckett has joined me here. Substitution with Sophie Warden. You've come in for Leeds Beckett. Obviously, you've got a gold medal chance in the men's 200 metres. More on that in a moment. But a dramatic semi-final to watch there.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, thank you very much for having me on. This is a great pleasure, you know. I'm a really good fan of athletics, so this is really exciting to be on something like this.
There's Stephanie Brooks there, who fell just as she was closing. We know that these semi-finals, the qualification is really tough. Just the winner going through and 2-time qualifiers.
Yeah, it's very difficult for these athletes. You know, you've got to put in all the work. You know, you see these athletes, they're putting in the work all the time, but you know, it really comes down to who's getting over the line first at the end of the day. It's very difficult for these girls coming from 200 metres indoors. It's very tight bends. You've got to really put in the work on the top bend, coming out onto the home straight at the end. You know, making sure you get through the line. And unfortunately, one of the athletes didn't get through there.
Yeah, Brooks went down. We've got the long jump and the high jump and the triple jump all at the same time in the field. Kimani Jack now, the bar has gone up to 2:11. This is his first attempt for the Birmingham man. He's been stern-faced, not showing too much emotion. He wants to get the job done here. He's after this gold medal once again for Birmingham. So, runs up from this right side and over.
Jump.
That's brilliant from Kimani Jack. I wonder how high the gold medal will be decided at.
You know, I think there's a real underappreciation sometimes for these field events that go on in here, because you know, you have so much attention sometimes on the actual track races, you know, the suspension stuff, but I feel like sometimes the field events are definitely very underrated. I do really like enjoying watching the competition that goes on there.
Harry Wiley, who's had some brilliant clearances so far, was just short of the height that was required there, but he also looks like a confident man here.
You know, confidence is key. You know, when you're an athlete, sometimes if you don't have that confidence right, you know, just a minor tweak that you need some of that confidence sometimes to just get you over the bar. Sometimes if you're not having a good day, sometimes you need to readjust with the coach and make sure you're on peak performance.
And Harry Wiley has a personal best of 2:10 achieved this year in Loughborough when he won the Loughborough Indoor Open, so he'd be attempting a PB by 1 centimetre. Let's see what Luke Ball can do.
You know, this is what it's all about for the athletes. You know, achieving those personal bests. You know, when you do get into that form, and you do end up achieving the personal best, you know, it can make you absolutely over the moon.
Bar comes down, first attempt at 2:11 for Luke Ball. And he has cleared 2:14 in the past. That was last year when he won the England Under-20 title. Year before, in fact, 2023. This is his season opener. He went to the European Under-20 Championships as a result of that victory.
You know, it's very impressive when you have these caliber of athletes over here at BUCS competing for the universities. You know, sometimes getting to the final, there's a lot of pressure on, even though sometimes it's not an international event.
Harry Wiley does it again. It's a personal best by 1 centimetre for the Nottingham Trent man, who really looks in the mood.
Yeah, he does look happy after that one. Looks very impressed with himself, and so he should be.
So Lionel Owona went out. 3 failures at 2:02. Sam Davis, we were watching a lot of his jumps before, out at 2:08. Those failures that we caught sight of. But Luke Ball remains in. Harry Wiley does as well. Kimani Jack is our leader. Perfect record apart from that first time failure at 2:05. So those are the key men to watch out for. Jack, Wiley and Ball. Birmingham, Nottingham, Trent and Bath respectively. Okay, so we got this third 200-metre semi-final with Zainab El Touni, Sophie Evans, Alice Woodhouse, Isabella Wigley, Poppy Malik, outdoor 400-metre BUCS champion for Loughborough last year, and Lois Garland, a 200-metre silver medalist.
Yeah, you talk about Poppy Malik, she's very talented. You know, of course, over the 400 metres, maybe she's looking here to try and sharpen up some of her speed indoors. Looking into the outdoor season, hopefully that should work out for her very well. She's a very talented woman.
Yeah, was super impressed with the dominance of her victory at Sports City Outdoors last year. Garland on the outside. This could be a great battle, just the winner going through to the final.
She's looking very dominant here as well.
Malik from Garland, 23.85.
It's very impressive. Very impressive. She looks very dominant throughout the whole race there. You know, coming off the bend at the end there, especially taking a position. She looks really smooth, calm.
Yeah, a couple of tenths off her PB, which is 23.6, so not too far away from that, and in the semi-final. And she beat more of a 200-metre specialist, Lois Garland, who has a PB of 23.92. But as you say, Malik, really talented and with a chance of, I would have thought, international call-ups at senior level over the next year or so.
Yeah, hopefully that's something that she's looking forward to. You know, she has the talent, she obviously has the dedication to puts in the work, and as you can tell, she's getting the results out on the track here today. Hopefully she can continue this form into the final.
So it's the two athletes here. Malik on the inside, lane 5, and Garland on her outside in the orange vest, University of the Highlands and Islands.
I mean, when these 400-metre athletes, you get them dropping down to 2, it's very impressive how they are able to capture, you know, speed and sometimes even beat some of the 200-metre specialists.
Kimani Jack at 2:14 now.
Sophie Wilson, Harriet Watt in 1. In 2, by Stuart Birmingham. In 3, well representing Brunel, Calvary.
So let's see what the Birmingham man can do. No, so
unfortunate.
Yeah, we know that he has cleared 2:15 before this year and then 2:18 recently in the Czech Republic. Really fantastic, internationally renowned meeting in Hustopece. Morgan Lake setting the British record there, of course, but no one is over at 2:14. What about Harry Wiley then?
Yeah, he's got a great opportunity here to show himself. Hopefully he can put himself over the bar.
Well, let's have a look here at Wiley of Nottingham Trent. Oh, well.
Very close. You know, you get these moments here and, you know, you think they almost get over the bar and it kind of makes you excited for them, you know, to get over the bar, but sometimes it doesn't quite happen.
Yeah, it's very much athlete against bar, that rivalry here, in the first instance anyway. So no one over at 2:14 just yet. Fourth semi-final, in fact, of the women's 200. Sophie Widdowson of Heriot Watt, Maya Stewart of Birmingham, Michelle Wamba of Brunel, Hallam's Bronwyn Mooney, Natasha Harrison Manchester Met, and Harita Badra of Loughborough. So Natasha Harrison, another typical 400-metre runner, stepping down to the 200. Not the first time that she has done that at BUCS, but now in the colours of Manchester Met, the former Loughborough athlete, up against the current Loughborough athlete, Harita Badra, on the very outside here. Harrison trying to chase her down. Personal best 23.86. A few tenths faster than Badra, but the Indian athlete coming through on the outside for Loughborough, 23.91.
You saw there again, lane 5 nearly losing the balance coming down on the outside lane there. It happened a couple of heats ago again. Sometimes, you know, you don't really prepare yourself for the banking. You don't realise how sometimes steep it is, and sometimes you've got to be really prepared because, you know, if you have a fall down there, it's quite a nasty fall.
Well, yeah, 24.20 was her personal best before this, and she's taken nearly 3/10 off it.
Wow, that's just amazing. You see, just a race like that, you know, you can put yourself in lane 6, set yourself up for the best experience. You know, obviously you've put yourself in the best place in the heats. You come into the semi-final, you run something like that, it's just going to absolutely motivate you to probably progress and go further into a PB into the final.
Yeah, that was crucial there. She beat Harrison. We'll potentially see both going through, though, because Harrison was right behind and still would have run a decent time. Confirm that all shortly. Kamani Jack approaching this bar, approaching it very close. The takeoff once again and bringing it down. Well, yes, certainly he would have wanted gold coming into this, but it all depends on whether someone else can go clear at 2:14. But it's really exciting stuff in the closing stages of this high jump final. Kamani Jack, Luke Ball, Harry Wiley, all attempting to go for gold, and it's potentially within their sights. Kimani Jack, winner of the title 12 months ago, and then at Sport City Outdoors last year. It followed his silver medal in 2023.
The gold there is ready to be taken. We just need one of them to step up and deliver.
Yeah, this is a decent height as well to be attempting. Not too many athletes in the UK over this height. Kimani Jack is one of them. Will Grimsey, the UK leader, on 2:23 last year. Jack, in fact, the only athlete in the UK confirming over 2:14 so far this year. And Harry Wiley, third in the UK with his 2:10 PB coming into this.
It looks like he's just changed his tape, I think. He was kneeling down and looking over there. I think maybe that tweak could just get him over the bar. Maybe he's had some words with his coach. His coach has obviously noticed something that he might be doing wrong. You know, that's what coaches are there for at the sidelines, making sure that they can get those little adjustments just to get them over the bar. Such a crucial point.
So, by the way, in the women's 200 metres, we've obviously seen all 4 of those semi-finals. Just having a look at the results of those semi-finals, it looks like Natasha Harrison will indeed make it through with 24.07. Lois Garland 24.30 as well. Fastest qualifier Poppy Malik 23.85. So we have those finalists. We know that final will go off at 3 o'clock. Kimani Jack, third attempt, 2:14. Oh, he brings it down. So now this is very interesting.
The gold is up for grabs now. unfortunately didn't make it over the clearance a third time.
Expecting to see this third attempt for Harry Wiley. This is his big opportunity.
This is the crucial moment. This is where athletes can be really looking to strive. You know, he's just seen his former competitor just not quite make it over the bar. Here he can really put himself into a statement.
Wiley already with a personal best of 2:11. That's something to be proud of here at BUCS Indoors. Let's see what he can do. Approaching this bar at 2:14. Wiley!
Didn't quite get it right there, unfortunately.
Yeah, previous attempt was closer. So unfortunately he's out of the competition. Kimani Jack also out of the competition. So Luke Ball is the gold medalist for Bath.
Congratulations to him. You know, these gold medals for these athletes mean so much. I know how much work you have to put in to get a gold medal at any level, and you know they should really take it in.
Yeah, it's a big result for Bath as well. A university that maybe doesn't have too many gold medal contenders this year, so be very, very pleased with that.
Yeah,
right.
And so we should be. Yeah, definitely. I mean, when you're going for the gold, sometimes you know you might not be the favourite to go in, but when you come out with the gold, the satisfaction that you get from that is just there's nothing that can top that feeling.
Well, we've seen the championship record in women's triple jump earlier. This is the men's triple jump final, and we are in the second round now. This is a Nabi O'Day of Cardiff.
Unfortunately, that athlete there just didn't get it right on the runway.
O'Day with a personal best of 14.74. One of the main contenders here, Henry Clarkson of Cardiff, met 15.75 his PB, and he's the leader with 15.37. So quite a big gap between first and second, as we saw in the women's event. Jordan Aki Sawyer of Loughborough with 14.92 in second place. Aki Sawyer, who's the silver medalist indoors and out last year. Here he is. So this gap 45 centimetres between first and second. Look good foot placement.
Looks very good.
And smooth and in control throughout.
I mean, the amount of power that they can put through the floor over those jumps is just absolutely incredible.
Shake of the head from Aki Sawyer. Remains in second place.
I don't know if he's too happy with that. Jump. I don't know what's going on down there.
Well, has reason to be happy. 15.26. And he's cut the gap significantly, and it's only the second round. So 11 centimetres between first and second now in the men's triple jump final. Second round.
Looked almost there like he wasn't happy about that, but then he must be very happy.
They always want more distance.
Yeah.
To these jumpers. 15.56 is PB, so what's that? 19 centimetres off the PB of Clarkson. So considering that gap on paper, he's slightly closer in reality. So I think should be pleased. I think you're right there.
I would definitely be very happy with that. Here we have the next jumper preparing his jump from Manchester. Looking very calm on the runway.
Yeah, Daniel Akinradewo, the outdoor champion last year. 15.41 with his season opener recently. UK indoor bronze medalist.
He's looking very calm and composed into going into his jump. He's going on the runway now. Takes off. Very good jump. Almost soaring through the air there. And it's clear.
Gets the white flag. So at this moment still Clarkson, Aki Sawyer and O'Day the top three. 15.37, 15.26 and 14.68. Daniela Kimra-Dewo in 4th place, 14.34. In the women's long jump final, we are in the first round, so early stages of the competition. And Cleo Martin-Evans, 6 metres so far from Amy Ware. Triple jump silver medalist, coming in 2nd place in the long jump as well, 5.95 that she's done in the first round. Hannah Wallace in 3rd place, 1 centimetre off that for Strathclyde. So we'll switch between these events.
You know, you can really get the crowd going with these long jumpers here and triple jumpers.
Aaron Ashmid-Shoye, 3rd round for the City University student.
Looks like another good jump there for him.
England under-23 bronze medalist, 15.04 at best. By the way, we think Luke Ball in the high jump confirmed as gold medalist already for Bath. It's going to attempt 2.16.
You should be very, very happy with the gold. You know, when you come into these championships looking for that gold, that's the most important thing.
Yeah, Ball is just with the other athletes at the moment. There he is. Now sitting down for the moment, obviously given more time. Destiny Sadiku of Manchester Met, 14.51 at best, gets the red flag there, unfortunately. And we are moving into the 3rd round. Ashmid-Shoye starting off that 3rd round.
I'm sure he'll come back stronger. You mean, I know you see these athletes, you know, some of these athletes here are the most resilient people you'll ever find on this planet. You know, some of the setbacks that they have to deal with, and especially like through day to day, you know, just in the competition, you have a little bit of a setback, you have a no jump, you need to make sure that you bounce back from that straight away.
So Aaron Ashmid-Shoye with that jump of 14.48 that we just saw has gone up into 4th place, now 20 centimetres off the medal positions. Matthew Cox thinking about jumping, but then hearing the whistle blowing ahead of the first semi-final of the men's 200 metres and just electing to wait a moment. So Luke Ball at 2.16. Oh, he was close there.
He was very close indeed.
You can see this is a 3rd attempt, so Luke Ball, 2.14 is the best he'll do today.
I think he'll be very happy with that.
Daniel Hindle, Xander Scott, Robin Snedden, Thomas Brooks, Joshan Venkatasamy and Matthew Brown. First semi-final of the men's 200. Very eventful day on Friday for Venkatasamy. 4 rounds of the 60 metres because he needed a run-off with Jack Forrest because of an exact same time. Got through to the final, but it was only 25 minutes beforehand. 200, he'll hope to have a more representative performance of what the Mauritius International is capable of. And just look at this, he means business here. Venkatasamy, 21.52.
I mean, a quick look over the shoulder there, he's coming past the top bend. He looked in fine form there. Looked to cruise control down that home straight.
Yeah, I think we'll see what he's capable of here. Venkatasamy outright 200 best at 21.19, but that is an indoor PB, I make it, improving on his indoor best from yesterday's heat of 21.66. Oh, really thrilling stuff here. We've shown you some of the early stages of that men's triple jump final. We showed you in full women's triple jump. Let's have another look at this.
You can just see, he just dominates the race from start to finish. You know, coming around the first bend, he's already, you know, picked up a couple of meters against the guy on the outside, passing him, going nicely into the bend. You can see here as he comes around the corner, just a quick check behind his back, looking over his shoulder here, looking very nice, in control of the race. You know, lane 6 on the outside, coming through there, nearly takes 2nd place through the heat, but just misses out. Yeah, looks like Thomas Brooks of Birmingham in 2nd. You know, this is what I love the most. You know, when the jumpers really get the crowd going, get the crowd involved, it must give you a really big boost going into your jump.
Akinra Dewo, outdoor champion last year, just runs through in the end, unfortunately.
So I was talking about earlier on, he just needs a little bit more resilience to bounce back after this, and get a good jump in for the next one.
Yeah, Akinra Dewo finds himself in 5th place, but no, he is definitely capable of closing that 1 metre and 3 centimetre gap to Henry Clarkson, Cardiff Met, the Scottish student. Matthew Cox of Birmingham. .14.69 at best is Cox.
Athlete here, looking good down the runway. Makes a good jump into the pit, and he's given a white flag as well. He must be happy with that.
Yeah, achieved nice height, and good to see that reaction as well to give us that indication.
You know, when you do see these athletes, you know, cheering after having some emotions on the face sometimes, whether it's good or bad, it just shows how much they care about the sport and what they're passionate at doing.
14.90 personal best for Matthew Cox.
That's very impressive. He looks absolutely massively chuffed with that, as he should be.
Moves him up into 3rd place behind Clarkson and Aki Sawyer. Confirmation of that brilliant high jump final. Ball, Jack Wiley, Bath, Birmingham and Trent, 2.14 and 2.11. The PB by 1 centimetre to boot for Wiley. Right, so let's go back to the track for the 2nd semi of the men's 200. Aaron Marty, University of the West of England. Rory Voss of Stirling, who's in the 60, the 200 and the relay. Osaretin Ekaragbon of Liverpool. Theo Dankwa of Bangor. Alex Azu of Cardiff Met, brother of Jeremiah, relay medalist last year. David Chapman of Leeds Beckett. So he's the key man that you're watching out for here. Bailey Lawton, his teammate, and you know that David Chapman is the defending champion as well.
Yeah, I mean, I'm with him day on, day out. I know how much he works hard for this. I know how much passion he puts into this. He puts his all into it every single day. And you know, when he does get those gold medals like he did last year in the indoors, he's ready and hungry for more. I'm really excited for this one. You know, obviously training with him in Team Thomas, you know, he puts the work in. Should be a real battle here between lane 5 and 6. Obviously the brother of Azu and David Chapman on the outside. He does love lane 6, and I know that from personal experience.
Yeah, we were talking about why some athletes like lane 6 earlier. Why do you think that is?
You know, I think they love it so much because you get, when you're coming down this home straight, it almost feels like you're kind of getting that boost coming off that bend. You can kind of put your body into the bend and then kind of glide down it. It really, really helps with top end speed down that back straight. You need to try and get it perfectly right though, because sometimes you can have mishaps like people falling over.
So waiting for this to get underway. Reminder that it's just the winner going through and one time qualifier, again making it very difficult.
Green card being shown there.
Marty, Voss, Ekaragbon, Dankwa, Azu and Chapman. Azu 21.02 personal best, 10th off Chapman, so it could be close. And then Voss involved quite heavily this weekend for Stirling, 21.68 his best. Wow, listen to that
big
noise.
Big roar there from the Leeds Beckett University.
So you say, Azu and Chapman on the outside here. This could be something special to watch.
It looks like Azu got out really, really well, with David Chapman is trying to hold him there. David Chapman, top end speed coming off the bend. Incredible, 21.38. That's a statement. That's a statement for the final there.
Saw that Azu might have had a lane infringement there as well. That was extremely close, but great to watch. 21:38 as well, pushed to a fast time for a semi-final.
Great reception there. I know what he's capable of, and that's definitely what he's capable of showing. You know, that I am stood here really nervous for him. You know, I wish I could be shouting and screaming.
Well, pretty close to that. Dankwar in third place for Bangor, you can see, but the top two, Azu in lane 5, Chapman in the purple in lane 6.
Yeah, it looks
Here
like
it's all to play for. I think Azu, unfortunately, is out of lane there.
Hopefully it's not have any infringement on anybody else there. I mean, Azu got out very well. But David Chapman there, celebrating, as he should. The man in purple.
But Lees Beckett as well, you know, trying to put it into the exact right words, not a huge amount of gold medal contenders. That's the key one to watch, really, isn't it, for you?
Yeah, 100%. David Chapman is the key one to watch. You know, gold medalist and silver medalist here at BUCS Indoors. You know, he's got a big statement to his name.
So, men's long jump final, men's triple jump is the women's long jump final here. Alongside these men, and Michael Alajiki, unfortunately for him, no mark to his name. So no mark from the opening 2 rounds, and we're in the third, I'm afraid. So my worry is that Alajiki out of the competition without a mark.
That's really unfortunate for the athlete.
Yeah, not a position you want to see anyone in. Nabi O'Day was in third place with 14:68, but we saw Matthew Cox jump further than that, even though it hasn't updated on roster. So I think O'Day's been pushed down to 4th. Third round attempt.
Here he is, trying to get the crowd going. Very good stride down the runway.
Yeah, good acceleration there, but that's a red flag fairly clearly. So Clarkson, Aki Sawyer and Cox are top 3. 2 athletes over 15 metres here.
I mean, it's very impressive. I mean, the gap that they've got there is very impressive.
No change in the women's long jump since I last read out the top 3. Martin Evans, 6 metres from the first round. Ware the same, 5.95 and then 5.94 for Wallace. That's your top 3 in the women's long jump final as they enter the second round.
Got the Loughborough athlete here going again.
Yeah, Aki Sawyer, silver medalist last year. I think he just checked his run up there.
Yeah, I think he stuttered a little bit, second guessed himself. He looks possibly like he might have hurt himself a little bit there.
Yeah, maybe moving a bit gingerly, if I can say that even. Gingerly.
A bit of a tongue twister.
Yeah, I mean, it shouldn't be, but Jordan Aki Sawyer has had his issues with injuries in the past, so I hope he's okay. Third semi-final of the men's 200 metres with Pierre Walker, King's College, Tom Pritchard of Leeds, Middlesex and Sydney Mendes, Ayinla Mustafa of Kingston. Key man to watch, Harry Taylor of Loughborough, Joshua Maggs of Bath on the outside. A DNS there for the Leeds man Pritchard, but Harry Taylor, let's watch out for him. Has helped BUCS to relay gold in the past, a silver medalist in 2023. And individually, silver last year as well. So Taylor against Chapman, we're going to see that in the final.
You know, I think it's going to be a great final here. You know, we've got some really quick times being produced on this indoor track here.
Yes, and he's a 10th off in the semi-final again, pushed to a decent time. So they both work themselves hard, and also they'll be trying to get a good lane draw as well.
Yep, definitely. I mean, that lane draw in that final means everything to them.
So it'll be interesting actually whether we do see them both in the 2 outside lanes, which is a strong possibility.
Yeah, I think that would be very good for the athletes. You know, the rivalry, sometimes, you know, when you have your competitors, you know, when you are competing, you do have that rivalry between you, but, you know, after the race is done, shake hands. You know, and at the end of the day, you know that you share quite a few qualities that they do as well.
Okay. Second round of the women's long jump. No change in the top three of the men's triple jump. This is Bria Cook. 5:47 in the opening round.
Readying herself up for this jump here. She looks composed, standing there. Looks like she's got a very determined face on.
Yeah, Bria Cook, her sister Coralie, also competing this weekend. So she finds herself in 7th place, wants to be in the top 8 to continue in the competition past the 3rd round. At the moment, 5:38 is 8th place of Keris Lee. So she's 9 centimetres ahead of that. And as mentioned, for the medals, it's 5:94 we're looking for.
Hopefully she can book herself a place into that top 8. You know, it's very impressive.
Leader in the UK this year, Funmi Olajide, 6:48. Alice Hopkins achieving the same distance. Molly Palmer just a centimetre behind, who's in this competition. So really very close. Obviously Jasmine Sawyer's been injured for some time, and some of our other best long jumpers not necessarily doing that much long jump. Obviously Katarina Johnson-Thompson, typically in the major competitions. Charlotte Proctor's retired. Not seen too much of Lorraine Ugan recently. So Bria Cook here, and that looked like a very solid jump, and hopefully she can improve on her position.
Yeah, it did look like a very good jump from her. You talk about those names, just those names can blow you away. I mean, what Jasmine Sawyers did in her season last season, just before unfortunately getting her injury, was very impressive. And then you've got Katarina Johnson-Thompson as well, just an elite athlete for Great Britain. You know, these are the type of icons that hopefully the younger generation are looking up to, taking inspiration from, and what great leaders to show that.
5:54 for Cook. It's a personal best of 5:76. Achieved this year at the Scottish Student Indoor Championships, where she was 2nd at the Emirates Arena. So Cook in 7th place still. This is Clea Martin-Evans, our leader. Unfortunately, Molly Palmer DNS. That's now updated. Martin Evans here. Is this title now hers to win? There's a lead of only 5 centimetres. It's a modest 6 metres by her standards, but real shame that Molly Palmer, and we sometimes do see athletes who aren't used to sprinting getting injuries. I know Alex Houghton was talking about that yesterday when he was pushing off the 100 metres and he was tearing his hamstring. We saw Molly Palmer though getting some medical attention, and unfortunately, you know, the defending champion out of the competition.
I mean, it happens so often, you know, when you are sprinting at full speed, you are pushing your body to the absolute limits. So sometimes you can pick up these little injuries.
Yeah, Molly Palmer winning that title outdoors last year.
Looking up to a very good semi-final here, number 4.
Siobhan Sutherland of Kent, James Scott of Durham, Jacob Winter, Cardiff Met, Brunel's Jason Kalala, DNS. That's interesting. Kai Crawford, East London, Isaac Marsh of Sheffield.
I mean, Isaac Marsh in the Northerns looked very, very impressive. Was just beaten by David Chapman, unfortunately.
Yeah, silver medal there. 21.52 with his PB until that event. He improved in it by a 10th. Marsh on the outside in the black of Sheffield. Crawford matching him, the Unlucian.
Very close to the line
23 champion. So another quick time then. 21.4.
Had some very impressive times here going for the semi-finals. You know, these athletes are giving it their all to get that lane draw that they really want. Can be so crucial on an indoor track as well.
Marsh there lying as if he's on the beach. Let's have another look, Bailey.
Yeah, I mean, looking at these two athletes on the outside especially, you know, looking very, very impressive. Lane 5 just coming up on Isaac Marsh in lane 6, Northern silver medalist. They were coming round the bend very nicely there, looking neck and neck here. If you slow it down, Isaac Marsh seemed to be in front. I think he's just taken it at the line. Very, very, very Superman-like dip there from lane 5. Very impressive. I mean, these 200-meter athletes here, they've put on a real show for us through the semi-finals. I mean, we've had multiple very good times shown here, and it should be gearing up to be a very, very good final. I think we've got the last semi-final here, number 5.
Let's continue paying close attention to the women's long jump here. Cleo Martin-Evans with 6 metres, our leader. This is Katie Beadle of Brunel in 6th. Brunel got a double podium in the women's triple jump, with Amy Ware in silver. Personal best by 20 centimetres, 13.21. Michelle Yolekwe, personal best of 12.78 to grab bronze in the final round. It was thrilling stuff. Beadle, 5.60 so far, 5.95 needed for a medal. Ruby Georges of Loughborough, 5.95, the same mark as Ware, so goes back to count back in second best jumps. Hannah Wallace pushed down, but only 1 centimetre off a medal. Beadle, 35 centimetres off a medal here. Looked like good placement. She leapt long into the sandpit there.
That was a very good jump from her.
Well, be very excited to see what this measurement is.
I think the crowd, you could hear the crowd were happy with that one as well.
Yeah, Brunel having a strong performance. It was a sorry end for the day yesterday, disqualified from the relay but reinstated, and now that double podium I mentioned, and things are looking up. Interested to see no Jason Kalala though in that 200 semi. Don't know if he's saving himself for the final or not. There's actually no improvement there for Beadle. Just shows why it's sometimes hard to judge when there are no markers in the sandpit. Matilda Perry, Cardiff Met.
I mean, you can usually tell on the athletes' faces, you know, when they have completed the jump. You can tell the raw emotion on their face. You know, they know the sport inside and out. They know if they've, you know, corrected their jump efficiently.
Matilda Perry, red flag, I'm afraid. She's in 10th place. And yes, you can tell by her reaction. Unfortunately, won't continue in the competition. Real shame to see Molly Palmer out, but you know what, Molly Palmer, she got a personal best in the 60 metres. She got a medal in the 60 metres. That was not expected at all. 7.30 for a long jump specialist. 200 metre, sorry.
You see, it's so impressive when these, you know, you don't realise how much actual speed these long jumpers and triple jumpers have.
Runs straight through there, unfortunately. Now in this 4th round of the triple jump.
You know, Molly Palmer there just showing that the long jumpers do have very, very high speed work.
Not sure about that third attempt from Matthew Cox. We saw it come up as a PB. It's showing as a foul, so that's interesting that. Anyway, we concentrate on this 5th semi-final of the men's 200 metres then, with Ollie Clark of Sheffield, Joshua Martin St Mary's, Ethan Craven of Swansea, Thomas Leacock Brunel, Joel Burgess of Hallam, Jack Forrest of Wolverhampton, who lost that runoff for the 60-metre final with Venkanasamy, who won the first 200 heats.
I think Thomas Leacock coming into this with a PB in the heats, so should be looking good.
22.03. So on the outside, Jack Forrest in the black of Wolverhampton. Bolt is trying to charge him down.
Looks like the athlete in lane 5 there, taking first position for now, but could be tight through the line. Lane 5 takes it.
So 21.70 for Burgess, and gosh, that's a PB by nearly 0.4 of a second. He PB'd in the heat with 22.09. Unless it had changed very recently before the competition, that is fantastic there for Burgess to come through on Forrest. 21.18, he has a PB outright.
You know, it's very impressive when you have these athletes sometimes coming into the competition and just absolutely demolishing their PB. You know, it's so good to see. You know, he's probably put the hard work in.
Yeah, so he in fact did improve it recently. Since he's entered, so it's the 1st of February 21.89, but he's still improved it by nearly 0.2 here. Great battle.
yeah, it was a great battle from them two there. This is the really, you know, eye-catching stuff. You see these people in lane 6 and 5, typically usually the fastest in the race, you know, really coming off this top bend and being neck and neck to the line. It's, you know, it can be very eye-catching for the viewers.
Well, Bailey Lawton, it's been great to hear your enthusiasm, especially around David Chapman going for gold in the 200 metres. What will he do now then, just to kind of, you know, psychologically, physically, before that final?
I think obviously just got to rest, you know, listen to the coaches, listen to the people around him, you know, get into a really good mood. I mean, he should be very impressed with the semi-final. So hopefully he can just keep a positive mindset, you know, go into the 2 final and just get ready to show what talented young man he is.
Any other shout-outs for Leeds Beckett so far as medal chances today?
I'm not too sure about the rest of today, actually. I think it might just be David Chapman. Unfortunately, we didn't make it through to the 4x200 final. So yeah, but I really appreciate you having me on here. Thank you very much.
No worries. It'd be good to get that insight.
Glasses of milk for everyone all around afterwards, I think, and you should be milking every moment, and that's what we're going to introduce. Milk Every Moment, a new campaign to help students understand the benefit of milk on their sporting performance. An affordable, natural, versatile and widely available choice after exercise. Milk provides a whole host of nutrients, vitamins and minerals to help fuel your workouts. A great option if you are on a budget.
What's your favourite recipe to make using milk?
Mac and cheese. I was going to go with strawberry milk. Pancakes.
Yeah. Nice.
With that in mind, let's talk about milk, and BUCS being proud to promote the Milk Every Moment campaign.
Milk provides high quality protein which helps support muscle growth and repair, and B vitamins to assist with energy release. A glass of milk is great for refueling and repairing those tired muscles after a physical match.
The sun is shining, the grass is green, the water is calm and still here at the National Water Sports Centre in Nottingham. Welcome to BUCS Regatta 2024.
Praying hands to the Father, oh, way too good to be bothered, oh, living life then be better, yes, tell me this is forever, yeah, summer days they're getting hotter, shit getting up out the water, baby it's beautiful, so that's the future is wavy, colors are crazy, I'm living on the bright side, looking for that good life, everything is alright, riding on that golden wave, swimming in the fresh blue, glossy feeling brand new, sun is about to break through, ooh, I love the world today. I'm living on the bright side. I'm living on the bright side. I'm living on the bright side. on the bright side.
Outsider with a rebel yell, push through the wind and the lightning, find the strength inside myself, fulfill my destiny, leave it on the battlefield with the rest of me. I was born for this. It's how I was made, running through my veins. I'm here to stay, never gonna quit. I was born for this. I was born for this. Taking off the gloves, I've had enough. It's in my blood.
So we return to the third day. Finals to come at the BUCS Indoor Athletics Championships in Sheffield. This, as you might have guessed, is the Mascot race. And we will have as many as 4 heats. Not all the lanes being used, but I mean, lanes really aren't being used at all, are they? So, Move It the Cow representing BUCS. As Izzy the Dinosaur loses their head for Brunel. Lou the Lion of Bangor out front. Thor of Loughborough in third place, just overtaken by Stan the Swan of Swansea. And this is where the battle is. And we were talking about how, oh my goodness me, that is contact. It's not a contact sport like that. Stepping on the inside, that should be a DQ. And a rugby tackle there. That's the wrong BUCS sport. But a clean race somehow from Lou the Lion of Bangor. So Wales on top in the first heat. Stan the Swansea rather ducked out of that Welsh glory. Move It the Cow building anticipation for the finish that they should have done at the start, really. I know that Move It the Cow said it's very, very hot in there in that costume. And a chance to remind you of the Milk Every Moment campaign that is behind that costume. All about the nutritional value of milk and how it's the perfect thing to have after your race to aid with recovery or indeed in preparation. Calcium, vitamin B12. Second heat, will it be cleaner? I like the ponderous face there of Gryphon of Leeds. Brian the Lion of BUCS, Trent Tiger of Nottingham Trent, Gryphon of Leeds, Sussex Stingray and Dylan the Dragon for Cardiff. Well, seems to be going well from a Welsh point of view. Yeah, as well as wearing the correct footwear, and sometimes they do cut the ends of the mascot costume to allow spikes to be worn. you've also got a situation where you have to hold on to your head. Bobbling about there. But Dylan the Dragon comes through. Ahead of the Sussex Stingray. 36.95 on the clock. So we're going for fastest times. Fastest times on aggregate will get a 1, 2, 3 on the podium, as we understand.
So, heat 3, Mascot race, Hector the Panda, representing Edinburgh. Birmingham's Rory the Lion. I thought Rory the Lion was a copyright of BUCS, but we'll take legal advice on that. Edge Hill Bill. Oh, but then I've got Millie Doherty question mark. I don't know whether she's a university or a lion or a tiger, but anyway. I gather Gus the Tiger Glasgow is... Oh, he is out there, right. And is that Strathclyde on the outside? You won't believe the number of amendments I've got here.
Heat 3 of the Mascot 200 metres with Hector the Panda of Edinburgh, Rory the Lion of Birmingham, who has been strong in the past. Edge Hill Bill, Millie Doherty is down as the entrant with an athlete name for this lion, and Gus the Tiger of Glasgow. No, Tiger. I think we're stretching there. Maybe it was what was left on eBay. So Rory the Lion looking in fantastic form. We've seen this one before. Hector the Panda in second place, but look at Rory, head back, arms out wide. Great technique that. So coming home for Birmingham, Rory the Lion, well, didn't stop. It was around 27 seconds, so 9 seconds faster than Dylan the Dragon for Cardiff.
27.06. I've got a feeling that's the quickest so far. 35.91 to the first heat. After this last Mascot race, well, we will go to a medal ceremony when that's sorted, but at 14.10, so there will be a lull in proceedings on the track. We will go to our first final on the track of these 2025 championships. You can follow the long jump and triple jump on Rosca, our wonderful volunteers, keeping everyone up to speed, including me. Heat 4, Hallam's Hercules.
Hercules of Sheffield Hallam.
Bath, Duck Norris.
We've also got Duck Norris of Bath.
Very subtly, Rory the Lion, but spelled R.
The Liver Bird,
R-Y,
Liverpool, and then Rory the Lion of Sheffield. And Sterling as well in this. So Hallam, Liverpool, Bath, Sheffield and Sterling in various guises, and you can see clearly Sheffield the more aerodynamic costume, but that's not stopping Lenny the Liver Bird here. Duck Norris really struggling to get going. Rory the Lion On the outside here, Lemmy, the liver bird, looking like he's strangling himself from that view, but it's actually just trying to hold on and stop the body flex of that costume. You can see same issue there for Duck Norris. What you want ideally is more rigidity of your costume to prevent that body flex moving about. Difficult for the runner to control. Hercules of Hallam across the line. Ruby Jurgis of Loughborough here.
Ruby Jurgis there, Loughborough. Currently in third place.
So, as I mentioned, she's in third place with 5.95.
And I can see Amy Ware on the runway. We are in the fourth round.
Duck Norris strutting his stuff down the runway.
Jump of 5.96. Ruby Jurgis moves into
Nothing if not exciting.
by 1 centimetre.
Amy Ware of Brunel already with a silver medal in the triple jump from this morning. I think that could be a red flag, you know. Just waiting to see. Nothing's been shown just yet. Anyway, just to recap, Cleo Martin-Evans, our leader with 6 meters, but Ruby Jurgis has improved to 5.96. So she goes up into the silver medal position, but she'd only improved by 1 centimetre, so it means it's remarkably close, and we really must pay attention to the final couple of rounds because, yeah, Martin-Evans capable of going much further into the long jump sandpit. 6 meters so far. Jurgis 5.96, Ware 5.95, and Wallace 5.94 in second, third, and fourth. So 6 centimeters separating our top 4 here. Personal best of 6.36 for Martin-Evans. Won the title indoors and out last year, was the UK indoor long jump silver medalist. Obviously you have to remember this is early in the season for a lot of these athletes. 6 meters, I believe, is the season's best. Hits the board nicely there. Is indeed valid. Silver behind Molly Palmer outdoors in 2023, so she has 2 BUCS titles and 3 medals. Alajiki of Loughborough, wow, just pulling up with injury there. Hope he's all right, and maybe that shows you why he has been a little bit off colour in terms of what we might have expected.
In the fourth round of the women's long jump, Cleo Martin-Evans extends her lead, 6 meters 11.
So 6 meters 11 for Cleo Martin-Evans, and she widens the gap to 15 centimeters, which is yeah, still not much, but is more comfortable out in front.
Currently in third.
As we saw there, Keris Lee, who's in 8th place, 5.38. She kicks off this 5th round. Nabi O'Day still showing as being in the top 3 here. I think the results taking a bit of time just to catch up. We're in the 6th round of the men's triple jump final. Henry Clarkson still showing as leader, 15.37 from Aki Sawyer, 15.26. Katie Beadle, 5.60 to this point. Again, looks solid. She is 5.60, is 35 centimetres off the medals. Matthew Cox of Birmingham just checked his run up slightly, but it was still effective. See, with that cross arm action that we do see sometimes. We thought he'd PB'd, and then it came up as a foul. So 14.14 showing as his best effort. Bria Cook trying to get over 6 meters here. A lot of these athletes, that is the target. Bria Cook with that 5.76 personal best already this year in Glasgow. .572 so far. Jordan Aki Sawyer in the 6th round now. I think something was missing on that step phase there, but good to see him continuing to jump after he appeared to be moving a little gingerly before. Amy Hughes of Birmingham next to go. Bria Cook with the red flag there. This is the 5th round of the women's long jump. We're in the 6th round. The final one, the men's triple jump.
15.04 for Jordan Aki Sawyer, who's not through on his 15.26.
Henry Clarkson, our leader for Cardiff Met, in this final round. So we know he went up to 15.37. Now the Strathclyde athlete here, Hannah Wallace, was in 3rd place by 1 centimetre and is now out of the medals. Again, by 1 centimetre. Henry Clarkson, 15.10 in the final round. We'll wait for full confirmation of those medals in the triple jump, but just taking a little while to come through. Clarkson, Aki Sawyer, O'Day, last time they updated, were in the top 3 positions. Wallace, foul, stays in 4th place. One more chance to get into those medals. Ruby Jurgis has done just that. She knocked Wallace down, 5.96, 15 centimetres off gold here. So would require a personal best by 2 centimetres for Ruby in order to get that gold medal. 5.64, no improvement. She'll also have one more go. Amy Ware in the 5th round. Interestingly passed at the 3rd attempt. Not sure whether she was just nursing a slight injury there. Obviously has done a lot of jumping 2 lots of qualification and 2 lots of final. That was better though. .581, also no improvement. Ruby Jersey is just 1 centimetre ahead of her. Hannah Wallace just 1 centimetre behind, but that's the way it continues to be. Let's see whether Cleo Martin-Evans can continue to stay out front. Maybe she can go further ahead. Could be a key stage of the competition, but she's got a representative effort of 6.11, unable to improve on that.
And some of the third round jumps are not showing. Most significantly, I think that of Matthew Cox. Because I thought his third round jump took him into 3rd place. I may be wrong.
Keris Lee begins our final round in the women's long jump. 5.38 so far. She'd need 5.62 or better to improve positionally. Women's 3,000 metre final resumes the track action in 10 minutes time. Katie Beadle in 7th place. .576 her personal best. If she achieved that, she'd go up 1 place. So driving down this runway now, looks for good foot placement on the board. Didn't quite spring up in the air and hang there. It's the same personal best, in fact, as Bria Cook, so no surprise that they are closely matched and next to each other positionally. Cook lining up next on the runway. We'll try and bring you that full result of the men's triple jump. So Bria Cook, as we were saying, second the Scottish Students' Championships in the Emirates Arena. Personal best there, 1st of February, 5.76. She's only 4 centimetres off that, needs 5.85 to improve her position. 5.95 needed for a medal, so not that far away. Not quite sure that jump had the length required though.
So we're into the 6th and final round.
5.42 for Cook.
City, 6.11.
Following that red flag for Beadle, 5.08 for Lee. Can Amy Hughes become the first person to improve in this final round? She has a 5.92 PB set last month in Cardiff, the Birmingham student. I think she took off quite early there. But still achieved good height on the jump. Well, her personal best of 5.92 will be just shy of a medal by 3 centimetres, so let's see what's possible. 5.85.
Amy Hughes in 5th place. Finishes with a best of 5.85, 5.82 there in the 6th and final
So she'll
round.
finish in 5th place. Hannah Wallace is in 4th. She's 1 centimetre off a medal. Watch this closely. Accelerates, drives hard, and into that sandpit. And waiting to see confirmation that this will be a valid jump. It is. Really hard to tell with the naked eye down by that sandpit. But we just have to wait for the officials now. 5.95 is what is needed. She's 1 centimetre off of that. 5.74 she finishes with. So 4th place. We know our medalists, Cleo Martin-Evans, Ruby Jurgis and Amy Ware. So Ware is going to be on 2 podiums now. Really impressive achievement. It means another top 5 finish for her. The 6th one at BUCS. Ruby Jurgis in 2nd place, but she's moved up during the second half of the competition, and that's why she's jumping before Ware, even though she's positionally ahead. So red flag. So it means that Amy Ware has an opportunity to improve now, and Ruby wouldn't be able to respond. .607 her personal best. She only needs to improve by 1 centimetre. It would be incredible if the athletes hung on to their positions for 2 rounds, despite 3 of them being separated by 2 centimetres. So Amy looks pretty happy. 6.03, so she has indeed snatched that silver medal. Oh, that is hugely impressive, right at the end of the competition, and she's a double silver medalist, just 4 centimetres off her personal best, which was achieved in January at Eton. So that's fantastic for the athlete, coached by Keith Fleming, who has been watching on this competition. Cleo Martin-Evans, assured of the gold medal once again for Birmingham City University, putting them on the map. And it's her 3rd BUCS gold medal, her 4th medal in total. And she hasn't had to be at her best, but we knew that at 6.11 others were capable. 6.27 in the final round. She improves by 16 centimetres, and that is terrific. And it's 11 centimetres, I make it. 10 centimetres off the championship record. So one of the best performances here ever at BUCS. Record jointly held by Jodie Smith and Jade Nimmo, 2022 and 2013 respectively, at 6.37. So women's long jump has concluded. Cleo Martin-Evans of BCU, Amy Ware of Brunel, Ruby Jurgis. Look at that simultaneous hugs there for our gold and bronze medalist. Still delight for Ruby. Obviously Amy Ware getting an improvement in position in the final round with 6.03, similar to her teammate Michelle Yelekwe, who improved her position from 4th to 3rd in the triple jump. But a double medalist, I think our first double medalist at these championships. So I'll give you men's triple jump confirmation when we have it. Now, plenty of track finals to watch out for here. Strap yourselves in. Don't go anywhere for the next couple of hours. 3,000, 400, 200, 800, 1,500 and 4x200 metre relay finals. And also don't forget we've got men's pole vault, women's high jump, men's long jump, women's shot put to come as well.
Representing Leeds University, Pippa Carcass. From Birmingham University, Kate Willis. Oxford University's Leia Casa Johanna Guardia. And completing the lineup, the second of the Loughborough students, Emily Parker. The final of the women's 3,000 metres.
You're watching live coverage of the BUCS Indoor Athletics Championships 2025 here at the English Institute of Sport in Sheffield. And the whistle has gone ahead of the women's 3,000 metre final. So, 15 laps of the track are now underway. Let's take you through the lineup. It's led by Emily Parker of Loughborough here. Now Parker, personal best of 9:12.58. That personal best recently here in Sheffield at the BMC Grand Prix. British Milers Club, obviously a middle distance specialist series of events. She won gold in the 2,000 metre steeplechase. Only run outdoors, of course. That was at BUCS last year. But her teammate leading us out, Charlotte Dannett, a bronze medalist over 5,000 metres with a personal best of 9:18.08. This is her first track competition of the year. And she was 7th, though, at the BUCS Cross Country Championships, which is often a nice precursor to see who might be in form and getting in shape before this. Leader now is Mia Waldman, who's ranked between those two, Parker and Dannett, who are the three athletes sub 9:20 on times. Mia Waldman 9:17.58. That was a 22nd personal best, another British Milers Club meet in Cardiff where she was 3rd. PB had been 9:37 indeed, and she was 3rd at those BUCS Cross Country Championships. Waldman also part of the Great Britain team at the European Cross Country Championships, which were held in Antalya in Turkey over the winter. She was 6th in the under-23 race, and it's well, it's a level where we've seen some fantastic performances over the last few years. Some of our cross-country specialists, arguably, Megan Keith would be one of those we've seen in recent years, but doing well on the track also once they get the opportunities and also develop. So, also in this, Susie Lecoutre of Swansea, Isabel Mansley of Edinburgh, Georgia Palmer of Cardiff, Alice Bates of Birmingham, Hannah Clark of St Mary's, Kirsty Purcell of Edinburgh, Pippa Carcass of Leeds, Kate Willis of Birmingham, also highly ranked, and she was 5th in this race last year, and Leia Casa Johanna, the Spanish athlete here representing Oxford. So a number of these athletes with personal bests around 9:30, but those key three athletes we mentioned, Parker, Waldman, Dannett. Just having a look then at this leading group of 7. We've got Dannett there, the first of the Loughborough runners, and Waldman still leading them out. And then the first of the Birmingham athletes between them is Alice Bates. Opening kilometre 3:07, so 9:21 pace. So you would expect a few moves to be made. It's actually not bad pace at this stage of the race by any means. So this group remains. A couple of small moves being made towards the back of the pack. Leia Casa Johanna of Oxford, personal best of 9:37, the 25-year-old.
Manchester last year. She's in 4th place.
As you might expect, had done a lot of her racing out in Spain. Her one competition this year has been the Valencia 10K, around a time of 34.50. She's moved herself up into 5th and is trying to go past Charlotte Dannant now, as we see that Parker is now the first of the Loughborough athletes. So to recap, 3:07 for the opening kilometre, and it's Waldman of St Mary's, Bates of Birmingham, Parker of Loughborough, Casajuana of Oxford, Dannant of Loughborough. Then the second Birmingham athlete, Kate Willis. And also in this group is Susie Lecoutre. So it's as you were for this group, and a big gap behind. Although we've got two athletes working hard together, and not quite in view just there. So Mia Waldman looking very composed here.
High jump bar 160. Women's high jump.
So Waldman, that PB in Cardiff I mentioned was her first track race of the year. She didn't compete on the track at all in 2024, but was 9th here in this race 2 years ago. But significant chance of improving on that, you would have thought, because her PB back then was 9:44. And it's now nearly half a minute faster than that. Breakaway of 5. The two Loughborough athletes are in it, but Birmingham have been separated. Of course, Birmingham have been great in this competition in the past. Saskia Millard and Elsa Palmer winning BUCS titles in 2022 and 2023. And then Alex Millard last year ahead of Almina Rurka. That was a really good battle between the two of them, and it ended up being a championship record time as well, 9:06:30, and it was one of the oldest championship records on the book that had been held by Lisa Dobrisky. So second kilometre, so around 6:18 there. Well, I thought they came through the line a little faster than that, and maybe after some of the results we've seen today, a little reason to question that. But if it were the case, it would be a little bit slower. Some 4 seconds slower than the opening kilometre. It felt more like 6:14, which would be more even. We're still looking at something like 9:20, 9:25 pace here. So Loughborough have also been separated. Waldman of St Mary's, Dannant trying to make a move right on the shoulder of Waldman is the taller athlete. Then Bates of Birmingham and Casajuana been steadily moving on and up.
With the long time leader, St Mary's Mia Waldman.
Well, Waldman has been doing a fabulous job out front here. 5 seconds separating the personal best of these two. And Parker looking to add indoor gold to what she did outdoors in the steeplechase. Well, look at this then, quite significant in the race. Parker looking very strong. She comes around these back markers now, and Waldman may find this difficult to respond, having led the race for so long. You can see in her face she's just taken a measured reaction. Parker looking very easy for her to just eke out this advantage. So 8 minutes into this race, with now 2 laps to go, 13 down. Well, Waldman is still there on your screen, and there's a bigger gap back to Casajuana, who's overtaken Bates of Birmingham. Parker with this leaning running style makes you think a little bit like she might be tiring, but I think she's still got some energy to give here. 8:35 at the bell. And Waldman not able to go up through the gears. like Parker is doing. Castellana, neither. Looks like Alice Bates might have saved something for the last lap though. That could be interesting. And Parker here, coming into the home straight for the final time. Finals, 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 all the way here on in. And it starts with Emily Parker and gold for Loughborough. 9:08.72, but oh my goodness me, Bates across the line overtakes the slowing Waldman. Wow, what an astute performance from Bates of Birmingham in the closing stages, overtaking two athletes on the last lap. Well, so often see that picture of athletes losing pace with the lead group, but talked about measured reactions. Waldman, unfortunately, she couldn't go up through the gears. She'd given a lot right throughout the race, really, but Bates very cleverly had saved something, and I'm sure Luke Gunn, leading the Birmingham team, will be very pleased with that. So I understand the official time has been given as 9:11.23. So, yes, that speed late in the race from Parker ends up being a personal best nonetheless by around a second. So that's still very impressive. And yes, a situation where she came in as narrowly the favourite, wasn't leading the race early on. We had to be patient to see how it would unfold. No problem with that. Emily Parker keeping it steady, and then she wound up a couple of laps to go, really pushed on, and no one else could live with that. It had been quite even for a long time, and Mia Waldman certainly doing her part in helping it become a fast race. Initially that 3:07 opening kilometre, and then, yes, not sure I trust that 6:18, but looked fairly even. They're on for something like 9:20 at first, and then that crucial move, both positionally and up through the gears from Parker, all important. 9:11.23, and Bates of Birmingham, that fantastic move late in the race. Love to see that late charge to do something different as well. Just holding back, and it worked well.
Men's pole vault, the bar at 4.23 meters. Well, I've counted 11 athletes out on the track. I think we have a DNS. Just wait for official confirmation, which is on its way. Athlete wearing leg number 7, which is Peter Bradshaw, Edinburgh DNS. So through the lineup, lining up on the inside, representing Nottingham Trent, Elliot Smith-Rasmussen. From Exeter University, Mark Rooney. Sheffield University's Jamie Richardson. Alongside him from Heriot Watt, Andrew Thompson. Then Newcastle University's Luke Davis. From Birmingham University, Tom Bridger. Then representing Loughborough, Rowan Miel Ingram. From Birmingham University, Isaac Hersham Chandler. Strathclyde's Jack Patton. Loughborough's Dexter Thompson. And completing the lineup from Bristol University, Stephen Denby. The final of the men's 3,000 metres.
Men's 3,000 metre final coming up very shortly, so if you like what we just saw, had a good taste for the action, then there's more coming up. Same task for these men, 15 laps of the track then. And this is interesting. Now, no Tyler Billiard or Will Barnicott for Birmingham, and I actually counted out of the athletes that I did notes on before, actually more of them that haven't made it through to the final than have out of those notes, because Will Rabjohns had that trip, which was unfortunate for the World Under-20 semi-finalist, and some others didn't make it through, some others weren't here. So Sam Charig and Alex Malloy of St Mary's and Loughborough respectively, another good battle that we'd like to see rejoined between those universities over middle distance races. I think they become the top contenders, the athletes that are sub 340 on 1,500 times. The full lineup here with Elliot Smith Rasmussen of Nottingham Trent, Mark Ruby of Exeter, Jamie Richardson of Sheffield, Andrew Thompson of Heriot Watt, Luke Davis of Newcastle, Birmingham's Tom Bridger. Terrific battle with Ethan Hussey in last year's 3,000 metres, and Bridger was just pipped, but Hussey appeared to be celebrating across the line and maybe didn't realise that Bridger was right on his tail in a similar way to which Michael Ward was right on the tail of Josh Lay of Birmingham, and that was an incredible battle. Michael Ward winning on that occasion, having been tucked in behind for all of the race. But Birmingham hoping to come on strong during these finals, 3,800 and 1,500 especially. We've seen 1-2s in the past as well, and some great performances. Billiard, Archie Parkinson, other names like that. Michael Ward as mentioned. Peter Bradshaw of Edinburgh also in this. Personal best of 8:09.95. Set recently in the Emirates Arena at the GAA Miller Meet. Rowan Mill Ingram of Loughborough, Isaac Hirschman Chandler, our early leader here. Jack Patton of Strathclyde, Dexter Thompson of Loughborough, and Stephen Denby of Bristol. Denby with a personal best of 8:26, so not one of the fastest in the field, but he has looked very strong. Just punching above his weight here, certainly when those heats were very leisurely pace with a capital L. So 2:42.18. And this gives us a chance to split screen and keep one eye on the women's high jump final. So the bar at 163. So Isaac Hirschman Chandler out front then. Just coming through on the inside was his teammate there, Bridger. And then in third place, 6.96, that's Andrew Thompson of Heriot Watt. They already have a silver medal at these championships through Adam Hall in the 60 hurdles. Thompson with a personal best of 8:23.99. So he's in this lead group with Jack Patton of Strathclyde, 8:07.71 at best. He did run a personal best over 5,000 metres this month as well, 14:25.5. But he had a good BUCS debut season last year, 1500 metre bronze medalist indoors and then 4th outdoors. Not bad across the year. And then just having a look, 8.75 Rowan Mill-Ingram is the best of the Loughborough athletes. He was 3rd outdoors last year over 1500 after 4th place here indoors in this race. 8:06.71 at best. 8:07 this year, so not too far off the British Milers Club Grand Prix in Sheffield in January. So when they come through next time around, we'll have an idea of that 2nd kilometre split.
So Jack Patton.
This is decent pace being set here. Athletes in single file.
4th, 5th and 6th respectively.
They continued at 2:43 or 2:42 thereabouts, would lead us to something like 8:10.
Coming up to the 2 kilometre mark.
We'll see who can sustain this.
And they go through in
5:28.63. So just a touch slow, a few seconds slower. Maybe some sort of time around 8:13. Be very interesting to see. I mentioned that a championship record in the women's event last year, as we see Bridger to the front now, following that silver medal last year. Hirschman Chandler leading the pack behind, but you can see his teammate has gone down the road. We're using lots of Formula 1 analogies. It's almost like the teammate holding up the pack here. I'm sure he's not doing that intentionally, but it's working, whatever the way they're doing this. Yes, I mentioned that women's championship record last year. Well, also the 3,000 metre championship record is one of the oldest for the men's side. Gareth Turnbull of Loughborough, 7:57.90. And there's a good reason why that stood for so long. Well, still as you were though, 3 laps to go now. So what a performance this is from Bridger. It was so close last year behind Ethan Hussey. But the noise goes up in this stadium because this is thrilling stuff from Bridger with only 2 laps to go now. And the gap is growing all the time. And this second chasing group is led by Elliot Smith Rasmussen and Jack Patton of Strathclyde. But watch this from Bridger. This is thrilling stuff. Only 200 metres to go now. 7:30.26 on the clock. What is he capable of? He still is sprinting for home. So Bridger, personal best 7:50.81. That was in Boston last month. He's fighting here to the line. He wants the time. Is he going to be sub 8 minutes here? What a phenomenal gold medal for Birmingham. Dominance from Bridger. 7:58.67. Just outside the championship record. What a battle for silver. Oh, wow. It was Smith Rasmussen trying to hold on.
I think got up there to take second.
Rowan Mill-Ingram, I think it was on the outside for Loughborough with Jack Patton. Oh, but Bridger, he really gave his best there to go for that championship record that has stood for 23 years. So he ends up less than a second outside of Gareth Turnbull's record. But crucially, you know, it's weird to be disappointed when you've got the gold medal. I'm sure he'll be delighted with that. In the top 10 in the UK this year for 3,000 metres indeed. That list obviously led by that incredible time of George Mills, 7:27 that we saw in Val d'Ereux at the start of this month. No one within 10 seconds of that indeed in the UK this year. Okay, men's pole vault. In this, we have Oscar Whitcomb of Loughborough, Angus Bowling of Warwick, Strathclyde's Alistair Mackay. You can see here Dylan Tierney, Sheffield Hallam, Conrad Winter, East Anglia, Andrew McFarlane of Edinburgh, and the favourite Owen Hurd of Loughborough. Confirmation of that result. Interesting that it's given 7:58 exactly. 7:58.67 I recall showing trackside. Mill Ingram of Loughborough 8:07.68 did come through on the outside as we thought. Elliot Smith Rasmussen, the man who was trying to hold on but just couldn't, but he gets the bronze medal ahead of Patna Strathclyde, who had been chasing him just behind. And I told you that Stephen Denby would outperform his ranking. 8:26 coming in, a personal best. Looks like by 16 seconds, and he finishes 5th. So, brilliant stuff. The bar, just having a look here in this pole vault, I believe it's at 4:43. And we're waiting for McFarlane and Hurd to enter. It looks like Hurd is not going to enter until 5:23. Which would be quite late. His personal best is 5:65 though, achieving Cannes in France. UK leader this year, and yes, has started to become the UK's #1 pole vaulter.
The bronze medalist representing Loughborough, Michael Alajiki. The silver medalist representing Loughborough is Jordan Akisoya. And the BUCS champion, the gold medalist representing Cardiff Met, is Henry Clarkson.
So men's triple jump, Michael Alajiki improving to get the bronze medal.
Next on track, the final of the women's
behind Aki Sawyer and Clarkson.
When they completed their final preparations, we have 3 minutes or so to the start. I will introduce each of them.
So bar coming down for Conrad Winter.
That will apply to all the finals from now on. As it will, of course, with the women's and men's 3,000. Well, we are almost ready. So in lane 1, In this final, the women's 400 representing Sheffield University, a finalist here last year, the 2024 Midland Outdoor Champion, Kat Reynolds. In lane 2, representing Leeds Beckett, Francis Hogg.
So bar coming down for Alistair Mackay. Again, I believe the bar is at 4:43. I think this might be his second attempt. That's what's showing.
In lane 4, GB under 18 400 metre hurdles international, the reigning England under 20 champion, representing Brunel, Stephanie Okoro. In lane 5, representing Canterbury Christchurch, the 2025 Southern Indoor Bronze medalist, Asher Root. And completing the lineup, representing Loughborough, world.
So the athletes are out and in their lanes ahead of this women's 400 metre final. And this will be really exciting to see, because hard to predict, but obviously we have seen everybody twice, and we've seen Stephanie Okoro really put the hammer down on both occasions in the heat and the semi-final. She's been drawn lane 4 here, interestingly. Jess Astle was really pushed close in her semi-final as well. Catherine Reynolds, Francis Hogg, Etty Sisson, Stephanie Okoro, Asher Root and Jessica Astle in the final of the women's 400 metres. So 3 athletes with Great Britain representation at junior level in the relays, all having medals. Okoro, known as the hurdles specialist, but she's been fantastic on this shorter indoor track. Asher Root there, another athlete who was strong in the semi-finals, but the competition ramps up here, as we know. Okoro, look at this first lap once again, 25.66, just as she did to qualify for this final, and Astle really pushed even harder this time. Okoro of Brunel still leading Astle, who's had to really push just to get to this point. Root in 3rd place. Sisson, Reynolds, great athletes out of the medals. Astle for Loughborough comes down this home straight. Goal for Loughborough. And what a thrilling way to win the race. 54.74. And look what it means to Astle. Yes, she's had those relay medals, but this is establishing herself individually, like Emily Newnham did when she got those back-to-back championship records, and in previous years like Amy Alcock did for Loughborough, and that led to GB senior representation. I'm sure she'll be capable of that one day. But Stephanie Okoro, you could see gold was what she wanted. Really pushed to get it, the Commonwealth Youth Games champion over the 4 hurdles. The shock, the emotion on Astle's face. What an incredible final that was. And you just wondered whether Astle had done too much hard work because of that fast lap. Had to go the long way round once again in the Loughborough best here. Drives past Okoro, and what a great final that was. So Jess Astle, guessing those are her parents?
Yeah.
Watching on here, Zach Blair of Birmingham, 400 metre runner, has joined me in the commentary box. That was an amazing final there. You were wandering your way up the steps, but I imagine you caught some of it.
Yeah.
Look at the shock of the emotion in her face. It's great to see that emotion.
Yeah, I caught it just as finished doing an interview with Alice for our socials. Sort of watched her come round and just looked really, really strong coming off that bend into the second lap there, and just maintained it.
Yeah, it was a mid-25 split as well that Okoro had done in the semi-final. I mean, incredible indoors, and that helped in some ways make it a decent paced race.
It was honest pace from both of them all the way through. It but Jess just had that little bit at the end.
Absolutely, but they're both decent athletes, and I'm sure they're both capable of moving on to GB seniors. They've both got junior medals.
Absolutely, yeah. Jess obviously going to Peru. Or is it
Well,
Lima?
both.
And yeah, both of them going to Peru in.
Wouldn't mind.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Would they fly us out though as well?
So yeah, but Emily Newnham was obviously done this, won BUCS titles, championship record, a bit faster, 53 flat I think.
Yes.
And she's a real talent, and I think she can just go faster and faster. She might really surprise us this year. So
watching her yesterday at the Keighley Classic in the 3 and how strong she looked, sort of in and around that sort of professional with those other athletes, sort of like with Amma and Lena as well, just showed that she really belongs there.
Yeah, absolutely. So that was a 300-metre race, and Lena Nielsen getting the British record over the rarely run 300 metres. But yeah, what was that meeting like then? Just mentioning it.
Really, really good. I was sort of down, working in in and around the media with the photographers and stuff. The atmosphere was incredible. So much energy sort of around, and so many kids as well that probably would be their first sort of athletics meet, and sort of seeing Keeley and sort of other stars alongside her was really, really good to see. Yeah,
that was the idea, I think, to get a good experience for some of the young spectators and bring them closer to the action. But the atmosphere here has been great, and you didn't have a relay with a somersault in it, certainly. I don't know if you've seen that.
I saw that on your story after. I was so confused. I was like, what has happened?
Yeah, I mean, but you have to understand that in the first heat, someone had pulled up injured. In the second heat, someone else had pulled up injured at the end of the race, so just managed to get it across the line.
Yeah.
There was a somersault in that race. Loughborough dropped the baton. Then the team that came through Warwick, they sort of they contacted, they pushed up too close in front, more contact, and it was just like, guys, let's just relax.
Down. Yeah. It's a competition, but we're all still friends here at the end of the day.
Yeah, absolutely. Nothing on 3 years ago, Sheffield again. It was a weird shoulder barge between, there was two athletes waiting to take up the baton, standing next to each other, and one athlete just tried to go clean through the middle of them when there was no gap to finish his leg. That was weird.
Just finding the racing line.
Exactly.
Wherever possible.
So he fell into the inside lane runner who was coming in, so they knocked both of them out. But he kept his baton on hand on the floor, and his teammate had already started his run, and he turned around, did a U-turn, went the wrong way on the track, picked up the baton and continued the race. So he's kind of running that close. And then Birmingham, because I did a call out for some of the best BUCS moments ever in recent times, and one of them was Birmingham 11 years ago. There were two fallers. One of them looked like they were doing breaststroke. Cardiff met on the track. UEL just completely kiboshed it and ended up out, and the Birmingham athlete was Jamie Vickery, and he just kind of weaved his way in and out like a seesaw and picked up a silver medal. So yeah, those situations, it's just, I don't know how they happen. I think the fact that it's 4x200 metres, we don't see that event often. I think that is one reason why.
It's the beauty of it. It blends both endurance and sort of speed in a brief way. It brings sort of like 4 and 8 runners down into the team and 60 runners up, and it's just the chaos that ensues as a result is so much fun. So much fun.
Second attempt at 4:53. Bar goes spinning into orbit there almost for, gonna say Sheffield Hallam athlete there. Difficult to say. It's a maroon vest, but it's actually Warwick Angus Bowling. So 4:53 here. Owen Hurd is probably going to enter once they've all finished. Such is the curious nature of pole vaulting here.
God.
But yes, thrilling stuff really, which the Keighley Classic didn't have in terms of a somersault. But yeah, still a welcome addition to the UK athletics calendar if it continues.
Yeah, I think that's the intention, and I really, really hope it does. It was really nice to see sort of the utilita be used not just for British champs, but sort of for another big athletics meet as well, and really drawing in a crowd like British champs would have to, bringing in that atmosphere that it would have, and sort of seeing both national and international athletes sort of compete together, finishing it off with Georgia Bell's so like really near miss of getting that British indoor record as well.
Yeah, exactly. It's funny with Georgia Bell because obviously, like, you know, when I was at uni, she was competing. She won the title here, and she said, "Yeah, that's my retirement now."
Yeah.
I was like, "What do you mean your retirement?" But she was kind of semi-serious because she did a couple of more years in the USA and then retired and came back. And such is the thing with Georgia Bell. I looked at the European record. I thought, well, she's improved a hell of a lot. So I really don't know, but you know, it is early in the season.
Yeah, meteoric, but
exactly.
so good to see.
So pole vault going on here. We will also catch some glimpses more of the women's high jump. Bar at 169, and we're going through first attempts. I think we're still at 453 in the pole vault with McFarlane going over, Whitcomb going over for Edinburgh and Loughborough respectively. Comrade Winter here certainly showing us 2 failures at this height. Right, women's high jump. 169 here. Oh, didn't quite have enough height there. That was Enna Olivier of Harper Adams. Not mentioned that university before. Not a million miles away from Birmingham, but more of an agricultural uni.
I've never heard of it.
So certainly spending plenty of time outdoors rather than in. Okay. Men's 400-metre final coming up next. Let's have another look here what happened yesterday. It was a Finn Whiteman, don't think any relation to Jake or Jeff. And this is possibly the best angle, but I think also he had in mind not to drop the baton.
Yeah.
Which, you know, is incredible enough, but
I think on BUCS sort of Nationals weekend as well, to be able to put some gymnastics into your performance, very sort of like multi-talented, yeah.
I like that.
Maybe we'll get someone doing like a front crawl or something in the 400.
Probably not in this final.
You never know.
Yeah, all bets are off.
It's a 400, absolutely anything can happen.
High participation in the 400 that we've seen this weekend. Bowling of Warwick, trying to go up high, brought it down with his foot, that bar. Whistle has gone. So I would ask you for your thoughts before this 400 final, but there's no time. We crack straight on. Robin Snedden, who was earlier in the semi-finals, the 4 and the 2 for Edinburgh. Thomas Abbott of Sheffield, Nathaniel Dias of Manchester Met, Jacob Lamble, Cardiff Met, Alex Cooper of Loughborough, Bradley Francis of Aberdeen here. So 2 laps of the track for these athletes. Let's see how they go. Big roar now. Well, many really pushed out in those semi-finals because qualification conditions were tough. But here in the final,
really strong
Alex Cooper. Yeah, expecting him to be the favourite as he looks for another BUCS title. And this is a gold medal he's won in the past.
22 dead through the first 2. Alex and Bradley out in front. Bradley seems to be coming back at Alex now.
Here comes Bradley Francis around the outside. Bradley Francis having to go the long way round. Cooper huffing and puffing for Loughborough. Astle already with the 400 gold. And Alex Cooper adds to that. His 3rd BUCS title. And brilliance from Loughborough, 47.88. So not as fast as his semi-final, in fact, which was 47.7.
But
seem
consistent.
To remember.
But
Absolutely.
Very consistent. Especially in the space of, what, an hour and a half they've had in recovery between the 2?
The stadium announcer here, typically diplomatic, and he said he's choosing his words carefully about first 3 across the line. I don't know whether he saw anything that we didn't, such as a lane infringement. There have been a couple of those, including in the relays. And maybe we'll get a replay. But in any case, it was a different story to that race because the Loughborough athletes both pushed very hard. But in the case of the women's final, Astle coming past. But here, Cooper
holding off really well.
Holding off.
Yeah, Bradley's done that in the semi and in the final there, where he went out really hard. I think he went out harder a bit in the semi than he did the final. Sort of knowing that Alex will sort of be on his inside. So it's got that really good 2-speed from himself as well. But really, really good battle nonetheless. I was quite worried actually that Bradley was going to go rounders outside on the top bend. But did the sort of the smart racing move of sort of holding back, which just Alex had the strength coming down that last 50.
And it's interesting because, you know, Bradley Francis, not that highly ranked coming into this. I mean, it's difficult to really compare because Jake Minshall pulling out just before the competition, and some other athletes involved. Onyeka Oko, another great athlete, didn't make the final. Some others too. But Francis kind of on paper really ranked outside the top 10, although that's because he'd set a recent personal best since he entered. That was to win the Scottish title. Still 48.66 compared Cooper, you know, much faster on outright personal best. But Cooper, Francis and Dias. Yeah. Dias, what about him? You know, a similar case, Zach, you can be amazing in the heat and semi-final, but sometimes just the final, you see these athletes all together for the first time.
Absolutely. When you're sort of in that high sort of pressured environment of that final where everything is on the line, like that is your race, you can do everything. Everybody sort of calls the semi-final a final in itself because of how difficult it is to get in, but that final is a completely different ball game.
5th and 7th in the past is Dias, and now 3rd, so really pleased to see that, and I know he would have wanted a medal. But look at this, great clearance then for Andrew McFarlane, continues to lead for Edinburgh. First time clearance at 4.63, just the second height that he has attempted. So looking very strong now. I believe that there were 3 athletes currently vaulting and Owen Hurd yet to enter. So, bit of a gap here in the field action. Birmingham obviously kicking things off in a way with Bridges' gold medal in the 3,000 metres. He was a silver medalist by the tiniest of margins in that battle with Ethan Hussey last year. So that was a great win for him.
It was a really, really good win. We sort of knew going in that he really wanted that championship best. You could sort of see by how he raced it immediately going out in that first 2 that he was gunning for that time. Obviously based on what he did in Scotland and then what he did the other week out in Boston. Just not disappointing for the fact he didn't get it, because obviously it's a box gold and a 7:58, and consistently under that 8 minutes is incredible from him. But I know deep down he'll be a tiny bit upset that he didn't quite get it. But nonetheless, what a run.
It's a good summary, yeah. I mean, that record's been held for 23 years for good reason, as I was saying, and I was looking at the opening kilometre split, and I think, they're just going to be outside that, something like maybe sub 8:10, but really have to go some. But then he just pushed off.
Has it?
Yeah.
He has a really good knack of just being able just to switch it on whenever he wants. And obviously the field just couldn't cope with that. Like, you could see immediately as soon as he decided he wanted to go, it was one of those definitive moves that you sort of look for at the highest level. And yeah, to be able to demonstrate that in February bodes really, really well for his outdoor season.
Oscar Whitcomb of Loughborough here at 4.63, second failure. Conrad Winter in a similar situation, trying to clear at 4.63, which McFarlane has done. So, yeah, you have 4 athletes still going. So 4 doesn't go into 3 as far as medals are concerned. We'll have to see who will drop out as far as the medals go. But actually, it was winner of the B final last year who got a medal. They cleared 3.83, so that's not an issue today.
Right, no.
Have to watch this women's high jump final though as well. First attempt at 1.72. Hallie Ferguson would be one of the favourites. PB of 1.82 for Manchester Met. Birmingham have Gracie Wall and Zion, is it? Zion Ateba?
Zion Ateba, yeah. I think they're doing okay. I haven't been able to quite go over there and see quite how it's getting on.
Well, that's the thing, is it so many simultaneous pieces of action. Winter, I thought he had enough height there. I think he did too, and that's why head in hands. Okay, Olivier of Harper Adams. wearing 693.
Got a PB of 169, so this will be a new personal best for her if she can clear it.
Unfortunately not. Halle Ferguson was watching on there. Kimani Jack, though, that was nail-biting earlier, just missing out on the gold medal.
Oh, absolutely. I was sort of watching it down at the start-finish straight and sort of just watching it sort of flick between the two and tinkering with his run-up, and yeah, so close.
Yeah, you could tell with him that he had only one ambition. He'd got a recent PB in Hustapeche of 218. So would have wanted to clear 214, but you know, the case with high jumpers, you can't expect the same jumps, same heights every week. What about Halle Ferguson then? Went to those European under-20s, having won the England title. Halle Ferguson does do what you'd expect.
In the semi-final, 23.91. In the lane 4, representing Birmingham University, this year's Southern indoor bronze medalist.
So Halle Ferguson hoping to add another BUCS title to her collection, as we said about a few athletes at these championships. She has won 80 so far this year, also in Hustapeche earlier this month.
England International, the defending BUCS champion and championship record holder.
Bar remains at 172. We're going through second attempts. Bar's at 463 even in the pole vault, and we'll keep you across as best we can. The athletes have been called to their marks in the final of the women's 200 metres. Lois Garland, University of the Highlands and Islands. Natasha Harrison, Manchester Met. Harita Badra, Loughborough. Birmingham, Scarlett Thomas Wright. Poppy Malik of Loughborough. Brooke Ironside, defending champion for HSU. So once again, we're seeing someone go for gold on the outside lane, but Poppy Malik stepping down from the 400 metres. What is she capable of here? Scarlett Thomas Wright, also a semi-final winner, and Harita Badra was fantastic in the semis, getting a personal best. So this is oh so close now. It's Malik against Ironside on the outside. Defends her title successfully. 23.61 for Brooke Ironside. Wow, half a second off her outright PB. Fantastic performance there, and yeah, Alex Houchin was saying yesterday that runners do like that 6th lane because climb up higher, we can really get that slingshot effect to push off in the final 50.
Yeah, what a race! I was watching Scarlett just because I knew how close between her and Harita it would have been for 3rd, but yeah, that lane 6 sort of coming around, being able to slingshot it down and sort of use that momentum really, really well. So it just gives that advantage. What a run from Brooke. Really, really strong.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, even though Poppy Malik is a 400 metre specialist, if you like, still she's run some great 200 metre times. Yeah, Tasha Harrison has as well, similar situation for her, but Ironside, not the first 200 metre gold medalist that we've seen from that outside lane. Hannah Longden's done that as well in the past, but not bad for Health Sciences University. Hope they'll
absolutely,
yeah, they'll be as I say, they'll be dancing on the streets of Health Sciences tonight.
Where is Health Science University based?
I think she was previously of ACC, which is in Bournemouth, I believe. It's also in Bournemouth. I wonder whether, renamed. Yes, indeed, it has been renamed. There we go. What doesn't Birmingham rename itself? University of the West Midlands.
I think it's a bit controversial, that, actually.
I think it would be, yeah. Well, BCU, I don't know if you know this, but it was called University of Central England, I think it was.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. How long ago was that?
Well before my time, even. Yeah, a long time ago.
Well, we're talking about, what, 10, 15 years ago then?
More. Since it's been called that. So, Ironside from Malik from Badra. So, Zach Blair, Any predictions for what's to come in these finals?
What's the next final? Is it the men's too?
The men's 200 coming up shortly.
I think Josh from Sheffield Hamlin is really, really good from the heats to the semi, and I think it might be between him, sort of Harry and Taylor on the Harry and David, sorry, in the outside three.
That's the battle.
What you'd expect.
That's the battle we're looking for.
It's really, really difficult to tell because Josh has looked so good through one and sort of 150, but obviously David and Harry's strength is coming off that bend and looking really, really strong, pushing on down the home straight. So it'll be really tricky to say. Can't quite put. I don't know who I'd predict to win.
473, failure first attempt, Conrad Winter here. And then also any Birmingham athletes to watch out for, where there are plenty, but any thoughts on where you're really looking for big medals to be won?
We're particularly looking at Ore in the long jump. Obviously previous BUCS medal winner, had an injury last year, so couldn't quite compete the way he wanted to, but really looking for a redemption arc this competition.
Hallie Ferguson clear at 175 with the first time asking, 176 in fact. The official was partially obscuring the number, I can't blame them, but officials doing a fantastic job.
Yeah,
shout out officials.
All of the officials all weekend giving up their time to make sure the competition runs.
Yeah, student volunteers as well, helping the results to be processed too. This has been quite a weekend for you though. Dueling both Keighley Classic and being at BUCS, you're getting all of the kind of the best
all of
bits.
the coverage. No, yeah, it's really, really good to sort of just get out there and sort of volunteer and put yourself in and around the field, which is what I love to do, and see great sport live in front of you. It's something that you can't quite put a price on as to how it sort of being in it feels, which is why I love it so much.
Oh, definitely, yeah. It's just a great feeling, really, especially this indoors and the close-knit nature of the arena. So McFarlane there, he'd been very strong to this point, but bar down at 473. Are still at 176 first attempts in the high jump.
How have you been anyway?
How have I been? Well, it's
we don't
manic.
have to talk about on here.
We don't, do we? And actually, you know, it's important, isn't it? Mental health,
absolutely,
as well.
Absolutely.
Bryden Duncan was wearing laces, teal and purple, all about mental health. Brunel Shotputter.
Yes, I heard that on Friday.
Right. Well, we're talking about the impact of being successful and the pressure on you as a result. You know, you could say from the point of view of any career, really.
Absolutely.
Yeah, success
no
puts pressure, or if you're not achieving what you want.
That added pressure you put on yourself as a result, yeah.
The excitement of new opportunities, you know, like being a photographer at the Keighley Classic. And it's worth saying that as well. Anyone who's in this sporting environment, you know, who competes for their university, you know, there may be pressure also to go on to international level, but also maybe there are so many other ways that you could use that university experience generally. And once you've milked every moment, to mention the campaign.
There you go.
But then you could use that, you know, in other careers too.
Absolutely, yeah. No matter what sort of degree you do and where you want to take it after, that ability to put pressure on yourself is both such a strength and a weakness of every person. And yeah, it's however you want to take it. But it's as Bryden was saying on Friday, just that ability just to sort of check in and sort of really be there for people. I sort of listened to it, really championed it myself, because I really, like, when I'm with my friends, we often really like speak openly with each other as well about that sort of thing and how we are, both as a house and a friendship group and all around.
Yeah, so that's good that you do that. I think I have a few people that, you know, can do that with. We see Conrad Winter at 473. I'll bring that bar down early there, unfortunately. And then sometimes there's some people that you feel when you do chat about mental health, you're kind of labouring on their time, and you have to kind of make it succinct because they just haven't necessarily got that attention span for you. But yes, no, doing well, thank you. And yeah, glad to see you're getting opportunities as well. And still having a chance to stay within this university group as others have done.
Yeah.
We've seen Isabel Boffey come back and take pictures as well, haven't we?
Yes, absolutely. Well, it's my final year of uni, but I'll still be in and around hopefully next year watching the team and helping out where I can, really. I love Birmingham and the athletics team. It's been sort of real family that we have around here. Not to advocate out to come to Birmingham, but advocate out to come to Birmingham for the sort of family vibe that we have as a community and a club.
No, it's okay, because we will have Loughborough representation in a moment. Actually, Tom Wilcock is about to come on.
Oh yeah.
And join us. So don't worry, we'll have that kind of equality and that balance. It's very important, obviously, that integrity.
Absolutely.
So yeah, thanks very much for joining.
Lovely to see you. Lovely to see you.
And we're watching here McFarlane at 473. And the bar does just stay up.
Andrew McFarlane going clear at his third attempt at that height. PB of 481, set at the England Outdoor Championships last year. He's twice finished fourth at these championships. Is it his turn this year to get on the podium? The men out for this final of the 200 metres.
Hallie Ferguson at 180. So second attempt at 180 for the Manchester Met student. Let's have a look. Oh, she has been good today, but just off comes that bar. Tom Wilcock, I mentioned he was about to come in. He's here now. And, well, Tom, we're looking forward to this men's 200-metre final, and Loughborough with a big contender, Harry Taylor, going against David Chapman. This should be an incredible battle.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Appreciate it. Good to be back here again. And yeah, it's going to be a rematch of last year's battle. It's going to be a lovely watch. It's going to be intense. I think both of them are going to want it just as much as they did last year, especially with how close they are this year on season's best. So it's going to be a really good run, I think.
Yeah, I hope so. And it's so short sometimes this lap. You almost expect them to go round again in these shorter races on the oval. But yeah, not too dissimilar to the women's final as well. Don't forget Brooke Ironside winning that from Poppy Malik. Very similar battle. We had Alex Houchin speaking here yesterday. Not able to compete, unfortunately, Alex, but he was talking about how enjoying the outside lane, that slingshot effect that we've been talking about. Not much time to talk further, though, because this final is about to get underway. Joel Burgess of Sheffield Hallam here. Sheffield Hallam, who looked great in the relay, by the way. That'd be interesting to see, in which they're the championship record holders in the home stadium. Kai Crawford just squeezed into this final. And no Isaac Marsh, incidentally. Always a shame, 6 places in the final and 1 DNS. Joshan Venkatasamy, Mauritius international for Hallam. Harry Taylor of Loughborough, David Chapman of Leeds Beckett, the defending champion here. So Chapman against Taylor, Leeds Beckett against Loughborough. Who's it going to be? Venkatasamy, though, shout out to him in third place. A fantastic run to this point. But Taylor looking strong. Chapman gritting his teeth. Look at this. High octane stuff. Chapman again for Leeds Beckett. Gets the goal. 21-18. And look at that celebration. That is brilliant to see, because it is exactly what we build it as. We knew it was going to be Leeds Beckett against Loughborough. We've seen gold medals for Loughborough in the 400, so you can't really discredit Beckett from getting their moment in the sun here in Sheffield. Tom Wilcock, you were watching that. I'm sure you were cheering on Harry Taylor, but you really can't deny that that was a terrific performance from Chapman.
Yeah, excellent performance. He's backed up again. You can't blame the man. That's 2 really good runs from all the guys there. And Harry pushed him all the way, but again, Chapman coming through, showing his class. So excellent run. He's always got a loud support from the Leeds Beckett crew. So it's good to see them guys getting loud again for him. And what a race! I mean, Harry pushed him all the way. I'm gutted for him, but I think he'll be happy to get another medal once he wakes up tomorrow morning.
Yes, we've still got. I was going to say he's still got the relay to come, but he hasn't. Sorry about that.
That's rude. That is rude.
It's just instinctive, though, isn't it?
You'd expect us, but you're normally there, but not on this occasion.
Yeah, well, Chapman hasn't got the relay either, unfortunately, because they were just pipped out by that rerun for Warwick. If you weren't watching yesterday, some of you will recap that a little bit later. Again, no time to talk, really. Chapman from Taylor, from Venkatasamy, the Francophone Games medalist for Mauritius. He gets the bronze medal. Don't know if you saw on Friday, but he had 4 rounds of the 60 metres. Of course, you would have been here on Friday. He had that runoff.
Yeah, of course.
Exactly, because they ran the exact same time. And I thought it was interesting that they went with a runoff so close to the final rather than a drawing of lots. I know that is just pure ridiculousness, but it is kind of in the World Athletics rules. So.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting one that picking from the hat is within the rules. I think we saw it in the World Indoors a couple of years ago with David King in the hurdles. So I think
that's right.
I think it would have been, but I think it's only right to let him run again, and ultimately they will pay the price, unfortunately, of having to be a bit more tired and final.
Maybe they asked the athletes what they preferred. Actually, that could have been possible.
That could be. I think it'd be nice to give the athletes the opportunity to decide what they want to do, and if they both want to pick from a hat and take that look at the draw, then all praise to them. But I think a runoff is fair. I think, you know, if they cannot be separated even by a hair, then you've got to let them go again, I think.
So some great 200-metre finals that we've had. Brooke Ironside and David Chapman retaining their gold medals. We've got this pole vault here, again, sort of curious because Owen Hurd will enter probably once everyone else has stopped vaulting. And that's almost the target for them, to stay in until Hurd joins. Been trying to do what Holly Bradshaw did a couple of years ago and sort of come in, win gold and done, and Sophie Asher's doing a similar thing. Pole vault, one of those technical events where Loughborough seem to have great strength in depth over everyone else.
Yeah, I think that's down to Kate Rooney being based there in Loughborough. I think she's an excellent coach, and having the facilities there as we do, we're very fortunate too. So I think it's a dangerous combination having a coach like Kate and the high pack. So I think that only produces naturally amazing athletes, which we're fortunate to recruit.
Absolutely, yeah, and it's actually athletes as well actively knowing that they want to be based at Loughborough and will be as well. So McFarlane, I think the bar is at 483, second attempts we're going through now. Hallie Ferguson looks to be certainly the only athlete left jumping here. 183, she'll go next. So what else is coming your way? We can see obviously men's pole vault in action, women's shot put, and also men's long jump.
Feels like only this time last year we were discussing the new long jump board being introduced, and I think it was tested last week, wasn't it, in Germany? So things are progressing with that.
Yeah, that was fascinating, and it kind of got a bit of attention on long jump actually. I know Jasmine Sawyers did some high-profile interviews on that, and you know it's a change that not everyone supports, but are curious to see really what happens. But if it puts some spotlight on long jump by the fact that it's changing, then at least that is sort of a positive. Yeah. So, we've seen the 400 finals, 3,000 finals, 200 finals, 800 coming up next. And these something of a personal favourite, I have to say, because it's rare to have an 800 final with just 6 athletes, obviously, and they tend to be all contenders. We're looking here at the women's shot put final. So they're in the 4th round now. And Amy Thompson, there's also the shot put ambulant final led by Amy Thompson. But we're going to focus on this track final now. Amy Kennedy is leading the women's shot put final, 14:46. So, women's 800 with Alice Bennett of Birmingham, Maddie Casey of Bath, Jodie Martin of Hull, Sophia Vidak of Stirling, Charlotte Buckley of Oxford, and her teammate Annabelle Hedge. So Oxford doing really well to get 2 athletes in this. And it's fascinating because you've got a combination of athletes really. Sophia Vidak has been great, a prolific Scottish title winner, 100s, 200s, 400s, really stepping it up.
That's an impressive range right there.
Absolutely. Alice Bennett, narrowly, very narrowly, the top-ranked athlete. England under-20 champion, personal best of 2:06.94. She's at the back of this pack at the moment, is Bennett. You've got Jodie Martin of Hull. Not a winner of too many titles are Hull, but they have done so in the sprints with the Morgan Harrison brothers, of course. So, yeah, really interesting to see Martin out front here with Vidak in second place, who should have that great kick. So the athletes who are in this will try and run it out of her. But Tom, we're just waiting for someone to really wind up, and curious to see how this will unfold.
Yeah, hoping to see Alice Bennett, the best of Northampton has to offer at the back, see what she can do. So hopefully she comes through now. I'm sure she will. Experienced athlete now, and it seems to be heating up here.
Absolutely. Charlotte Buckley has been very strong in the rounds so far, and that's one of the things you have to do, just get to this final, and some athletes haven't been able to do it. So, coming up to the bell.
All to play for.
Buckley on the outside, then Vidak making a move. Martin on the inside, slight little squabbles over space now as it really begins to open up. Could Oxford get a double podium? That would be sensational if they could. Buckley moving away all the time, like Alex Shipley did last year when Oxford also won gold. Buckley with incredible noise. I think it's going to be an Oxford 1-2. This is sensational. With Vidak behind and Oxford first and second. Oh, they will be absolutely delighted with that. And that will be one of the best moments in recent times for Oxford University Sports. 2:09.97 on the clock. We know we never get really fast finals, and that's why the championship records have stood since like Marilyn Okoro's time, 20 years. Both indoors and outdoors. You know, we've seen the likes of Isabel Boffey and Abby Ives come through, haven't been able to attack those championship records. But this is a great story. Charlotte Buckley coming through on the outside, Vidak in the green as Sterling, looking disappointed. So this is the picture at the bell, and so often we see, Tom, that someone chooses the bell as the moment.
Yeah, it looks like she chose the timing really well there. No one could really respond to her move, and I think she played it excellently and pulling away, and it's quite impressive to do. I think we've seen a lot of close finishes in the 800, especially in the heats and the semis, but to pull away like that is very impressive. So she clearly played it very well, ran the rounds as well as she should have, and has pulled away for an Oxford 1-2, so that's really impressive.
Yeah, incredible. Can remember some Oxford gold medals, but not a 1-2. And they will be delighted with that.
The old Superman lean as well for the finish. You love to see it.
Wow, it was pretty close to the finish as we see Halle Ferguson go over at 1:83 for a personal best. And that is terrific. We were saying how for high jumpers you can't expect the same heights every weekend, but yeah, Halle Ferguson, I mentioned her 1:82 is her PB. She'd done 1:80 this year in Hustopek in the Czech Republic, but that is phenomenal. 1:87 is the championship record. Wow, look at that. It was fairly close. The bar was still moving there.
I think high jump's got to be one of my favourite events to watch. When it's done right, it is so amazing to watch.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you've seen something like that Hustopek meeting, I was following the Cottbus meeting in Germany, which was the only pole vault and high jump, and they each went alternately. The crowd were packed in. They used pyrotechnics. It was just amazing stuff, and you were able to see that every athlete had a sense of occasion each time they jumped, because they were the only thing happening as well. So Owen Hurd, it looks like, now entering at 5:23. Everyone else appears to be out. This was always in the plan.
Beautiful.
Oh, look at that height from Owen Hurd. And I think it's quite late to enter, even by his standards.
Owen's been vaulting really, really well. He's getting stronger, he's getting fitter, he's getting quicker. And I think him and Kate are putting on a really, really good show. They're trying to make a a play for the European indoors. He needs those points, so he's been vaulting well, he's been vaulting regularly, so I think the more he goes on and the more he continues to vault, the better he's going to get. I think this time last year that would have been a struggle for him, but this year you saw how he cleared that with ease, so Owen that is not a surprise to me. He's been vaulting extremely well, very confidently, and I think vault is a game of confidence. You know, once you believe you can do it and you get on those more stiffer poles, you can fly, and I think that's exactly what he's doing.
Yeah, absolutely. Once we get to the higher heights, we see those changing poles, longer poles, and athletes again have their different preferences. Just looking at this women's shot put final, so top 3, Amy Kennedy with 15.17, Sinead Dutoit 13.85, and Kedis Abogi with 13.05. But we've seen some medals snatched in the final moments in some of these field events. Right from the triple jump earlier, we saw a double silver medal for Amy Ware of Brunel. So there's been some great field action. We saw a championship record in that women's triple jump as well for Georgie Ford-Wells of Loughborough, who came in as the favourite, former UK indoor champion. So we're into the 5th round of this women's shot put now, and Holly Benson of Edge Hill showing us in 8th place, 11.02 so far, needs just 1 centimetre to improve positionally. As we wait for the athletes to come out before our next track final, the men's 800, so that'll be out in a few minutes. So these 3 field finals ongoing, 4 in fact. Hallie Ferguson out there on her own, Ethan Hurd, same picture. And Ferguson, 185 first attempt. The bar just comes down 2 centimetres short.
I think the atmosphere this year has been really, really good. I think it's good to see the stand full and people getting behind all the athletes for different universities. I think I'd like to see a clap every now and again from some of the athletes, getting them excited. I think I definitely would if I could, and you had this sort of crowd getting behind you.
Yeah, and I think it's infectious because one athlete does it and the others think, yeah, I'd quite like that for me as well, and to make the most of that sense of occasion that I was talking about. So still in this 5th round here. This is Michaela Joseph of Coventry. So quite a big gap of 82 centimetres up to the medals. See there, she steps out the front of the circle, so won't be measured. Well, you mentioned that Owen Hurd is going for the European indoors, and just because of Mondo Duplantis and others being way over 6 metres, 5.85 is extremely high, feels extremely high certainly. 20 centimetres off his personal best, but it feels really tough for a European indoors as a standard.
Yeah, I think Mondo's setting the bar a bit too high maybe for everyone else, you know, with him jumping 6'10" like it's nothing. I think, you know, 5'80" all of a sudden doesn't seem that high, when in reality it is very high. It's a British record, I believe, off the top of my head. So I think it'll be a tough ask for Owen to go, but he's vaulting really well, and hopefully he can do that and pick up some more points throughout the rest of the indoor season. Yeah,
that's incredible, isn't it? Harry Koppel, of course, setting that record. The UK Championships it was, and that was back in 2020. Of course, there was that September Championships in between COVID times. Right, still some crucial efforts though in this shot put. As we wait for Hurd, obviously he's got more time. Same with Ferguson in the second attempt at 185 here, with Hurd at 5.43. It looks like the bar is at.
I believe that might be close to the championship record that Scott Simpson set a couple of years ago. So I know that was the target last year, and I'm sure he's going for that soon.
Yes, he is. Yes. Yeah. I was very kind of you to say a couple, wasn't it, to Scott? Because he was 18 years ago.
I meant no disrespect by that.
Well, no, I think that worked well. I think that sounded good.
Yeah, couple's a good medium ground. So yeah, no, that's been stood for a while. So we'll be looking to get that and have the one up on Scott when he goes back into the high pack on Monday.
Yeah, I think they're just adjusting the depth at the moment. Anyway, making adjustments as we see this 5th round continue here. But that would be quite special given how long that has been held for. Dutoit of Loughborough, and now Ferguson of Manchester Met. Second attempt here. No, if anything, no closer really than the first attempt. Already got that personal best by 1 centimetre.
A lot of jumps in your own. It must be getting tiring towards this stage of the competition with the amount of jumps you've done. But I wouldn't know, but I'm sure if she clears that, it'll be an amazing effort.
Amy Kennedy of Glasgow, our leader here in the 5th round. She leads by more than a metre, was expected to be dominant, and tricky of course when it is your event really to win. Adele Nichols been in that situation, Serena Vincent in the past, and now Amy Kennedy. No measurement there, red flag. So we'll just have one more round to go, and then we'll bring you some of the men's long jump final as well. But we know that she shot that really rattles through quickly, and then we know that this is the final round. We also know that we're very close to the men's 800 metre final with the athletes being out. So Benson only needs 2 centimetres to improve positioning. I know I said that a few minutes ago, but it remains the case. She's had some very close field finals. Went up high, but I'm not sure it went further enough in the sector as this 800 final gets underway. Ryan Martin of Stirling. They've had some good final appearances. Vidak, don't forget. Strong showing in that 800 final. Harry Ware to get Winchester through to a final. Fantastic stuff. Jack Dixon of Loughborough, you can see here out front on this first lap. Basil Rock to the back, but he has a fantastic finish. And look at him stepping on the gas there as they come through this first lap. Also Ben Gardner of Birmingham, watch out for him in 2nd place, and David Race of Loughborough in 4th. And we've seen some athletes be so unlucky in the past when they're all contenders here. They go from back to front to back and just missing out on the final lap when everyone's got pace to burn. This could be thrilling, Tom.
Yeah, this could be amazing. You can see this going down to the last 50 metres, can't you? Nothing is separating them here.
Well, David Race, European under-20 gold medalist over the 4x4, also competed those championships individually. And he's got a bit of work to do here. 4th at the UK indoors last year, but 5th outdoors at BUCS, and that just tells you an athlete of his 1:47 quality can be run out of it. Gardiner, he was sick last year, same situation that he found himself in, but Dixon, the England outdoor champion over 1500 metres, is really pushing through now. Dixon, personal best 1:49.4.
1:22 as they go through the 600 mark.
So David Race trying to go the long way round here. He's still in contention, but Gardiner now, he's looking strong. We know Rock's a fast finisher. They're nearly 3 abreast. Oh, Dixon was Rock there. Rock from the inside, Gardiner on the outside. This is incredible. David Race! But Gardiner, I think, holds on. 1:49.98 in an astonishing race there.
We said it would go down to the wire, didn't we? But we didn't think it'd go down to the wire. That was incredible.
Oh, Ben Gardiner with the victory for Birmingham there. David Race was charging his way through. He came from quite some way back to get the silver medal. Jack Dixon was leading the race, and he will feel that is incredibly harsh, I guess, racing incident, but yeah, we'll have to see. Obviously this is the final, so let's have another look here. So Dixon's out front, and then Rock, Gardiner,
comes through
Race.
like a train.
So running 3-line astern, that really doesn't go.
David Race, cool as a panda, finding the gap there through the middle there, opened up for him beautifully, and he came through. I think he did well to carry on.
Do you see anything controversial there with that Dixon incident? I'm not sure. But that just shows you with the dip on the line there right till the end. Race and Gardiner. Gardiner absolutely thrilled with that. Yes, it is. It's like Ethan Hussey and Tommy Bridger from last year's 3000. It's like Josh Lay and Michael Ward from that previous 2022 3000. That was incredible. Yeah, so just so close there. 1:50.03, 1:50.05, and Rock less than a couple of tenths behind.
Martin Domi trying to get the crowd going here for the long jump now. Canadian master student. It's been great to have him. He's been a great addition to the Loughborough team, and hopefully he can pull something through here.
So in this men's long jump final, let's have a close look. I think that was a red flag, to be honest. It's often difficult to tell from these angles, just with the naked eye. We're in the third round of the men's long jump final. Sam Danson is leading the way with 7.65, 1 centimetre ahead of Stephen Mackenzie of Edinburgh.
Wow.
And then Orifalua Adepegra of Birmingham, 7.46.
The 800 being separated by 0.02 there, then that is impressive. Literally nothing separated, and that was an excellent race there, putting on a show for BUCS.
Yeah, it was a similar situation. Second, third and fourth were all separated by 2 centimetres early in the women's long jump. Amy Ware getting the silver in the final round. Morgan Treasure, great name for the Cambridge man. He's in 11th place, 6.63. Retained good height long into the sandpit there. And obviously we're looking at the top 8 mark at this point. Will Reid of Loughborough on 7 metres. 2 athletes over 7.50 at the moment, Danson and Mackenzie first and second. Well, Owen Hurd going for a championship record. It was set by Scott Simpson, as we mentioned, in 2007. The Cardiff Met 5.42. So, Owen Hurd, what's he capable of here? He has done this already this year, and he does it! Sensational for him and for his coach, Kate Rooney, watching trackside.
Congrats to both of them. I mean, as I said before, that's not a surprise. I think he'd be coming in expecting that. He did actually compete yesterday in France, I believe, so I think to come here after a busy day yesterday will be chuffed with that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, to come in expecting a championship record really tells you the quality of the athlete. Owen Hurd, he's won multiple British titles, of course, but he had more height to clear there and may continue in the competition. Well, there is Kate Rooney, of course, former British international herself. Okay, men's long jump continues. A women's shot put concluding. Amy Kennedy holding on. We saw her effort just a moment ago. 15.17 from Sinead Detoire, 14.02. Keris Abogi, 13.09. So no change in the final round there. So, Conrad Winter of East Anglia, who was earlier in the long jump.
What did you make of the tumble in the relay yesterday? They were quite excited. I mean, that was quite a spectacle to watch.
Yeah, I mean, it's really difficult to find words for that. I mean, what on earth happened there?
That was quite an interesting one to see. I mean, to come through as well the way he did. I mean, that was impressive. Very impressive.
So Ben Gardiner of Birmingham, so close with David Race of Loughborough and Basil Rock of Bath in third place, getting that bronze medal. But Ryan Martin was close, and Jack Dixon just run out of it, having been leading. It looked like he tied down the home straight as well. So yeah, really difficult to say had that contact not been made.
Please acknowledge the medalists.
Murray Fotheringham, this is a Strathclyde student. So 7.16 so far. Let's have a look. Accelerating here, hitting the board nicely. Really good spring there. It does get the white flag, Fotheringham. So, Scottish long jump bronze medalist is often very close to the Scottish Championships, because Stephen Mackenzie is also here, winning a number of those, and Alessandro Sciannini as well. The latter two have both had GB under-20 representation in the past.
Back to the track for the final.
But still, Mackenzie Danson, Ada Pegba.
Lining up on the inside, representing Manchester Met, Lucy Armitage. Representing Birmingham, Ellie Bushell. From St Mary's University, Lola Sutton. Then Loughborough University's Ty Brockley-Langford. From Northumbria University, Jess Salis. Also representing Loughborough, Abby McAndrew. Then Birmingham University's Zoe Hunter. And completing the lineup from Cardiff, Iris.
So the athletes there on the outside, you can just about see them. That's now really close in view of everyone who's part of the women's 1500 metre final. And this could be just as close, but can't get much closer, of course. So Lucy Armitage of Manchester Met, Ellie Bushell of Birmingham, Lola Sutton of St Mary's, Ty Brockley-Langford of Loughborough, Jess Salis of Northumbria, Lottie McLaren of St Mary's, Abigail McAndrew, another Loughborough athlete, Zoe Hunter for Birmingham, Iris Courtney for Cardiff.
Looks all to play for on their season's best as well. A lot of them not separated by much, so it should be an exciting one to watch.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously we've seen in the past some very close races. And we've seen Jess Spilsbury win outdoors on a couple of occasions. She's not here. Same situation with Alex Shipley winning indoors last year. Year before that, Bethan Morley. So maybe a new name, although Brockley-Langford was second over 800 metres, and she often quite likes to front run. And she's doing that here. Personal best of 4:18.64. It was behind Abigail Ives that she was a year ago. Again, new names being crowned. Ellie Bushell, very, very impressed with her in the heats. Don't forget, these women did a heat on Friday, and then we haven't seen them since then, so only once since then. But I think Bushell was a replacement as well. Ives and Strevens not here, so Birmingham still bringing in high quality replacements. Lucy Armitage, who was decent last year, had a good season for Sale Harriers, and she's had lots of experience of different types of competition. And she was 8th at BUCS a year ago, and obviously with a brilliant chance of improving on that outdoor performance. She was 4th at the England Under-23 Championships, but in medal contention here, as are many athletes. Iris Courtney, personal best 4:24, same for Zoe Hunter as well. Let's have a look here. So Brockley-Langford still leading them out. 5 laps to go. So 2 Loughborough athletes in the first 4. Abby McAndrew, another 1500 metre specialist, another athlete with GB junior representation. Jerusalem a couple of years ago at the European Under-20s. She's won titles here, national titles here in the past, including when the bell was blown a lap early in the England Under-20. So she managed to live with that, and she could probably compete with the best students that BUCS has to offer.
Like you said, so many different plates to juggle with the day off in between. How do you manage that? Different events, different people coming in with different goals. So I think, like you said, it'd be interesting to see who takes it on. How do you take it on? How do you like to run the race? So I think it's all up for grabs here. I think it'll be interesting to see who comes through here now.
And we're watching McAndrew in that position to strike. We so often see athletes in a little bit of jostling for position there, I think, with Armitage, but still all okay. Have got a breakaway of 4 though now. Brockley-Langford, Armitage, McAndrew, and then Bushell. Well, Bushell, big personal best over the last couple of years. Personal best was 4:32, improving by 3 seconds in January, but she's been an improver over a number of distances. Northern Indoor 1500 champion, so started off the year well. Brockley-Langford, same situation, 4:18.64 recently. But here comes Brockley-Langford from Armitage and McAndrew. Very much single file. 2 to go. There's a second group of athletes, and it features Zoe Hunter of Birmingham and Lola Sutton of St Mary's. But out front here, look at this. Broccoli Langford has to respond.
This is where the event has won, isn't it? This is crunch time.
Armitage had pulled up on the shoulder and now has to regather, because Broccoli Langford has said, okay, if you're going to make a move, I'll make one too. 1 lap to go here. Loughborough from Manchester Met. Well, Loughborough have been fantastic in these finals that we've seen. A couple of goals in the 400 and then just beaten by Birmingham a moment ago in the men's 800. But is this going to be gold here? Armitage fighting, trying to respond. But it looks like Ty Broccoli Langford is going to lead throughout the race. And what a way to do it. Bushell clear in the bronze for Birmingham, but gold goes to Loughborough. And Broccoli Langford, only just! Only just! Oh my goodness me, we have seen some drama here. 4:22.37. And we've seen falls down the home straight, but thankfully it happened just as she was coming to the line top.
I'm speechless. I mean, she must have run the perfect 1500 metre race there. She's fallen over the line. You can't time it better than that. I think going around that top bend earlier, about 300 to go, was a move that's clearly paid off. But I mean, it's 1400 metres too far for me. So I mean, I'd hate to see how they're feeling now. I can't relate to that feeling. But wow, I mean, she left it all on the line. Well done, Ty. Well done.
Yeah, but did a good job there, summing up the performance, summing up what it means though, and the way that she's done it. There we go. So Bushell was clear in 3rd place for Birmingham. Head of the Loughborough athlete there, McAndrew, who I thought might be in a good position to strike, as we were saying, but in the end, Broccoli Langford, off an unusual way to do it, right at the front, but clearly a style that she enjoys. You can see she knows what's happening here, just manages, how does she make it to the line there? Oh my God, body slams the ground.
I mean,
she's up on her feet.
Do you call that the perfect 1500 metres? She's fallen over the line. I mean, she's ran, I mean, I'm speechless.
Don't know if coach would say that so far as the last 10, but 4:21.90 officially, which is, yeah, that's a decent time for a BUCS indoor final, I have to say. Sarah McDonald's championship record, 4:15.82. But yeah, you really don't often see quick finals. It needs an athlete to take it out like Broccoli Langford did. And of course, silver medal last year, gold this year, which is fantastic. That was obviously over 800 outdoors. So, in this men's long jump, let's have a look. Good placement on the board, and that is long into this sandpit. So, this final about to come to life, perhaps. And a changed Edinburgh breast in the red, and that is 7:77 for Stephen McKenzie. Oh wow, and that is a championship record. It was held by Reynold Banago of NTU, 7:72. He's added 5 centimetres to that, and as we know, approaching 8 metres is approaching world-class level in men's long jumping. So thrilling stuff for the Scottish athlete. And that's probably one of the best Scottish performances of the weekend.
Adam Hall here, coming 3rd in the hurdles, an impressive run on the weekend. He's got some serious versatility as Adam. To be contesting so many different events, I think he's doing the decathletes proud.
Absolutely, and we know we see plenty of multi-eventers competing well. Obviously also got a bronze medal last year outdoors, just behind you. Well, before this championship we had 4 BUCS medals in 3 events, so now 5 of course. Long jump, pole vault, hurdles, indoors and out. Incredible. So, striding down here, looks to hit the board well. Oh, Adam Hall, that also looks good. So just having a look, we are, I believe, in the 4th round with live pictures. Murray Fotheringham was in 5th, we saw earlier. It looks to have retired from the competition. It's obviously in the second half of it, so just a few jumps left to go in this 4th round. Broccoli Langford sensational performance there for the Loughborough student to beat Lucy Armitage. It was a good battle between them, but in the latter stages it looked like Brockley Langford was in charge, and I think we'll look back on that moment where Armitage tries to make a move and she says, no, sorry, not coming through.
Yeah, very impressive. Excellent response, and I don't think she realised how far ahead she must have pulled away from her there when she made that resurgence. So an excellent performance from her. I think she's managed that really well. Yeah, I'm still speechless about that fall.
Ada Pegber, yeah, that was, again, difficult to find the words for it, but how did she manage to do that? Because it looked for all the world, as we've seen a couple of falls down the home straight, and the athlete has been off on the inside, hasn't been able to get back up. Ada Pegber of Birmingham, maybe it's one of those that almost, you know, before your body reacts psychologically, you know, before you're thinking about what's going on, just the momentum carries you over. Something supernatural carries you over.
The line drags you over. I think the lactic gunner's rear, once that hits you, is definitely a struggle to push through it. So I think she's done really well just to stay on her feet and
Goodness me.
fall over. I think that's...
Oh, you don't even want to think about the reverse of what could have happened.
No.
So we're hearing that Adam Mead of Cardiff Met got an injury in the warm-up, or there was an incident in the warm-up. We wondered whether he would be ruled out as a result of that, but glad to see him on the start line at least. Not 100% sure, having not seen that, what sort of shape he's in, but yeah, hopefully he's all right there. Owen Hurd then continues in this pole vault competition. We know he's capable of more.
Had the height there, just think might have come in a bit too close to the bar.
The men's 1500 metre final.
Got so excited about this 1500 metre final earlier that I was talking about it just as a 3000 metre final got underway, thinking that the athletes were the 1500 metre runners, but it just shows they all come thinking about Adam Mead. He said, no, I don't want any incidents now, I want everyone out my way. The Cardiff Met man in the maroon vest. It's a swarm of maroon and red though. Archie Parkinson of Birmingham, look at that, to the lead and then immediately slows down. That is brilliant. 7 laps to go at this point, of course. Tommy Shaw there, I believe, was another of Birmingham's replacements. No Tyler Billiard and no Will Barnacle. They would have liked to have had either the 3000 or 1500. Archie Parkinson stepping up to 1500.
I think an agenda is being set at the front here. Looks to be like a leisurely pace, so I wanted to see what as someone now hears me from the commentary box and starts to take it on, I wonder how this will pan out now.
Yeah, with good reason. Again, one of the oldest championship records since 2010. Jonathan Taylor, 3:46.12. You can see a bit of a change out front. They weren't happy with Archie Parkinson's pace out front. I think that's sensible, really. Very sensible. 10 men in this final. Alex Malloy, European under-20 medalist over 3,000 metres, taking this on. And he's so closely matched with Sam Charig of St Mary's on PBs, both 3:38.7. You just wonder whether they are the two big men who will end up at the front towards the end of this race. But also in this, Louis Woodger of Queen's, Nicholas Whitaker of Oxford, who we've been very impressed with, and don't forget, Oxford with the 1-2 finish we saw earlier on, the women's ace. Aidan Page of Glasgow and Ben Harrison of Bath, who've also helped develop the story of this competition. They've outperformed their ranking perhaps to make it through here. But now, with 4 to go, we've got Malloy of Loughborough, Shaw of Birmingham, Charig of St Mary's, Parkinson is the second Birmingham athlete, and then it's Elliot Savage of Manchester Met, the England under-20 bronze medalist over 800 from a couple of years ago. But are we starting to see now, very slight move, Sam Charig is there, and I think he wants to be a little higher up. Certainly looking ominous being in that position, but then of course we saw Ty Brockley Langford remain out front. And I wonder whether Malloy might have seen some of that race and thought that would be a sensible way to do it.
Yeah, I'm sure Alex, coming from the 3K rather than 800, doesn't want to leave this up to a sprint finish, so he's going to try and stretch him out as much as he can. And I think he's doing that now.
Malloy against Shaw, against Charig. Oh, these are surely the 3 best middle distance universities, others would argue, but titles have been won time and time again, including today. It's David Race against Ben Gardiner in the men's 800. Others were in contention at that stage. 5 were in contention on the final lap. We've got 4 here, and we cannot separate them.
Here they come now to the final lap.
So, Malloy, a bronze medalist over 5,000 metres at BUCS. As you say, stepping down, but this could still end up being a sprint finish. Charig trying to move up onto his outside. We were wondering when he would do this. Parkinson had that early lead, but he didn't want to go too fast. Now he'll have to grind the gears though. Still Loughborough, St Mary's, Birmingham, at least one of them's going to be on the podium, but Charig overtakes Malloy. It was the finish that Malloy didn't want, but the St Mary's man gets his moment. Oh, we knew it was going to be that head-to-head, and it's brilliant to be able to bill it as that, and it's great to be able to see such close racing once again.
Yeah, very patient. He ran that really well, didn't he? He wasn't in the lead, I don't think, at any point during that race. He saved himself, he bided his time, and he's reaped the rewards, and that's a very, very impressive and experienced run from Sam there.
Yeah, Sam, who was second outdoors as well, behind Tyler Billiard. So another athlete who turned silver into gold, like Ty Brockley-Langford. Wow, it's really breathless stuff here. As we have a look here at these 4 athletes in this, the final track action before the relays, of course. Just wondering if Owen Hurd is still out there. I think he may have more attempts, but yes, this is the action on the track. This is an incredible 1500 metre final, and it's always a shame when you see 4 athletes knowing that there are 3 medals. Archie Parkinson is just run out of it by his teammate, the replacement Tommy Shaw.
The silver medalist representing Loughborough, Harry Taylor. And the BUCS champion, the gold medalist representing Leeds Beckett, is David.
Well, Tom Wilcott, been great to have you join as we see Ori Adepegbert. Some great races, and we've still got the relays to come. I'm sure they'll be good too.
I'm sweating up here. I don't know. There's been some incredible races. People can't seem to stay on their feet. People are flying. Owen's vaulting championship records. It's all kicking off. I'm not sure. I'm absolutely speechless. But I think thank you very much for having me. It's BUCS has again performed. I think it's a real testament to that. I know a lot of people are going to the NCAA system, but I think this is a testament to the BUCS. The atmosphere we're creating, the performances are getting better, the races are getting closer and tighter with various universities. So I think it's excellent to see.
Owen Hurd, third attempt here, bringing the bar down 5:56. Well, unfortunate for Hurd, but still, can't complain, championship record. So, in this men's long jump, getting towards the business end now. That looked like a decent jump there. Sam Danson in this 5th round, so championship record for Mackenzie of 7:77 that we saw a few moments ago, but to be honest, Danson is close to that old championship record as well, 7:72. He's only 7 centimetres off that coming into this round. Having another look here at Owen Hurd. As we were saying, hoping to make the European Indoor Championships. Loads of height. Unfortunately though, bar comes down. Well, we knew this was coming this day, but it just is an unstoppable roller coaster. Stephen Mackenzie of Edinburgh. Can he extend his lead and reset his championship record? Gets the white flag. Wondered whether it was going to be an inter-Scottish student battle, and they always have the warm-up of the Scottish Universities Championships before this. And Mackenzie had already achieved 778 indoors this year, so it was a very achievable championship record. 774 this time, and he would have targeted it. So yes, maybe we just haven't quite had the depth of talent in the men's long jump. We've got athletes really taking each other on. A similar case to Georgie Ford-Wells, well capable, you would say, on their day of doing it. PB 792. A little bit surprised actually the CBP wasn't a bit further, the record. So this fifth round continues. Will Reid of Leeds Beckett actually bring us into the final round.
Could we have the medalists from the women's 1500 metres, Ty, Lucy and Ellie, and the men's 1500 medalists to presentation, please?
Confirmed 1500 metre men's final result. Sam Charig overtaking Alex Malloy down the home straight. Really is some amazing battles that we have seen, and right from the 200 metres to the 3000, and also in some of the field events, you know, those championship records for Mackenzie and for Ford-Wells. Medals snatched in the final round of Verone Hurd as well, that championship record. So I think that's 5 championship records and 3 for Loughborough. No improvement for Will Reid. Remains in 8th place. This is Abraham Sharif of UCL. So this final round of the men's long jump, the only action currently taking place. And we have the relay finals on the track coming up in a few moments' time. So let's see whether anyone can improve. I'll just recap quickly how the top 3 looks. Stephen Mackenzie then, of Edinburgh. Loughborough's Sam Danson, and then Ori Adepegba of Birmingham. But, as so often has been the case, 4th place Adam Hull, only 3 centimetres off a medal at the moment. So this is Adi Akanbi Mortimer of Cardiff Met. He is in 5th place on 7:32, needs 14 centimetres improvement for a medal. Can he do it? Last go, of course, and I think again it will be, to use that word, infectious, seeing athletes improve in the final round and thinking I can make the most of every possible opportunity. .717 for Akanbi Mortimer. No improvement there. Sharif did improve that, measurements come through 7:21. So pushing Murray, Fotheringham, and Fotheringham retired after the 4th round. So I hope he's all right. We have seen a lot of injuries here this weekend, I have to say. Really unusually high. And not something we want to be really tallying up. What about Adam Hull? He loves a BUCS medal. Come on, 3 centimetres off, let's go. Ori Adebegba of Birmingham the target. Oh, look at this. Determination down the runway. Hits the board really well there. Again, you know, is that a rueful smile? What does he know? 7:43, backed up by 7:40 in the second round. So really consistent for Houle. 7:37. Oh, 3 jumps there that are very, very close together. So Owen Hurd, by the way, retiring from the pole vault, or he's finished his competition. Couldn't clear any higher than that championship record. I say sarcastically. 5:43. Phenomenal stuff, but well within his grasp. Ori Adebegba, we know he has a medal now. It's Sam Danson 7:65. Gets the crowd going. Adebegba, tall Birmingham athlete here, accelerates and drives through into the sandpit. Again, gestures as though he feels he could have done a bit more. 7:65 needed for silver. This will be some snatch, and obviously Danson has the chance to respond. Birmingham against Loughborough again. .713 for Adebegba. 2 jumps left now. Don't go anywhere. Sam Danson would need to set a championship record. 7:78 would be needed. Would be a 13 centimetre improvement. So here he goes, giving it everything with his last go, Sam Danson. Oh, well, that's definitely a grimace, a rueful look. You can see he was straining with every sinew to eke out each centimetre there, though. Danson, who is just a few centimetres off his own lifetime best in this competition. 7:64, gave it his best. Just 1 centimetre off what he'd done previously. There really isn't much in it. Stephen Mackenzie already with a championship record of 7:77. That'll be someone's lucky number. But he's already jumped further this year. The Edinburgh man came in as the favourite. He's delivered. He's already the champion. Pressure's off. What can you do? And again, leaps long and tries to continue that rotation. You saw those arms fighting there to get further into the sandpit. .785. Oh, he's done it again. He has reset the record books. That championship record that he set just a moment ago. And that is fantastic from Mackenzie. And still inside, few centimetres off his outright lifetime best. But you know, you can't always deliver a PB on every occasion. And he's got 2 championship records within 1 competition. And that will be the mark that stands. And look at this, up really high. and that brilliant rotation to get all the way through nearly to the end of that sandpit. Might have to extend it for him. You can just imagine if we had someone like Miltiades Tentoglu, who we would need that longer sandpit. But bodes really well for the Scot as he bids to try and make it over 8 metres for the first time and get maybe some international representation once again. So, as we milk every moment and really enjoy and savour every last drop, we wait for the relay finals to commence in just a few moments' time.
Glasses of milk for everyone all around afterwards, I think, and you should be milking every moment, and that's what we're going to introduce. Milk Every Moment, a new campaign to help students understand the benefit of milk on their sporting performance, an affordable, natural, versatile and widely available choice after exercise. Milk provides a whole host of nutrients, vitamins and minerals to help fuel your workouts, a great option if you are on a budget.
What's your favourite recipe to make using milk?
Mac and cheese. I can go with strawberry milk. Pancakes.
Yeah. Nice.
With that in mind, let's talk about milk and BUCS being proud to promote the Milk Every Moment campaign.
Milk provides high quality protein which helps support muscle growth and repair, and B vitamins to assist with energy release. A glass of milk is great for refueling and repairing those tired muscles after a physical match.
go into the medal ceremony for the men's pole vault. Please acknowledge the medalists. The bronze medalist representing UEA, Conrad Winter. The silver medalist representing Edinburgh, Andrew McFarlane. And the BUCS champion, the gold medalist representing Loughborough, Owen Hurd.
Right, for this 4x200 metre relay, the starter, if the people to my left look across, they will see the starter. Behind me are the timekeepers, they need to see one another, and the starter, unsurprisingly, needs to see the start. Please, if you are to my left, keep sat down until after the start. After that, you can make as much noise and jump about as much as you like. So for this women's 4x2, Cardiff Met in one.
You're watching live coverage of the 2025 BUCS Indoor Athletics Championships. Cannot believe this day has flown by, with final after final, and it's been simply tremendous and breathtaking. Without too much time actually to reflect on each final, because the action has been continuing in the field just after the track races and vice versa. As you know very well, it comes down to this. What we don't know is the outcome of these relays. We never know, and we certainly won't after yesterday. Going to be a bit more hush-hush, because I know the starter can hear me at full pelt. Cardiff Met, Loughborough. Look at that, Jess Astle watching on, already with a 400 individual gold. Cardiff, Sheffield, Sheffield Hallam and Strathclyde. Former champions 2 years ago. So one lap of the track for each of these four athletes. Strathclyde on the outside, they had Kelsey Stewart, who ran so brilliantly, along with Callan and Campbell, who they should still be able to call upon. It's Mari Patience on this 4x200 first leg for them, who won the 400 hurdles title back in 2017. Cardiff Met with Brooks on the inside there. Brooks, who of course fell in her semi-final, was so unlucky, but chance to make amends and win a medal here. But you can see we've got this Welsh battle with Cardiff just behind Cardiff Met and Izzy Tustin just there. We had that Sheffield and Sheffield Hallam battle, of course, in that heat, and they are having some work to do a little further back. So let's have a look now. Cardiff Met from Strathclyde, Cardiff, Sheffield and Sheffield Hallam, a clearer picture. So Cardiff Met huffing and puffing, but holding on to the lead. Cardiff in third place. What's going to happen here? Loughborough so far back. Cardiff Met and Strathclyde almost tripping over one another in the two maroon vests here. And look at this, Grace Morgan, the hurdles finalist, just missed out on a medal individually. But she's charging, and Loughborough still there now. Loughborough approaching on the inside. You can see them hunting down the rest. But Cardiff Met, what a goal for Cardiff Met. Strathclyde, and is that Loughborough coming through from so far back for bronze? 1:40.59 on the clock. Oh, that was a battle, sensational. The Welsh teams and Strathclyde, former champions. They did it in some ways against the odds. It was an immense performance. And not necessarily a sprinting powerhouse, but Cardiff Met, they would love to beat. And they've had incredible athletes like Charlotte Wingfield and Melissa Roberts and Mika Moore in the past, an Olympian international sprinter. But this team have done so well to win this gold medal. Strathclyde, another medal for them, and as we see, it's such a rare event, the 4x2, that we do get use of athletes from other events like 400 hurdles, and that's great for Mari Patience to add another medal for her to her collection as well. Very interesting to have another look and see if there's any reason why Loughborough were far back there. So Cardiff Met handing over Strathclyde. This is neck and neck at this point, but Cardiff Met, that's crucial. They just hold that inside line. And Cardiff Met here, Grace Morgan, really good first half of this leg. And not a bad second half either. It was just that Loughborough were charging their way through on the inside. And let's have another look here. It was Sheffield Hallam round the outside. So Sheffield Hallam taking the bronze on home soil.
Can we have all the medalists for the women's 1500 presentation, please? That's Ty, Lucy and Ellie.
Gold for Cardiff Met in the relay. We've said that before, but it wasn't necessarily the expectation here. I'm sure they would have believed that they could challenge. So Cardiff Met 1:40.59, incidentally, some 2.7 seconds off the championship record. Strathclyde, then Sheffield Hallam. Not Loughborough, as I said, but there was so much happening there. I think you'll probably forgive me for thinking might have been Loughborough charging through. Cardiff and Sheffield. Well, Sheffield with the acrobatics yesterday. Was it a roly-poly? Was it a somersault? Who cares? It was incredible. They were just outside a place in the final. The women's team did qualify. They had a great battle with Sheffield Hallam in the heat. Sheffield Hallam end up getting the medal in the end. And again, I think last time Cardiff Met won relay gold, it was also Sheffield Hallam getting the bronze medal outdoors, with Alicia Barrett overtaking two people on the last leg. So just one piece of action then to come in a couple of minutes' time. So great to hear the noise in the stadium. But so much happened in those relay heats. And so much, in fact, that it continued into the evening and it continued this morning. So just to recap, the first heat, Strathclyde pulling up injured. In the second heat, that somersault from Finn Whiteman of Sheffield it was. Stayed on his feet, won the race, but ended up, unfortunately, just outside a place in the final. Liverpool hobbling across the line, but made it over. And then, of course, we saw Loughborough dropping the baton, and that impeded Warwick. So Warwick, under normal circumstances, it was fine because they still won the heat and they initially qualified. But finally, when Brunel were disqualified, looked like they'd started over outside of the takeover zone, that led to a disqualification. But they were reinstated and therefore that meant Warwick were knocked out. So Warwick then naturally would protest, and they had a chance to run against the clock for the 6th fastest time from yesterday. That was the time of Leeds Beckett, so they managed to do that quite comfortably in the end. They knocked out Leeds Beckett. A bit of a shame from the point of view that David Chapman could have tried to go for 2 medals here. In any case, Warwick were impeded, so that's only fair. Only 6 lanes, as we know. But also kind of good to see Brunel, because they are sprinting powerhouses, and without Loughborough and without Birmingham, they would hope to win this title. Christian Samuel Nash there. Looks like he may be going on this second leg. And he's someone who's been both lucky and unlucky in terms of winning medals in some nail-biting finishes. Could we have another one here? Well, there's time to give a shout out to all the officials and BUCS staff and volunteers as well who've made this event what it is. Medics as well. The starters, the track and field judges. And we always forget, but behind the scenes they do so much important work. We're very grateful for that. Years of dedication.
Right, so a few fantastic people to my left to do what you did for the women's relay and stay sat down.
Jason Kalala there of Brunel, winner of the gold medal in the 4x100 metre relay last year. He was a DNS for his semi-final and not in this relay squad as you'd expect, so maybe an issue for Jason there. I hope he's all right. Brunel still stands a strong chance of gold. In this final then, Warwick, Stirling, Exeter, Brunel, Sheffield Hallam and Cardiff Met. The last piece of action here of these championships. Brunel, the sprint sensations, as we've so often seen, second behind Loughborough last year and then winning gold outdoors. Loughborough dropping the baton, a bit of a calamity, but they are not, therefore, in this final. No Birmingham either. They had a couple of injuries. Birmingham, who won the 2023 outdoor title over the 4x100 metre relay. Unfortunately, not putting a team out in the heats. We know that Rory Voss has been brilliant for Stirling in the 60 and the 200 metres. Seemed to have boundless energy. He'll get this team underway in the green vest, nearest the camera. Warwick, who had to do that extra race this morning. Not sure whether that'll have too much impact because not sure how many other athletes made the finals. And Warwick, then Stirling, Exeter, Brunel, Hallam and then Cardiff Met. Well, the 3 fastest teams in qualification were Sheffield Hallam, Cardiff Met and Brunel. But as we know, that doesn't necessarily translate to meaning they'll be our medalists. But they are the teams we can see on the outside. Venkateswamy, the Mauritius international, who had that run of 4 rounds of the 60 metres and then a medal in the 200. He started his team off really nicely here. Christian Samuel Nash, former BUCS medalist here over 400, going really nicely. Has his path very much blocked there. Oh, won't like that. Sheffield Hallam. It's more of a racing incident than anything else. Hallam, the championship record holders, out front here. Brunel have the baton right behind. Cardiff Met in 3rd place. Will really have to charge down this back straight in order to make up that gap. But the gap being made up is Brunel to Hallam. Look at that, just drifting a little bit into lane 2. Just to show that he'll have to go the long way round. Looks like Innes on this leg now for Brunel, still the charge, and Cardiff Met are there. There's a gap on the inside. Oh no, there isn't. It's closed down. Look at the determination here. Hallam, Brunel, Cardiff Met, 3 fighting. Hawker for Cardiff Met, so determined. There's no space there, but Sheffield Hallam just get it, only just. Oh, that is an incredible trio. Right at the end, as we've seen so many times today. That was fantastic, as the athletes were fair with each other on that final leg, when the gold medal was up for grabs. And Brunel, they might have seen themselves as favourites, I'm sure, given no Loughborough who won last year, and also the fact they won the 4x100 outdoors in 2024. But Sheffield Hallam, Cardiff Met, they are ones who've also been unlucky. Sometimes they've been just outside of medals with great athletes like Blake Brown and Joe Lane, who represented them so well in the past. But Venkateswamy, he's been a real find, the Mauritius international. He's got a medal in a relay at a Francophone Games. Really enjoying seeing him compete, and he is one of those who've helped his team to do a fantastic job there for Sheffield Hallam. The championship record holders, of course, a couple seconds off that today, but in the home stadium here at the English Institute of Sport, Sheffield Hallam take men's relay gold. Some might call it a surprise, but it's something we've seen from them before. Of course, different athletes, but yes, that home element, and also the fact that it was kind of seen as all to play for. There was a tiny chink in Brunel's armour, I think, from that disqualification. Falling fouls that initially looked of the rules, reinstated. But yeah, really nice to see some different names in the relays at the top. I think that's fair to say. Let's see how they did it. Of course, it means Cardiff Met and Sheffield Hallam getting medals in both relays as well. So, yeah, sometimes they're behind Birmingham's and Loughborough's and Brunel's, but really capitalising. I did say it was the top 3 teams by a couple of seconds in qualification, and so we expected these would be the medalists, but we knew there was so much drama. And of course there can still be drama after the race is finished. This is a crucial moment though. Christian Samuel Nash is charging down the back straight. And here, of course, athlete in front of him can't get any closer than that really. And nothing really to blame, I don't think, for the Hallam athletes. This was a key leg here because Cardiff Met did very well actually to get even closer to set up a thrilling final leg. But Brunel staying in contention throughout, but also having to move and twist and turn and jostle. And Innes nearly slipped there. And Will Hawker, as a result, had a bit of a gap. It was a slightly shaky start to that leg, but did everything again to make it a BUCS spectacle like we see so often. Hawker, he's going for that gap. It's not there. Oh, I wonder whether he would have wanted to take the chance to be on the outside. But you can see there, it's almost a photo finish really, but absolutely love what we've seen. I think the intelligence on that last leg to some extent to try and be fair in racing at top speed. We're waiting for the official result, which sometimes sends a few nerves jangling. But yes, Cardiff met Strathclyde and Sheffield Hallam in that women's final. And now coming up there, 127.85 for Sheffield Hallam. Brunel 127.95, just a tenth off. But as we thought, they did just get ahead of Cardiff Met and Will Hawker, 127.96. So wow, it's really, really tough to pick a performance of these championships. But let us know in the chat, what is your performance of these championships as we have a look at this confirmed result. As mentioned, Hallam, Brunel, Cardiff Met.
Ladies and gentlemen, we had an athlete missing from a presentation a few moments ago. We are now able to redo that presentation. So we're going to redo the medal ceremony for the women's 1500 metres. Please acknowledge the medalists.
Well, of course, if you enjoyed this, you might like to take a look at the swimming live stream as well, which again is produced every year, and I believe that we have karate live streamed also, as we see this medal presentation. And yeah, these are the moments which will last long in the memory. All of the results, though, uploaded on meets.rosterathletics.com.
And the BUCS champion, the gold medalist from Loughborough.
So just quick mention, Joe Ferguson, GB International, watching Hallam win that. The 200 metre final says Abdoulaye Conte, the best moment. So all fantastic stuff. So we expect to be in Sports City in Manchester for the Outdoor Championships. Thank you so much for tuning in this weekend. We've seen 5 championship records: Owen Hurd, Abby Paulett, Joy Eze, Stephen McKenzie, Georgie Ford-Wells, and it's been a wonderful 3 days of action once again.